it's raining all over the place today. But yeah, lots of people that I've already bumped into this morning are really grateful that there is some rain. They're saying long may it last. So I guess we can echo that sentiment. All right, what's coming up on the show today? So all eyes will be back on the Madlanga Commission, especially here on the
SAfm, setting the nationwide agenda daily. Daily. 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 SAfm, setting the nationwide agenda daily.
time that we have to say it in. It might be a little bit of our new normal, but only until the commission is done with its work. We recognize it's incredibly important for us to be able to bring you those proceedings, and we appreciate so many of you that are sending messages and that are also encouraging us to continue streaming these proceedings so that you don't miss out on them rather as you go about your day. So still, I'll take your calls on 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. We'll take a quick break and I'm back with your calls.
I don't love waking up before the sunrise. I don't love wearing a school uniform. But I do love learning. I do love saving my mom money on transport and uniforms while I still get a good education. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Think you cannot afford a lawyer? Think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, let's continue then with the open line. Let me go to Warren. Warren, you're calling from Stuttenham. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and all listeners.
Yes,
this is going to be possibly a bit controversial. I'd like to know what or how was law and order maintained amongst all the tribes before we were, inverted commas, colonized in South Africa, because people used to steal cattle. They used to do all these other strange things. I've read a lot of things about that. How was law and order maintained in a tribe, for instance? Was it the chief who dispensed justice? Or what happened?
Yeah. Warren, I don't know if you're looking more for a historical answer, but we know the very important role that chiefs played, because there is a system of authority within the tribal authority in and of itself. And of course, the community then becomes custodians, right? It becomes implementers of what is agreed to and what the social value and social norms that have been accepted by each tribe are. But the traditional authority would really be the one that is steering much of that.
What I'm trying to get at is this, please. Now, here you've got murders happening, you've got rapes happening, okay? How do you deal with that? You deal with that harshly. You don't pussyfoot around. Somebody murders somebody. Who does the community take charge, and vigilism takes place, and they stone that person to death? Or what happens? Or because there's no physical jails, I understood from in African society, there are no physical jails. So what do? You know, jails have been in the world. England, Australia was a big jail at one stage, because all the people who even stole bread were shipped off to Australia. They went via the Cape, and we didn't want them here. But in any case, how do you deal with lawbreakers? This is the whole thing. It's perplexing, because I remember some time ago somebody said, look, we don't want Roman Dutch law in this country. We want African law. What is African law then, please?
Okay, Warren in Stuttenham, thanks for that call. We had a conversation with that professor. Why am I forgetting his name? He's worked for the United Nations Justice, and it was all in the context of how we integrate what is Western law with an African notion of justice, and what that would look like. And I think, Warren, it's part of what you're speaking to this morning, because it says, how do we bring in a system of law and order that speaks more authentically to how our society is structured and crafted, rather than what what it is. You know, if you grew up in a rural area like I did, if you were caught stealing whatever, this is like years ago from what I can remember. But if you were caught doing any kind of wrong, you are taken by members of the community. They take you to the chief. And then there's going to be a tribal sitting that is held for you. And your parents are going to be there. Your aunts and uncles are going to be there. The whole community is going to be there. And it just creates a broader system of accountability for you as the individual. Because then it's so much harder for you to go back and do that same thing that you were caught doing the previous week. And I wonder what that sense of communal accountability does, and including in fostering trust amongst people. That's just my small recollection, because I was still quite young, but it's my small recollection of what would happen is that if you're caught doing wrong, you would have to account to the people who you wronged. Sometimes it had to do with you apologizing, you bringing back what you stole, and there are all of these ways to that would be brought in to ensure that you were held accountable for your actions. How can we bring that into a modern society? It was Professor Carlos Lopez that was speaking to, thanks Kanya, that was speaking to, and he's so well versed in some of these things, Warren, and we explored that idea of what does African law, the idea of African law, African justice, what does that look like and what does it mean in a Western context? But also, we've moved so far along, and what is it that we can practically bring with us to where our society is today? Wanga, you're in Matatiele. Good morning.
Good morning, Katie, and then good morning to SAfm listeners. Katie, I think I need your assistance here, maybe through the Minister of Electricity. I think I overheard him saying that the reduction or load shedding will be over very soon. In my area here in Madlanga, there are about 4 wards that get affected each and every single day, whereby there are 2 hours there's no electricity. You even get a reference, I don't know whether I can read it to you. We just need to know if we are subjected to this, or what the remedy can they do if really load reduction is out, is finished. Because we are suffering. You know, from May until now, I've already lost about 2 microwaves. So maybe it's because of load reduction or load shedding, or it's something else. But there's no way I can put that as a complaint. But we are suffering. I don't know other people, how are they coping? What other electrical appliances have they lost? I don't know. Can you check with the minister just to...
Wonga, what
yes.
reasons are you being given?
We don't get you find out the reference that will come in your phone. Eskom is aware that you are experiencing a fault. This is currently being attended. That is not a fault because, like this morning, 2 hours between 5 and 7, there's no electricity. Yesterday afternoon between 5 and 7, there's no electricity. Tomorrow again afternoon, it will be between 5 and 7. On that day, it will be 5 a.m. It's an ongoing thing. It's a permanent thing. We get the electricity from a power station, which is alongside Mount Fletcher, 10 kilometers from Mount Fletcher. It's called the Matafini Power Station. So we are subjected to that kind of life since April until today. Is still continuing.
Yeah, no.
We don't get any reason. You don't get a proper answer when you phone Eskom, but we don't get electricity every single day.
Okay. Wonga, thanks for calling in, telling us about that. That is quite unacceptable from April, and it's not listed as load reduction, which I know is a whole other issue on its own, right? but you have to at the very least get clear answers. So let's note some of the details that were being given, and we'll take it from there. Is this Adil or Adile? Adile? Oh, Andile. Lebo. Ay, man. So early on a Monday morning. Hi, Bo. Andile, good morning.
Very well in you.
I'm good. Andile, apologies for that. Your name was written incorrectly. That's why I was getting lost.
Respect. Challenges all over, my dear. Let me jump to the point here, Sissy. Sunlight.
Daily. SAfm, setting the nationwide agenda 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 daily. 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 Daily.
After forum, taking the Abu Julius Malema to court for singing Kill the Farmer. And also one organization of the, I think it is solidarity to taking the ANC, I mean the union, singing it, one bullet, what do we call it?
One city, one bullet.
Yeah, I mean, so are they not trying to turn the to push the ANC or as blacks, not to sing a revolutionary song?
Yeah, look, Dumisani, not downplaying the importance of the conversation.
What you will require
songs
is
should
the
be
bundle
least
with the
of
statement,
the organization's
file
worries
1 of 1,
at
and
this
it
point.
says Lieutenant General D. Kumalo's statement. You'll need the annexures to that statement, which says Lieutenant General D. Kumalo annexures. And I'm also struggling with these files, Chair. Then you will need file 1, which is marked annexure WB1 and WB2. So those are the 3 you'll require today.
Thank you. And will you be getting to WB1 and WB2 shortly, or should I put it behind me so long?
It's quite likely we'll get there after tea.
Okay. We are ready.
Thank you, Chair. General Khumalo, you would have heard me explain to the Commission the files that we have in front of us. So the three for today is the statement folder, the annexes to your statement folder, and the file that says WB1 and WB2. Do you have those in front of you?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. So if we could begin with your statement.
General, if you could please speak up a bit and bring one of the two mics right in front of you, please. Thank you.
Thank you. General, your statement is 78 pages. Can you go to page 78? Is that your signature at the end of the statement?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And have you read the statement?
Yes, I've read.
And can you confirm on oath that the contents are true and correct?
I do confirm the contents of my affidavit are true and correct.
Will there be any technological issues if the General leaves his mic on? I think it's quite awkward that he keeps switching on and off, switching on and off.
I'll be guided by the techies on that.
Who can give us guidance? Is there anyone, technical person? Is it fine if the General leaves it on? Please leave it on, General. Thank you.
I assume that it's also fine if I leave mine on then as we proceed.
Is it fine if both are on? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, if we can begin at the beginning. Page 1 of your statement sets out a table of contents, and you've divided your statement into 3 parts. Can I ask you, for those who don't have the statement in front of them, to just go through the headings of your statement so that people have a roadmap of your evidence?
Thank you, Chairperson, Commissioners. My affidavit is divided into 3 parts. The first part, or part A, I will be introducing the whole affidavit, and then I'll follow it up with my service history and background in the SAPS, South African Police Service. I'll also give my role within SAPS leadership, and then lastly, under part A, I'll take the Commission through the establishment of the Political Killings Task Team. Under part B, I'll be dealing with the evidence of infiltration and the influence of organized crime in the criminal justice system. I'll also deal with organized crime in the Republic of South Africa, as well as the events that led to the Gauteng counter-intelligence operation, and also give further evidence on infiltration of the criminal justice system. Under Part C, I'll be dealing with the disbandment or disestablishment of the Political Killings Task Team, with specific reference to the 121 dockets that were returned. I'll also deal with the retaliation against the Political Killings Task Team, and then I'll conclude my affidavit.
Thank you, General Khumalo. So paragraphs 1 to 4 then of your statement. You provide your current position and your reasons for furnishing a statement to the Commission. Can you please explain those paragraphs to the Commission?
Introducing myself, I am Lieutenant General Kumalo in the South African Police Service, currently holding the rank of a Lieutenant General, and the post title I am the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence since the 1st of December 2022. Coupled with my current title and position, I have also been the project leader of the Political Killings Task Team since I succeeded Major General Ramatswele, who retired at the end of September 2018. But from the inception, I was the project coordinator for the Political Killings Task Team since July 2018. In finishing this statement, I'll describe the history of the Political Killings Task Team from its establishment date, and also I will show the role that organized crime cartel played in an attempt to close down the Political Killings Task Team. It is my view that the attempt to disband the Political Killings Task Team was due to the influence of a particular organized crime cartel over the Ministry of Police, as well as the South African Police Service, who mistakenly thought that the Political Killings Task Team was investigating the same cartel.
Thank you. Before we proceed to paragraphs 5 and 6, you have indicated that the evidence that you provide today is what you're able to speak of in public, and that there's additional evidence you wish to submit to the Commission. Can you address that, please, with reference to paragraphs 5 and 6?
That's correct, Commissioners. Included in my affidavit is all the evidence that I'll be able to share in the public hearing. But alongside this evidence set out in this statement, there is also considerably more evidence at my disposal that cannot be shared in a public space for the following reasons. Sharing some of evidence will expose our methodologies, will expose our informants, the resources, taking also into consideration the high risk, the current threat assessment of the Gauteng organized crime, Gauteng counterintelligence investigation, as it's still ongoing. Also sharing some of the information will compromise the same ongoing investigation. After giving oral evidence on the basis of this statement, I will apply to the Commission for the remaining evidence to be heard in camera, or in respect of the second class of the evidence described above, to defer the giving of such evidence in open hearing until such time that it will be possible to do so without again compromising the current and ongoing criminal investigations. As I've said, for the safety of those involved and the protection of the investigation itself.
Can I just check, Mr. Sim, the second class of evidence general that you refer to, is that what you have in paragraph 5.2, where you say giving some of your evidence in public with prejudice against ongoing criminal investigation. Is that the second class you're referring to?
The second class, Commissioners, refers to if it happens that during the sitting of the Commission, there is some of evidence that can safely be shared in public, will do so.
Do I understand you to be saying, General, that if current and ongoing criminal investigations reach a point where they're concluded before the Commission has completed its investigations, that you would share that publicly?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Can we then turn, your next topic that you address is your service history and your background. Can you please explain to the Commission with reference to paragraphs 7 to 9, your background?
Thank you, Commissioners. As I've introduced myself, I've been serving as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence since December 2022. My whole service history is contained in the SAPS 96 record of service that is attached as Annexure SDK 1, and I confirm its correctness.
Are you done, or you want to continue with that?
I'm continuing. I joined the South African Police Service in July 1991, as confirmed and reflected in the attached service records, as a constable, and I grew up each and every rank to the current rank of a Lieutenant General. I've served the police for the period of 34 years. Testimony to that are the 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years loyal service medals that has been bestowed to me. I've served and excelled in all policing environments or programs at both operational and managerial levels. That is from crime prevention to crime investigation and to crime intelligence. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And the long service medals, are those reflected in your SAPS 96?
That is correct, Commissioners.
All right. So in your next section, you speak about something called the 5-pillar approach. So as I understand it, this is your approach to crime prevention and combating. Can you please explain that to the Commission?
Thank you, Commissioners. It happened as I grew up the ranks that between 2011 and 2018, I was at the level of a brigadier, and I was appointed the head of national operations, responsible for the planning, the execution of the plan, the monitoring of the operation, as well as the assessment thereof. It happened then that during my course of duty, I identified one of the shortcomings that was affecting our threat-specific or periodical operations, and at some level also affecting the normal operations of the police, which was lack of coordinated efforts. SAPS had become more over-specialized in terms of the environment that you are operating on, which was making it difficult then to approach the operations then in a unified and coordinated manner.
What do you mean by specialized, General?
By over-specialization, Commissioner, I'm meaning that if you are within the crime prevention environment, you'll regard it as your specialization that has got nothing to do with the investigation environment of crime. Hence, then, it was affecting the coordinated efforts in terms of dealing with a particular crime or threat in an operation format. The initiative, then, that is normally called and referred to now as five-pillar approach was meant to address that shortcoming. As I've mentioned that during my assessment of all the operations that I was coordinating nationally, this shortcoming came up and it was rendering our operations to be ineffective. Since then, we had to initiate this five-pillar approach, which was firstly presented to the South African Police Board of Commissioners in 2016, where it was formally approved. I subsequently then oversaw the implementation of this approach in all national interventions or police operations. Since the introduction of this approach, the five-pillar approach then has been adopted as the standard operational methodology of the whole of the South African Police Service.
Before Advocate Hassim asked you to tell us what this five-pillar approach is exactly, I too had a question for you on this. You deal with it in paragraph 10, or I should not even say you deal with it, you mention the five-pillar approach, and you again mention it, let me see where, in paragraph 14 as well, you mention it. But nowhere, unless I've misread your statement, nowhere do you tell us or give us the five pillars. What are the five pillars themselves? I'm asking because of the later mention in paragraph 14, it seems that it is of relevance. If you had just mentioned it in passing in paragraph 10, I would not have bothered, but paragraph 14 suggests that it is relevant. So that's why I want to know what these five pillars are. So,
General, the Chair is asking the relevance of the five-pillar approach plan and what the content is. And as pointed out, you deal with it later to say that that is the approach that informed the work of the Political Killings Task Team. So it's quite important that you set out what the five pillars are.
The first pillar is, the second pillar is, right up to pillar 5.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. The first pillar talks to the intelligence gathering, coordination, and analysis. The second pillar talks to the proactive approach in dealing with crime or a particular threat. The third pillar talks to the more combat approach in dealing with the particular threat. And pillar number 4 talks to the reactive through detection. In other words, focused investigation of reported cases. Pillar number 5 talks to communication and liaison aspects of the whole approach. But as the Chair has indicated, I will dwell much on those pillars when I get to paragraph 14 and linking this five-pillar approach to other operations where it has been used with more specific reference than to the Political Killings Task Team.
Thank you, General. You also give an example is the example that you provide in paragraph 12 an example of the implementation of this approach?
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, indeed, in paragraph 12, we are noting one example of a successful application or implementation of this approach in one of our national intervention operations that we ran in 3 provinces, which was Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and KwaZulu-Natal, that was focusing on rhino poaching or wildlife trafficking. I was the leader, the project leader, as well as the commander of this operation, which ran from or under the nickname Ops Rhino, which ran then for close to 7 years in those 3 provinces, where we implemented this 5-pillar approach in its totality. The operation itself happened then to coincide with a need for us to develop the strategy that was going to be implemented in the country in dealing with wildlife trafficking. I was part of the leadership that developed the strategy that is now referred to as National Integrated Strategy to Combat Wildlife Trafficking in South Africa, which is, of course, internationally recognized as we speak, and it was the first of its kind in the country and was approved by the Cabinet during May 2023. The primary objective of the strategy was to guide the law enforcement agencies in South Africa and to equip them with necessary resources to reduce and prevent the escalating problem of wildlife trafficking. It was recommended by the Cabinet as a more practical tool for the investigation and prosecuting of wildlife trafficking syndicates internationally.
Thank you.
General, where you say it was recommended by Cabinet, you mean commended by Cabinet?
I'm sorry,
That's
Commissioners, it was commended, yes.
And so, General, as I understand, because you're still busy dealing with your background, are you going to return to the issue of this approach to investigations when you talk about the work of the PKTT?
That is correct, Commissioners. I thought of explaining this approach at the beginning of my affidavit because it will assist us as we go through the methodology that is currently utilized in the political killings task team.
Thanks. All right, so can you, in paragraphs 13 to 16, you speak about crime investigation and your role since your background since 2018. Can you briefly take the Commission through that?
Yes, Commissioners. Since July 2018, I was assigned initially as the project coordinator, which subsequently led to my appointment as the project leader from September 2018. The national task team that is still responsible for the investigation of politically related incidents in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. This was as a result of the directive by the President in establishing the Interministerial Committee, which was appointed to ensure that those that are responsible for the killings in the province of KwaZulu-Natal are held accountable. During my initial days in the project, it became clear from also the assessments by the Interministerial Committee, as well as ourselves as the new command, that the investigations in these cases were not yielding any successful results for a variety of challenges that I will also indicate as I move on with the briefing on the establishment of the political killing task team, as well as methodologies employed. It was during the initial stages that I have to develop the strategy that was going to be used. The strategy of which now we refer to it as tried and tested. It is the analysis-led investigation using organized crime approach.
General Mkwanazi and General Masemula told us about the prosecution-led investigation process. You have now added analysis and prosecutorial driven, you call it. Can you explain to us this new aspect of analysis-led, which the other generals did not mention?
Thank you, Chairperson, Commissioners. The analysis-led is the initial approach or the initial plan that we developed at the beginning of the project. The integrated approach came few months down the line. Hence, then I thought that I start from the beginning just to show the investigative approach before we expand it to include then other stakeholders. The analysis-led approach was basically meant to bring different expertise from within SAPS to work in a coordinated fashion. Our approach was, let us get our house in order first before we invite other stakeholders, so as then the integrated approach will be more effective once then we have sorted our own issues within SAPS.
Do I understand you then to mean that the analysis-led was not something applied on a case-by-case basis? It's something that you engaged in at the initial stage, because I do know that the prosecution-led process was on a case-by-case basis. Each case involved prosecutors engaging with the investigators, making suggestions to them on what to investigate, hence prosecution-led investigations. So obviously, that's on a case-by-case basis. Now, I understand your answer with regard to analysis-led to mean that you did the analysis as different role players within SAPS, and I understand this to have taken place at the initial stage. Do I understand you correctly, or was it also applicable on a case-by-case basis?
Thank you, Chairperson. Commissioners, partly it means that, but correctly so. It means the analysis-led approach is also utilized on a case-to-case basis. to explain it further, is we moved away from the investigators-led investigation. We moved towards analysis-led. Hence, even now, our team is made up mainly of different analysts that are leading the investigating team towards the direction that is directed by the information at hand, starting from the initial statement from the docket, which will need a thorough analysis from the operational analysis point of view. But then we'll line up then all the analysis capabilities that are available in the South African Police Service that we know they are there. Your forensic analyst, your ballistic analyst, your call data analyst, your communication analyst, all these different types, your financial statement analyst, we brought them together so as the plan for the investigation of each and every case moves, each and every analyst will be able to deposit their input. For the operational analysts then to look at the holistic picture and be able to direct the investigation of each and every case towards the right direction.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General. Am I right that you will be dealing with this in more detail with reference to SDK4, which is the Integrated Strategic Plan for Investigation and Prosecution of Politically Related Cases?
That is
specifically
correct,
for the PKTT. So you will come back to the question that the Chair asked later on in your evidence with reference to your plan. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. So we're still in the background. Can you explain your background in crime intelligence? So that would be paragraph 17 onwards. I think that's where you were. If there's something you wish to say before you get there, you're free to do so.
I can proceed to paragraph 17, Commissioners.
Sorry, you skipped 15. May or may not be relevant.
I thought so. Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. So before we get there, can you deal with paragraphs 15 and 16?
Thank you, Commissioners. Paragraph 15 and 16 are the extension of the explanation as to how we assess the analysis-led investigation that was implemented in the political killings task team.
Perhaps, I'm sorry, Advocate Hassim. I'm very sorry, General. You were at 14 and I'm the one who moved you away from that after asking you about the analysis-led. There's something that I consider quite important, which is your last sentence of paragraph 14, the one starting the adoption of this multidisciplinary. Perhaps you might want to read that into the record.
So that's the last sentence of paragraph 14.
Thank you, Commissioners. The adoption of this multidisciplinary national task team, underpinned by the five-pillar approach that is coming from the experience of how both proactive and reactive activities or operations in the SAPS were not so effective. The five-pillar approach became also the basis of the approach in the analysis-led approach of the political killings task team and proved highly effective, and as it is now regarded as the benchmark for tackling contract killings of any kind.
That's fine, thanks.
On paragraph 15, we are citing one other example of how effective is this analysis-led investigation, coupled with the 5-pillar approach, can be utilized in any other organized crime approach investigation. We're citing an example where the same political killings task team was assigned to the Eastern Cape in the University of Fort Hare to investigate a series of murder and attempted murder cases that are totally not related to the political environment or killings. There were incidents where the university officials and staff were targeted. It is during those investigations utilizing the same analysis-led in the Eastern Cape where then this approach proved to be effective and proved that it can be utilized in any investigation of contract killings, not only to the political killings. I will dwell much on the investigation or the extension of the mandate of the political killings task team to the Eastern Cape, more specifically, University of Fort Hare later on, Chair.
Can I ask you, General Khumalo, when was there already an investigation ongoing in the Eastern Cape with regard to the University of Fort Hare, or were you, as the PKTT, brought in to begin investigating?
Thank you, Chair. It's one of the yardsticks that we use to assess the effectiveness of the approach, because as was the case in the PKTT KZN, the cases that were assigned to the team were the cases that have been investigated before, either by the general detectives at station level or organized crime units then at provincial level. So same in the Eastern Cape, the cases that were referred to the team were the cases that have been investigated before at station and provincial level.
And why do you emphasize that? Why do you emphasize that these would be cases that had been investigated in the conventional way or by some specialized units, but were then taken over or given to the PKTT? What's the significance of that? The historical aspect of them having been investigated by some other sub-entity before.
Thank you, Commissioner. I emphasize that because I am still in the explanation on the effectiveness of this analysis-led investigation to prove that investigations on the same case that were done utilizing the traditional way of investigation seemed to be not effective. Hence, then, as we implemented it in KZN and it became successful, and we were roped in the Eastern Cape, it also became successful. Hence, then, we concluded that it is the effective approach on the investigation, more especially of organized contract killings.
I thought that's where you wanted to go, but you kept silent at some point, and that's when I decided to ask you the question.
You anticipated my question, Chair.
My apologies, Arwena.
Are you satisfied with the answer?
I was too quick to the draw, I guess. No, I'm satisfied, thank you.
Thank you. General, can you explain for the Commission your background in crime intelligence? And so now we will be dealing with paragraph 17 to 19 of your statement.
Thank you, Commissioners. As I've indicated before, that I was appointed as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence in December 2022. This is the environment that I've spent more than a decade of my earlier career period. It is normally referred to as non-commissioned period from the rank of a sergeant up until then the rank of a junior officer, a captain. I was within the crime intelligence environment. And also between the year 2011 and 2012, I was appointed, I was by that time then at the level of a brigadier within the division operational response services. But between the year 2011 and 2012, I was appointed as the acting head of counter and security intelligence in the division crime intelligence.
Sorry, Advocate Asim, can I just get clarity on this? General, as Divisional Commander of Crime Intelligence and Project Lead of PKTT, where were you based? Were you in KZN or in Pretoria? Because you said in your intro that the crime syndicates had mistakenly assumed that the PKTT was investigating them in Gauteng, specifically in Johannesburg. So I just want to get clarity. Where were you based throughout this period, let's say from 2022 to 2024?
Thank you, Commissioners. Between the period 2022 to date, or to 2024, I was based in Pretoria as the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence full-time. And I was also still the project coordinator of the political killings task team.
No longer coordinator, General. You were coordinator until September of 2018 when General, who is it, Ramatswele, retired. You were coordinator before that and you became the leader. You referred to yourself as coordinator in 2022 to 2024.
Yes, Chair, maybe then it was my mistake that I did not emphasize the fact that when I was made the project leader, I was not stripped of the title of being the project coordinator, which then happened to combine being both the coordinator and the leader.
It's not significant, but it's just that you differentiated between coordinator and leader. When the PKTT was established, you were the coordinator, and you said you then became the leader when General Ramatswele retired in September of 2018. So my understanding then was that there were two positions, one of coordinator and one of leader. So that's, as I say, it's not significant, and I just corrected you, or attempted to, I may have been wrong, when you still referred to yourself as the coordinator. When you said since September 2018, you have now been the leader, and no longer just a coordinator. As I say, let's not get bogged down by that. It's not significant.
Perhaps I could ask one follow-up question on that, Chair. When you became project leader, when you assumed that role after Major General Ramatswele retired, Was anyone appointed as the role of project coordinator?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe then let me link the current period 2022 to 2024 with the yesteryears, so as then we all understand. In 2018, I was holding a rank of a brigadier. It was my co-function to coordinate all national operations. I was the national operations coordinator. Hence, then I had to resume that role, that initial role in the political killings task team from July 2018. And then when General Ramatswele retired, I was then appointed to be the project leader, which coincided with my promotion to a major general's level, the level where General Ramatswele was when he was a leader. And my post then was above the National Operations Coordinator at national level. I was the head of national operations. And then there was then a head of both national operations planning and national operations monitoring. So I was then appointed to the level above the coordinator of national operations. Hence, then the coordination part of the operation that I was doing at a brigadier's level, I was still doing it now as the leader of the operation at a major general's level.
So there wasn't another person who was appointed as the answer. Thank you. I think you were dealing with paragraph 17 when the question arose. Can you continue from there?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. On paragraph 18.
Sorry, General. On paragraph 17, before you leave it, you say that when you, prior to your appointment as the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, the division was beset by numerous challenges. What challenges were you faced with? You then go on to say that you introduced a management style to deal with this, but perhaps you could just explain what the challenges were when you took that office.
Thank you, Commissioners. Maybe then if I may reverse a little bit, coming to the question, starting or linking it up with my acting period between 2011 and 2012 as the acting component head within Crime Intelligence Division. So as maybe it's clear, Commissioners, I'll attach names during that period. It is the period when the current Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal was the acting National Commissioner. And the current National Commissioner was the acting Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. And the current Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence was the acting component head within Division Crime Intelligence. That is between 2011 and 2012. The reason why I reverse a little bit before I come to my second homecoming from 2022, it's because I want to highlight the issues that will then help us understand the paragraph 18 on my affidavit. During that spell between 2011 and 2012, it was during the time when the division was in the public space for more negative reasons than positive. One might say similar to what we experienced since the beginning of this year. The critical issues, without explaining them more, because they are reflected on the state capture report that are talking specifically to the division crime intelligence. So during 2011 and 2012, there were attempts by the acting management that I've cited to put a stop to most of the issues that were negatively affecting the environment. To sum them up, there was a misuse of resources as well as methodologies of the environment. And then during those acting years, attempts were made to correct all those mistakes. If I may refer to the testimony by the then acting National Commissioner who came before this commission as the Provincial Commissioner KwaZulu-Natal and expanded more on the happenings and experiences in relation to crime intelligence during those acting periods. So the division was attempting to move away from those situations, but then unfortunately it did not happen because all the acting heads that I've cited then happened then to be moved away prior to the finalization of that project of trying to turn the environment around.
If your reference to those that were acting includes General Mkwanazi, I understood him to say that he decided to leave and left. And you have said those that were acting were moved. So that would not quite accord with what he said, which is that he decided to leave the position of acting National Commissioner. Unless I misunderstood him or I've forgotten his testimony in this regard.
Yes, Commissioners, in his testimony, it is exactly like the Commissioner is reflecting, decided to move, but not out of free will. So it was the case with also the two of us, the same situation.
Thank you, General. I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
Yes. I was tempted to reflect on the 2011-2012, so as then when I approach 2022, now when I'm appointed the Divisional Commissioner, firstly to say, maybe let me quote the words of the current National Commissioner during my appointment, where he said...
Where are you quoting from, General? You're quoting from the National Commissioner's statement, or...?
No, not the statement.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not in the statement. I'm quoting the words during my appointment as I'm approaching then the December 22, when I was appointed. Why I'm quoting his words is because I want to tie it up with 2011-2012, when he said, go back there, but you must know that everything that you had implemented by then was reversed within 2 months of your departure. So as you go back there, you will start from scratch. Now I'm going to paragraph 18 to reflect as to the status of the division and the program that was put in place then since December 2022.
General, you, in that paragraph 17, and remember that not everybody has got your statement, and you're missing stuff that we think is critical. In that paragraph 17, you do explain how you end up as Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, and then you have spoken to the problems that beset, but then you leave out the last sentence, which starts upon assuming. So you don't explain what happens after you came into a division that was beset with problems. I think you should complete the paragraph.
Thank you, Commissioner. To complete my paragraph 17, I am submitting that in the division, I introduced a management style that has since proven effective, resulting in enhanced stability, more especially at management level, and also in the improved status of compliance with various policies, as well as the cessation of resources and crime intelligence methodologies abuse.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. You can continue with paragraph
Continuing 18. Then to paragraph 18, under my leadership of the division, currently the operational performance has improved significantly. In particular, when one refers to the national security threats that are identified at SAPS level or AOP, talking to organized crime priorities. We have also managed to foster stronger relations with other operational environments. Also, the reports from most of oversight bodies, from the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence at Parliament level, the Auditor General of South Africa, as well as the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, the reports for the past 2 years, they bear testimony to the improvement.
What is the operational environments that you refer to here?
The operational environments, Commissioners, I'm referring to both proactive as well as reactive environments of policing.
General, could you be more specific? So if you're talking about reactive environment, are you talking about prosecution environment, or to be more specific?
To be more specific, Commissioners, the proactive environment refers to what is normally known as visible policing, crime prevention. And then the reactive normally talks to the investigation of crime, because our main purpose as crime intelligence is to provide actionable intelligence to both of those environments, then to effect successful policing. In paragraph 19, in closing on the discussion of my role within crime intelligence, the examples that I've highlighted, they just highlight the broader scope of my contribution in the service, in the South African Police Service, in line with the Constitution of the Republic as well as the South African Police Act. Throughout my tenure, I have sought to distinguish myself by delivering service of particular meritorious as well as exemplary nature, which is characterized by being resourceful, also characterized by correct leadership as well as profound sense of duty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. You probably come to that conclusion a little soon because you continue to set out a bit more of your background and your leadership role. But I think that the contents of paragraph 19 are understood. From paragraph 20, you wished to set out your formal qualifications. So as I understand it, your SAP S96 that you've addressed so far sets out your service background, but not your academic qualifications outside of your service, in-service training, if I can put it that way. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, so can you describe for the Commission your formal qualifications?
The formal qualifications that I possess are the Bachelor of Arts in Police Science with the University of South Africa, as well as the Certificate in Refugee Law and Humanitarian Support, still with the University of South Africa, and also the certificate from the George C. Marshall for the European Center for Security Studies. The program there was the Security, Stability, Transition, and Reconstruction that I attended then in Germany. And the copy of my CV is attached as SDK2.
Thank you. Can you then turn to the next chapter, which is your role within the SAP's leadership? And if you could just focus for now on paragraphs 22 to 26.
Thank you, Commissioners. My role within SAPS leadership currently as a Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, I am responsible for the management of the whole intelligence processing process, which starts with the collection to the analysis and dissemination of intelligence to support the crime prevention, combating, and investigations within SAPS. This role, it involves overseeing the gathering component of the intelligence processing, as well as the analysis component and the distribution within our distribution centers. Moving to paragraph 23, highlighting my key responsibilities. My responsibilities are firstly in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act. Those are the responsibilities of any divisional commissioner of crime intelligence within the South African Police Service. In other words, the appointment or the incumbent of the office of the divisional commissioner is firstly in terms of the Constitution of the Republic, Section 2010, which gives then the powers, the functions, and the monitoring of intelligence services in the country, including those services, intelligence services of the South African Police Service. And then coupled with the Constitution, as I've referred, there is Section 2(3) of the National Strategic Intelligence Act of 1994 that provides for the establishment of the SAPS crime intelligence to gather, to correlate, and to evaluate the intelligence in support of the functions of the SAPS. Before I proceed with the list of the key responsibilities from paragraph 23.1 to 23.8. Commissioners, as I go through the responsibilities, I felt that I need to explain the modalities of accountability within the environment. I referred to the environment as established in terms of the Constitution as well as the SAPS Act, and also in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act. That then will tell us that the SAPS crime intelligence accounts for both overt-related activities together with all other South African Police Service divisions to the Portfolio Committee of Police in Parliament, accounting for Program 4 of the South African Police Service. And the very same division, because of its establishment under the National Strategic Intelligence Act of 1994, together with other intelligence agencies, it also accounts now for covert-related activities to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, also at cabinet or parliament level. Going back to my responsibility as listed on paragraph 23 of my affidavit, first one is the intelligence management that talks to the whole intelligence cycle from collection to analysis as well as dissemination. The second responsibility talks to the strategic oversight, where the environment is expected to collect and package strategic intelligence for the provisioning of such intelligence to the National Intelligence Coordination Center, together with all other intelligence agencies. The provisioning of actionable intelligence to the crime prevention and investigation, and to manage the resources, both overt and covert, and also to liaise and coordinate with other foreign intelligence agencies through the platforms that are in place, like Interpol and also the SADC region coordination of intelligence. As I've reflected, the key responsibility is talking to the dissemination or ensuring that the intelligence products are disseminated then to operational environments as well as at strategic level. The other key responsibility is to ensure compliance with legal requirements, both on Program 4 or within SAPS, and also the legal requirements then that are guiding the intelligence agencies of the country, and to ensure that there is support services then that is looking after all operational environments of the division.
You can continue.
In explaining those key responsibilities, commissioners, one will then deduct that it means crime intelligence remains the cornerstone of SAPS operations. More especially if we look at the shift of our traditional crime threat analysis, moving or leaning more on organized crime, that then will tell us that this is the crucial time where then the effective intelligence within SAPS will be required. without getting into details on paragraph 25, I am indicating that crime intelligence utilize both conventional and unconventional methods in terms of collecting intelligence for operational purposes. In paragraph 26, also, which is in line with my conclusion, as per the previous stanza on my affidavit, my extensive experience within the division crime intelligence is positioning me to address the critical issues, more especially that are referring to the infiltration of both the division as well as the South African Police Service by criminal cartels. Having served in these key leadership roles and also managed sensitive intelligence operations, I've gained in-depth understanding of sophisticated methods that are applied nowadays with organized crime groupings to compromise the operations of South African Police Service as well as the operations of the division itself. This background allows me to identify vulnerabilities in advance and then implement the most effective countermeasures, and also because one of our responsibilities as the division crime intelligence is to implement counter-intelligence measures that are directed towards protecting the operations of the South African Police Service from both the internal within SAPS and outside of SAPS from making our operations then unsuccessful.
You mean the internal and external threats to the work of the SAPS? Okay.
Yes, Commissioners. It is very unfortunate, Commissioners, that nowadays these 2 points of threats are more made possible with the strength of the internal part. The interventions in the SAPS have never been so important like nowadays because of the level of threats that are from within the department or the organization itself. On my next part of the statement, I will be focusing on the PKTT, its establishment, expanding on its working model as well as successes, and also to demonstrate the reasons related to the ineffectiveness that have never been seen before or made to be ineffective of the political killings task team as a reason for its disbandment. Thank you, Chair.
General Khumalo, before you turn to the establishment of the PKTT, when you speak of the threat being so pronounced, is that related to the evidence you will be providing to the Commission in Part B of your statement, and perhaps in camera? Is that what you mean by the threats? Will you be speaking to those?
That is very correct, Commissioners. It refers to the level of internal threats that are making it easier for the external threats to thrive, more especially facing the levels of organized crime that we have to deal with within the country. And it will be contained in my further evidence that I will produce then when I talk to the infiltration of SAPS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You may turn now to the topic of the establishment of the task team. And you can begin with, from paragraph 27.
Thank you, Commissioners. Talking to the formation of the political killings task team, the background thereof was placed before this commission by the National Commissioner as well as the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, and I can confirm that the political killings task team was established at a time when then these political killing incidents were increasing in KwaZulu-Natal during the period leading up to 2018, roughly from the year 2011 up until 2018, when then there was a need for the establishment of this political killings task team. Following the directive by the President of the Republic when establishing the Interministerial Committee that was specifically mandated to ensure that there is accountability for these politically motivated incidents. The IMC then was established by the President, which was made up of the ministers from the State Security Agency, the Defense and Military Veterans, the police, as well as Justice and Correctional Services, which by then was still one department. The IMC was chaired or led by the Minister of Police, who was then, during the time of establishment, General Begicele. The IMC was mandated, as I've said, then to ensure the accountability for these incidents, but most importantly, to ensure that there is corroborative effort between the national as well as provincial governments in terms of dealing with these issues. Commissioners, maybe then I will take an opportunity from paragraph 29 to 30 to explain the common misperception that we have seen and heard around the establishment of this political killings task team. There is a perception that talks to this political killings task team as formed as part of response to the findings of the Moerane Commission of inquiry into political killings in the same province of KwaZulu-Natal, which is not the case or not correct. As far as I recall, more especially as I was part of the initial stages of the political killings task team in July 2018, the Moerane Commission findings were only published in 2019, when the political killings task team was in place or established already. As I've indicated, the processes of establishing the political killings task team started in May 2018 with the planning and also putting together the resources that will be utilized. Hence, then it commenced its operations in July. Of course, the Morano Commission had findings that came after the team was already established. One of the findings talks to the loss of public confidence in the criminal justice system in that province in relation to these cases that are politically related in nature. As part of recommendations, the Moerane report talks to the importance of recruiting and training as well as deploying police officers that will be able or that are properly qualified to deal with the situation as it was the case then, as I've indicated, from 2011 to 2018. One can safely say that it happened that most of the recommendations by Moerane Commission were implemented in advance by the political killings task team, which was already in place. So those findings are contained in our initial threat and risk assessment of the threat that we had to deal with, which is political killings in the province.
General, did the Moerane Commission, did it consider the work of the PKTT at all, or the PKTT as an organization at all?
One can speculate, commissioners, that it did because the political killings task team was already in place when then the commission was still continuing. There were participants to the commission that were also part of the political killings task team leadership at strategic level.
Thanks, General. Would it be correct then to say that the extracts that you've quoted from the Commission, from the Moerane Commission, resonated with what you were observing in your leadership role as the PKTT? Would that be correct?
Yes, Commissioners, that will be correct. As we moved along implementing our concepts within the political killings task team, we were also putting the Moerane Commission findings and recommendations on the table, so as then we can see that we are not off track. There are areas that are talking to the recommendations of Moerane Commission that were implemented after the Moerane Commission's report.
Thank you. Can you go to paragraph 31 then, to 34, where you speak about the constitution of the PKTT?
Thank you, Commissioners. On paragraph 31, I am submitting that the political killings task team was established and constituted administratively by the National Commissioner of Police, which was by then the retired General Sithole. And it was not created through any legislation or regulations. It was, and it is still one of the task teams that will be established by the National Commissioner from time to time. It was established as an ad hoc intervention to deal with the threat of political killings in the province, focusing in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, then, as I've hinted earlier on, that the mandate of the political killings task team will now and again be extended then to other provinces and to other threats other than the political killings. On paragraph 32.
Can I just check something with you, General? Does that apply to all other task teams that you are aware of? Are they usually established by a national commissioner and not, say, by ministers?
That is correct, commissioners. The task teams, maybe before I get straight to the question, let me refer to the background of this particular political killings task team. There was a provincial task team that was in place in KZN dealing with the same matters, which was not established by the IMC. It was established by the provincial commissioner in consultation with the national commissioner. By then, it was provincial-based and using the provincial resources. Then, when the matter or the issue of political killings caught the president's eyes or the national level eyes, that is when then the president appointed the IMC, because the province as well as the provincial subs seemed to be failing to address the problem. Hence, then, when it was escalated to national, it was the national commissioner who had to establish or upgrade the provincial task team to the national task team, which was going to be overseen by the IMC that was established by the president.
The question, more pertinently, as I understand it, is whether other task teams were also set up in the same way by the national commissioner.
Yes.
I see that it's 11 o'clock. General, I trust that you will remember what the question was and respond at 11:15, or Advocate Hassim will repeat the question. Let us adjourn until 11:15.
On the top stories, head of crime intelligence, fifth witness in the Madlanga Commission, and Trump to deploy 200 National Guard troops to Oregon. For SAfm News, I'm Ondalambana, and a very good morning. Crime Intelligence Boss Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo says there's evidence that he will not be able to present before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry as it may compromise ongoing investigations. The commission, which was established to investigate allegations of political interference and corruption in the criminal justice system, has entered its 8th day with Khumalo as the fifth witness. Khumalo, who served as the former leader of the political killing task team, is expected to shed more light on the PKTT's operations and the extent of the alleged political interference.
In my affidavit is all the evidence that I'll be able to share in the public hearing. But alongside this evidence, there is also considerably more evidence at my disposal that cannot be shared in a public space for the following reasons. Sharing some of evidence will expose our methodologies, will expose our informants, the resources, taking also into consideration the current threat assessment.
3 people have been killed in suspected vigilante attacks in the Nkandla informal settlement in Khayelitsha on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Andre Trott says the police responded to a crime scene around midnight and discovered the body of a man burnt beyond recognition. He says while at the scene, officers were alerted to another incident in the same area. Trott says this is where the bodies of 2 other men were found, also burnt beyond recognition. He says in a separate but possibly related matter, the body of a 30-year-old man was discovered in the settlement with multiple stab wounds. Trott says the victim was declared dead on the scene.
The South African Police Service strongly condemns these violent acts, which bear the hallmarks of vigilante killings. Taking the law into one's own hands is a criminal offence and will not be tolerated. Police investigations are underway, and those responsible for these murders will face the full might of the law.
The families of the people who were killed in a crash on the R81 road between Mweketsi and Sekgopo in Limpopo yesterday will be identifying their remains at the Pietersburg Provincial Hospital in Polokwane this afternoon. The deceased died when the taxi they were travelling in was squashed between 2 trucks. They were travelling home to Tiani from a church function in Solomondale, Limpopo. Premier Poppy Ramatuba will meet with the families at the hospital, has spokesperson Tilibali Mwaba.
The Premier is scheduled to meet with the grieving families at the Pietersburg Hospital Recreation Hall to assist with the painful identification process of the deceased. The Premier will be joined by MEC for Transport and Community Safety, Ms. Violet Mate, as well as MEC for Health, Ms. Diketsing Mashiho. The Premier urges all road users to exercise caution and adhere to safety regulations.
Roads which were blockaded in Kabokweni in Mpumalanga since morning due to a violent service delivery protest have been reopened. Police and minibus taxi operators cleared the roads of an assortment of objects that included burning tires and stones. The objects were used to blockade the main roads in the township. The locals took to the streets demanding, among others, water provision. The residents claim to have not had water for a long period. Kabokweni Taxi Association chairperson Tulani Magagula says residents' concerns are genuine, but they should have been informed about the planned action to conscientize with their drivers and commuters. The U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has authorized 200 National Guard troops to be deployed to Portland after President Trump announced the Democrat-controlled city would be the latest to see troops move in. The memo said they were authorized to protect federal property after Trump claimed immigration facilities were being targeted by what he called domestic terrorists. On Sunday, the state of Oregon filed a lawsuit trying to prevent the deployment. Recapping the top story, Crime Intelligence Boss Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo says there's evidence that he will not be able to present before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry as it may compromise ongoing investigations. I'm Wandilambana for SAfm News.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates will rise, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
Spring is in the air, meaning it's almost time for the 10th SA Garden Day on Sunday, the 12th of October. Celebrate the day with a garden party, lunch.
SAfm, setting the nationwide agenda daily. SAfm, setting the nationwide agenda daily. SAfm, setting the nationwide agenda daily. 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 Daily. SAfm, setting the
10 after 11 o'clock. Welcome to the second hour of... Oh, no, it's not the second hour of the show. Geez, we do this. It's becoming like a daily occurrence. Well, I guess it's because it's the second time that I'm actually speaking to you on air. So it feels like the second hour. But in fact, it's the third hour of the talking point. And we, of course, are standing by to take you back to the Commission of Inquiry, where the SAPS Head of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Dumsani Khumalo, has started giving his evidence before the commission, and we will of course stay with it right through to the end of the show. Some of you continue to send your WhatsApp voice notes on different issues. We'll take some of those voice notes and it'll lead us back then to the continuation of the commission.
Good morning, Kathy, and the listeners of the show. Kathy, I'm just enjoying the Mutlatlana Commission on SAfm here from 9 to 10. You know, the open line. Yeah, the open line can make you produce a movie on its own. Kathy, only politicians are dividing South Africans. As a society, we are trying to unite, but politics, they are trying to divide us. Brand Mobile Protect.
Hi, your guy who was wondering about how law was dispensed. He should read a book by Sol Plaatje called Mhudi. It was broadcast on SAfm about 6 months ago during the day show. Lovely book. He should read it because there are lots of examples about how customary courts deal with law, but even between white settlers and African people. Wonderful book, really worth reading. This is Richard in Durban. I recommend Mhudi by Sol Plaatje, the writer of Nkosi Sikelele, I believe. Recommended reading. Have a wonderful day, everybody.
Dumela Kathy. So the lady who called about Advocate Terry Motau, she read my mind. I think I've had this suspicion since morning. I've been toying with that idea that could it be that advocate saw something that he does not like. I'm not sure, but now it confirms my suspicion. I'm not saying we are right, but it confirms that if he is as honest as the lady said, I think it was the right thing to do for him. Yes, Letsolo is London.
Good morning. The question is, who wants to overthrow the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry? Who wants to overthrow it now? What shouldn't be exposed? Who shouldn't be exposed? Why is Terry Matau wanting out? Is he not happy with what is being discussed behind closed doors and how the Commission is steering this thing? There's just too much interruptions when important questions are being asked. They're always steering away from the questions that the advocate wants to ask. So there's definitely something brewing. Teresa.
Yeah, Casey, Willie here in Kuma. Casey, the statement made by our president that the results of the Madlanga Commission will not be binding really is of great concern to me, to us as well. So it means that we're still going back to Zondo Commission that did not yield results at all. So the president must come up clear on that. Thanks. Willie here in Kuma.
No. This is General Dumasani. He's the head of crime intelligence. Oh my lord. Oh, what is going on? Well, everybody up until him now, even though he is highly decorated and all the stars and all the medals to prove it. But seriously, man, he's just reading his statement like he never read it before. Some he knows, but he doesn't. This one, I'm doubting this one. General Dumasani, hi. Thanks, SAF listeners.
Good morning, Kathy. This is Makwarele Shinyazo from Toyambo. You know what, Kathy? This thing of the ANC, that they will always want to rename streets names and removing the old names with the new ones and removing statues and replace it with the new ones. These things must come to an end. How is that helping to solve the unemployment crisis that we have in this country?
Administratively by the National Commissioner. And the question is whether this is how other task teams, national task teams, have been constituted. Or is it only the PKTT?
Thank you, Commissioners. All the task teams are constituted administratively by the National Commissioner, who has to assign the resources to the task team, including financial resources. The IMC is appointed or established by the President. It's appointed at a cabinet level to ensure that the resources of national are then also taken down to a province where then the National Commissioner has to implement the safety and security measures that are talking to the identified threat or complaint.
So the answer to the question is yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Hassam, if I may, if I can just take you one question back because of an explanation that you gave later on. I asked the question whether the Moirani Commission considered the role and the work of the PKTT. I just want to clarify, when you said PKTT, there was participation, did you mean the PKTT is now constituted in 2018 or the provincial task team? that participated in the Moirani Commission?
Thank you, Chair. The provincial task team that was in place when the Moirani Commission was constituted, and looking at the political killings incidents that the provincial killings task team was working on, they were participating at all levels, from the police to provincial government to the Moirani Commission.
So that takes us to paragraph 33. No, sorry, paragraph 32. Can you elaborate on that, please, for the Commission?
Thank you, Commissioners. Paragraph 32 talks to the second level of the strategy when then the IMC had directed that an integrated strategic plan needs now to be developed, so as then other criminal justice stakeholders can be part of the intervention. Then that strategic plan was then approved by the IMC, which was then talking to the two main stakeholders, which is South African Police Service as well as National Prosecuting Authority, taking a leading role in the development and implementation of such strategy. Moving to paragraph 33, one is highlighting the fact that the PKTT as an operational level or operational wing of this intervention, its work was overseen by the National Steering Committee at national level, the IMC, as well as the Presidency of South Africa, of the Republic of South Africa, that had established the Interministerial Committee.
And what do you mean by overseen in this context?
The overseen by the National Steering Committee, I'm referring to the fact that the resources that were deployed in the PKTT since July 2028 were no longer the provincial resources, but were national resources. That is why then the National Steering Committee had to oversee and account for the deployment of those resources.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you conclude then on paragraph 34?
Thank you, Commissioners. In conclusion, the PKTT that was operating in KwaZulu-Natal under my direct supervision, as well as Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi as the Provincial Commissioner, focused on addressing politically motivated incidents in that province of KwaZulu-Natal, as I've said, directed by the National Steering Committee and then accountable to the Interministerial Committee as well as to the President. And then in the Eastern Cape, the PKTT investigated crimes within the University of Fort Hare as designated or directed by the National Commissioner.
General, what does that entail? PKTT operates primarily in KwaZulu-Natal under my supervision. What does that supervision entail? As I understood your earlier answer, you were based in Pretoria and the PKTT operated in KZN initially. So what was the nature of your supervision of the PKTT? Was it merely reporting or what did it involve exactly?
Yes, One of the, thanks Commissioners, one of the good practices that we have implemented in the political killings task team is to improve on accountability, which talks to continuous reporting. I will explain that when I get to the reporting structures. But it means that even if you are not physically in the operational area, you are still supervising and giving guidance because you are getting daily reports that are talking to the activities as well as the feedback on each and every activity.
So practically, how would you do that if you are in Pretoria?
Based in Pretoria, I still receive those daily reports. I'm still able to guide the investigations with continuous interaction with the commander, operational commander that is on the ground, and then I'll do visits now and again if there is a need. But then there are those periodical visits that one will pay to the team.
General, the minister, you say at the time the minister was Minister Cele when the PKTT was established. In your recollection, did Minister Cele, outside of the IMC, the Interministerial Committee, did he give any directions to the PKTT, instructions or guidance outside of the component of the IMC?
According to my recollection and my knowledge as I've been there, there were no instructions that will come from the minister as a chair. The chair as well as the IMC, they will receive the progress report from the political killings task team on a continuous basis.
Thank you. General, we're going to be going through a section now. You deal with the issue of reporting structures. As you do so, could you provide the Commission with information as to how often these structures reported to each other and what the reporting line was? So you would begin now at paragraph 35.
Thank you, Commissioners. From paragraph 35, where we are talking to the reporting structures of the political killings task team, as it's always, or it's part of the 5-pillar approach, that you first determine the operational area. In this case, the mission or operational area was the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Now, for the proper implementation of the strategy, it has got that requirement that you need to cut your mission area into small, manageable parts, so as then you are able to be everywhere. It is taking the mode of, I will refer to the SAPS, the organization that I know very well, that is represented or that is managed at national level, but represented then up to grassroots or station level. So our approach in this project was the same. We determined the whole province as the mission area as it was affected by these incidents, and then we divided the province into 4 parts, which are the south coast of the province, the north coast, the Midlands, and the central part. And then we had to put then those small manageable teams in those areas that will be responsible for the daily activities which are reported on daily basis at the Mission Area Coordination Center that is, or that was situated then at the provincial office.
So did those smaller units, the Tactical Joint Operational Centers, report to the Mission Area Joint Operational Center? Or how did that work, and how often?
As I indicated, Commissioners, earlier on, that we were and are still implementing the analysis-led investigation. So at the mission area, head office level, we will have then the commanders that are experts on each and every part of, firstly, analysis. The different parts of analysis, there will be commanders at a mission area level, as well as the commander of investigations, that they will sit then at that head office level to give guidance to these 4 teams. But the same structure and expertise that are found at mission area level will be duplicated at all tactical level, those 4 small manageable structures, so as then they are able to give guidance also at that level.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get a sense of practically how that would work. I understand what you're saying about giving guidance, but practically, how would that work? How often would they meet, for example?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. As I've indicated earlier on, that one of the best practices or pillars of this approach, firstly, it emphasizes more on command and control. It emphasizes more on discipline. It emphasizes more on accountability, irrespective of the level. You may be at a very lower level of SAPS, but you are still accountable for each and every action or tasking or activity that is expected of you. So that is done on daily basis at a tactical level. And then on daily basis, the commanders there will submit the report at mission area, head office level. So the mission area is moving together with these 4 teams continuously or daily. And then once a week, then they will have that extended mission area meeting where the 4 commanders will sit with the commanders at mission area level to plan for the week or month. In other words, they will be giving the medium-term directives, so as then at tactical level, then they are able to give those daily taskings that are inputting into the medium-term directive given every week.
Thank you. So that's the at operational level, and then in paragraph 36 you deal with reporting lines above the operation, well, from the MAJOC upwards. So can you take the Commission through that, please?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe then to explain paragraph 36 properly, so I will start from where I ended with the 4 small manageable areas in the province that are reporting on daily basis to the mission area. And then the mission area, they will consolidate the weekly reports. At tactical level, it's daily reports. And then at the end of the week, the mission area, in preparation for the weekly meeting, so as they are able to guide the lower level. And then the MAJOC, or the mission area, will then report to the Provincial Steering Committee, and then and thereafter the Provincial Steering Committee, together with the leader of the operation, will report then to the National Steering Committee. During the previous years, the reportings to the Provincial Steering Committee as well as the National Steering Committees, it was always, every time, there will be an interministerial committee. So as then all the structures from grassroots level will be having the common understanding on the progress in preparation for the reporting to the interministerial committee.
Thank you. Is there anything further on those reporting structures? If not, then we can go to the organogram.
So maybe then, Commissioners, if I may indicate the importance of these reportings. I've touched on the main purpose of the 4 small manageable teams reporting on daily basis to the mission area command structure. The further reporting, it's not only about like to the Provincial Steering Committee as well as the National Steering Committee. It's mainly to escalate the challenges that cannot be attended to or resolved at provincial or at MAJOC, at the mission area level, so as then the Provincial Steering Committee can intervene. Same applies then to the National Steering Committee that is responsible for the deployment of the national competencies. Same applies then to the IMC. I will make an example of the report that was made to the IMC, which was then escalating the challenges that were coming from tactical level, the 4 small manageable areas, to the mission area, and they were not successfully resolved, and then they were moved to provincial, to National Steering Committee, up until the IMC. Those challenges are contained in a letter that was compiled, citing all the challenges that are at operational level, which was then signed off by the chairperson of the Interministerial Committee to attend to those issues that could not be addressed at operational level. The letter, I'm not sure whether it's attached to my bundle, but it's the letter that was referred to under oath by both the DPP KwaZulu-Natal as well as the Provincial Commissioner KwaZulu-Natal, the letter that was signed by the former chairperson of the IMC.
I don't
I'm sorry, just for clarity, a letter that I remember that was signed by then Minister Ele, which was referred to by the KZN Director of Public Prosecutions, is a letter which, on my understanding, preceded the formation of the PKTT. General Cele, or rather Minister Cele, in that letter was highlighting all the problems, even referring to 2012 cases, I think, all the way up to about 2018 cases. So basically saying these are the problems that have been encountered with regard to all these cases. And after all the engagements that then followed, the PKTT was formed. Now, I understand you now to be mentioning this letter in the context of an already existing PKTT, and I'm a bit confused.
Thank you, Chair. As I've indicated, that the preparations, the assessment, the compilation of plans started during May, when the National Task Team was preparing to come on board. Then from May, June, July, the letter was written when the task team was already on the ground. So most, if not all of the challenges were experienced by the task team at operational level that were escalated throughout up until the IMC level.
General, would this...
It's a pity we don't have the letter readily at hand. I would have been very interested in its date so as to relate it to the date, of the formation of the PKTT. Are our techies in a position to show us the letter? I'm just interested in the date, that's all.
And while we're trying to find that, would this question also be answered through your annexure SDK3, which is the information note that was prepared to report on the challenges and what needs to happen going forward? And we can deal with it when we come to that annexure, perhaps, which is quite soon. It's SDK3. Have we got it? General, the letter is now available. It might be easier for you to look at it at the screen just behind you.
Oh, I see, it's 24 May 2019, so the PKTT already exists.
Yes, Chair.
As I said, I'm probably confused. It seems, I should not even say it seems. It's clear that I was. Sorry about that, General.
Chair, if I could I pause for 1 minute I actually intended to hand up as an exhibit for the assistance of the commissioners, and I think it was going to become even more important as we continue with this witness, a working chronology. And so it'll give you a quick guide as to where the witness's testimony fits in the overall timeline of events. May I seek leave to hand up that as exhibit CJC1? Thank you, Chair. Okay, so if we may then just revert to the paragraph where the witness was addressing the question of reporting lines of the PKTT, which was paragraph 36. And General, you've covered this, but could you also explain to us how often the IMC met? How often would there be reports to the IMC, and for what purpose? Was it for policy guidance, or can you just be a bit explicit about that?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. At political killings task team level, we were not privy to the scheduled meetings by the Interministerial Committee. We will get the notification as then it will be inviting us to come and brief the IMC. But based on the experience and being involved, there were meetings, one, maybe twice per year on the initial stages up until 2020 as a result of COVID-19. And then one will remember very well from our side that there was no IMC during that time, and then afterwards, and then the committee resumes to meet or to convene. So at provincial and national steering committee, as I've indicated, mainly the national steering committee will meet now and again when there will be IMC, but most importantly, towards the end of the deployment period, and then the National Steering Committee will sit and assess the performance and get a detailed threat and risk assessment so as they are able to take an informed decision in terms of extending the project or not.
Thank you.
General, when you say end of deployment, you mean the end of the authorized period?
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay.
So at the end of each, as the end of the authorized period was drawing closer, there would be a report to determine whether there's a need for the extension of the work of the PKTT, in essence.
Yes, Commissioner, that will be the case because the National Steering Committee is made up of national directors generals that are deploying the resources. That meeting will take place towards the end of each financial year, so as then they can determine, firstly, the need for the extension, so as then they can inform the IMC in advance of the extension or termination based on the current threat and risk assessment. That will be the practice then each and every financial year.
Thank you. Your next topic then is on the organogram and the structure of the PKTT, but you begin with an assessment of the work that was already ongoing by the provincial team and the challenges. So can you start at paragraph 38?
Thank you, Chair. As I've indicated briefly when I'm discussing this part of the establishment of the National Political Killings Task Team, that the IMC was formed around May 2018, and then the IMC had their initial meetings in May as well as June, when they went down to the province of KwaZulu-Natal to assess the interventions that were in place addressing the complaint or the threat or the issue that has been raised by the President. And then they received briefings from the provincial task team by then. During those two initial IMCs, where then they will do the assessment, and then one of their observations was that that task team was working in silos, and the members that were deployed in that task team, as they were from local level, they were compromised, and that more especially it did not have an investigation and prosecutorial plan or strategy. That as a result, then there was little or no progress in the investigation and prosecution of these cases, the point that I highlighted earlier on as to what is it that the National Task Team had to put in place in order to correct that situation. I touched on the plan by the Political Killings Task Team that was informed by the 5-pillar approach, which was confirmed as a solution to most of the problems that were identified by the IMC. One can add that that happened at a time, I saw during the testimony by the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, when he highlighted that the establishment of the National Political Killing Task Team coincided with his acting period in the province. And I was also seconded to the province, not for political killings, but for provincial operations in the office of the Provincial Commissioner. So the movement from the Provincial Task Team to the National Political Killing Task Team was overseen by myself. Hence, then, it was not that difficult to compile the strategy because the strategy was emanating from the tried and tested 5-pillar approach that has been proven to be successful during the wildlife trafficking interventions. Then the same plan was then implemented in KZN.
Thank you. So can I take you to your annexure SDK3, because that speaks directly to the implementation of the strategy that you just referred to. And this is the information note, as I understand it correctly, is prepared by, well, you can say who prepared the information note. That's on SDK3.
The information note was prepared and compiled by Brigadier S.D. Kumalo, who happens to be the Lieutenant General Kumalo, the witness to the commission, on the 15th of June, 2018.
You, in other words.
Me.
It was prepared by you. Thank you. And in paragraph 3, perhaps you could just read paragraph 3 of the first page.
Paragraph 3 of the first page.
Sorry, General, before you do that, and for purpose of the record, so that when we later look at this, there's no confusion, Ms. Hassam, at page 19, it indicates, the document indicates the signature of Mkhwanazi NS, and then as you page through, unless I miss it, I don't see General Kumalo as one of the parties preparing. Well, what does it mean, General, that you prepared and yet it is signed by General Mkhwanazi?
Thank you, Commissioners. The current operational or administrative guidelines in the SAPS, in line with the command and control, the compiler of the plan, because this was the plan, will not have to attach the signature on the communication of the plan. You will only attach the signature on the plan itself that will be used at operational level, because it will be your plan. But then the plan that is inclusive of other strategic decisions then will be signed by the accounting officer of that particular environment. In this case, it was the acting provincial commissioner, KwaZulu-Natal.
Commissioner Baloyi, could I ask you to turn to page 22, and that might answer your question. It's not page 22 of the information note, so I believe it's the last page.
I see that.
At the bottom, it indicates information note compiled by.
Thank you.
Brigadier Escalation.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, to go back to where you were, General, you were talking about implementation of a new strategy now, right? Could you please read paragraph 3 on page, of the first page of the information note?
Paragraph 3 of paragraph 2 under background reads, the IMC in full interministerial committee met with the task team that was investigating these cases on the 21st of May 2018, and one of the preliminary observations was that this multidisciplinary task team was working in silos and that it does not have an investigation and prosecutorial plan or strategy that is aligned to the overall government priorities contained in the National Development Plan 2030, the medium-term strategic framework, and other key policy prescripts of creating safe and secure environment.
Thank you. And then on page 15 of that bundle, so 2 pages over, is paragraph 3 addressing then the proposed strategy? Is that what is being set out in paragraph 3? And related to that, is this your 5-pillar approach?
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, indeed, paragraph 3, that is having a heading, the operational approach and concepts. It talks to the approach that I've explained of the establishment of the mission area and tactical areas, and also further on it lists the competencies or expertise that will be needed in terms of the 5-pillar approach to implement the plan.
Thank you. And if we then turn to page, page 19 to begin with.
Can I just ask, sorry, I do apologize for this delayed question. General, in where you set out the pillars, and that's bullet point 3, and then there is a sub-bullet there, which is the second one, the second sub-bullet after 3. It's so the first one is crime intelligence gathers, and then the second one is NIU and TRT to implement. You see that? You see where I'm referring? Yes. Yes. Are you able, without disclosing anything that you shouldn't be disclosing, if there are any anxieties coming from my question, why it is that it is the NIU and TRT that are deployed for this kind of project as against the usual policing units that you may have? And I ask because they both in urban legend have the reputation of being tough, and when they appear, no nonsense. We are told to stop our nonsense when they appear. Is there a particular reason that it is these units that are being used?
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe let me start by highlighting the difference between, on the 5-pillar approach, the proactive as well as combat approach. Proactive is your normal crime prevention capability. And then the combat one is starting from the public order policing to TRT, the specialized uniform. The specialized uniform then in terms of training. So coming back to the question as to why in this case, Pillar 1 talks to crime intelligence gathering and analysis. So that is the pillar that will be deployed in advance in any operation to conduct a thorough threat and risk assessment that will help the determination of the deployment capabilities. So in this case, and then based on the threat and risk assessment that was conducted, then it was determined that the proper and suitable level of deployment from the specialized uniform will be from tactical response units and national intervention units.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. I think that it's a question that we will return to again as we go through the work of this team. So, General, at page 19 is the recommendation to implement the strategy that was outlined in the preceding pages. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And the second recommendation is for a budget to be approved for the operationalization of that plan. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And the amount for that budget, can you just let us know?
The estimated budget for that initial deployment of the political killings task team was at 49.1 million for the period of 6 months.
And from what budget was that to be drawn?
It was
province?
It was going to be from the national budget as the plan and the implementation, as well as the recommendations and the request for these resources, because the plan and the request was for resources, personnel, as well as financial resources. So it was going to be from the national budget.
So the request was for the budget to be approved as a national budget, and that's indeed what then followed. Is that correct on pages 20 and 21, the signatures?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Thank you. So that deals with your annexure SDK3 and paragraph 38. I think now where your statement intends to go is to the setup of the structure of the team. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners. Under paragraph 39, after the approval, we are indicating that indeed then from July 18, then we started then implementing the structures as I explained earlier on.
Can you then turn to paragraph 40 and maybe you could just read paragraph 40 and then we can go to annexure SDK4.
Paragraph 40 reads thus: to enable the political killings task team to function as a multidisciplinary team, including personnel from relevant law enforcement and justice agencies, an investigative and prosecutorial strategy was developed. Such strategy is attached as annexure SDK4.
And is this strategy then meant to address the lack of coordination between different stakeholders or different agencies within law enforcement?
The integrated plan attached as SDK4 is now meant at improving the coordination, streamlining the activities of other criminal justice system stakeholders as I reflected earlier on, that the main stakeholder was National Prosecuting Authority, which were then part of this integrated plan.
Thank you. So if you can turn to SDK 4, and particularly after you deal with background, at page 27, you explain the objectives of the strategy. Can you take the Commission through that, please?
The objectives of the strategy, Commissioners, was to immediately attend to, investigate and prosecute reported incidents of politically related cases in KwaZulu-Natal, to implement the multidisciplinary Troika methodology consisting of intelligence gathering, crime investigation and prosecution, to ensure perpetrators of politically related cases are arrested and prosecuted as speedily as possible, to instill the public confidence as well as stability, to identify and successfully prosecute the kingpins or masterminds behind the politically related cases, and lastly, to optimize the provision of witness protection program.
Thank you. So the approach, as we're learning, is different from the business as usual approach. And that brings us back to the question that emanated from Commissioner Baloy, and specifically on page, just need to find it. Oh no, it's fine. It's actually not in this annexure. It's in a later annexure. I'll come back to the point about the approach and the use of different agencies. Can you then take us to paragraph 44?
Thank you.
Of your statement.
Commissioners, paragraph 44 reflects to the extension of the mandate for the political killings task team. As I've hinted during my introduction, that it happened that during the year 2023, there was a complaint from the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare about the slow or no progress at all of the cases that were related to the university. And then that complaint was then handed over by the presidency to the 3 ministries who had to come up with the intervention. Those 3 ministries included the Minister of Police, through the National Commissioner. Then the extension of the mandate was extended by the National Commissioner for the Political Killings Task Team to be deployed to go and intervene by investigating those cases in the University of Fort Hare.
Thank you.
I'm looking at paragraph 44.2, General. It says, in response, I prepared a proposal for recommendation by the National Commissioner and approval by the Minister to extend the PKTT to the Eastern Cape I just want to understand approval. Why would this have had to be approved by the minister? I'm asking this in the context of evidence that has said on operational matters, the minister is not supposed to be involved. Was this not an operational matter? Why would the minister have to approve?
Thank you, Commissioners. The approval as reflected under paragraph 44.2 is not directing or talking to the Minister of Police approving the deployment. The PKTT was operating in KZN. So it was the National Commissioner who approved the operational deployment. But then the chairperson of the IMC had to be informed, because the very same chairperson of the IMC was also one of the ministers that were assigned by the President to intervene in the University of Fort Hare, Eastern Cape.
For me to understand, did the same thing happen then? That is an approval by the minister when the 10 PKTT members were sent up to Gauteng, where we are sitting, to assist with the GCI ops investigations. Did the minister have to approve that? If not, why not? Aren't the two comparable?
Thank you, Commissioner. No. My response will be no in the latter, and then why not will be the deployment in the University of Fort Hare, Eastern Cape, as I've indicated. It came the route of the presidency as assigning 3 ministers to intervene. Then the assistance in the Gauteng counterintelligence investigation was an operational decision after the facts and lots of consideration in terms of then the threat that was in place. So it is not, the Gauteng counterintelligence investigation is not streaming from the presidency to IMC route. It was just an operational decision at National Commissioner's level.
Can you maybe go to page 99 of the same document under the heading recommendations?
Page 99.
Of this statement?
No. It's page 99 of SDK 7.
Yes, Commissioner.
Does that assist in answering the chair? Remember the chair asked you, why does the minister need to approve this document?
Thank you, Commissioner. It assists a lot. This was the progress report that was directed to the President, who had assigned the 3 ministers. So it was not an approval of the deployment, but is to give progress to the President on the signature of the Minister of Police, who was one of the ministers that were assigned.
General Khumalo, could you read the sentence under recommendations, just so it's clear for the record? Because that was, in effect, what was recommended by you.
It is recommended that the Minister takes note, the Minister of Police takes note of the progress report and approves the draft response to the President as attached.
Thank you.
Chair. It seems to me then, General, that 44.2 is not quite accurate. Or am I missing it altogether?
You are correct, Chair. Yes. Reading it together with the National Commissioner in one line, referring to this information note, is not quite accurate.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Asim.
Thank you for the correction. But Chair, sorry, we skipped a beat. We will jump to paragraph 44 without dealing with paragraph 43 and annexure SDK 5. So, General, could you go back to paragraph 43? And in paragraph 43, you talk about a briefing to the IMC, which you attached as SDK 5. Can we go to SDK 5?
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 43 reflects on the first IMC briefing that took place on the 3rd of August 2018, where it was during this briefing where the PKTT gave their first progress report to the IMC, which was for the period the 9th of July up until the end of July. During that time, the PKTT had only those 20 days lifespan, as it was formally established on the 1st of July. But then the reporting period, maybe, Chair, to explain the difference of the official establishment and the commencement. As the national deployment, it is impossible to have the operations beginning on the same day. You need mobilization week. So between the 1st up until then the 9th, the 8th, that's when then the operations started. Then SDK 5 talks to the briefing that was presented then to that first IMC of the National Political Killings Task Team.
Thank you. And then on page 51 of SDK 5, does this depict what you are saying in your last sentence of paragraph 43? That it was in that short period of time that 126 dockets had already been referred to the PKTT.
That is correct, Commissioners. Within those 2.5 weeks, the team was already allocated a total number of 126 dockets. And in page 51 of the annexure, we are reflecting the distribution of those 126 dockets in line with the plan that I explained earlier on, that we had divided the province into 4 small and manageable areas of operation. The 126 dockets were then distributed accordingly to those 4 teams.
Thank you. In the same annexure, at page 83, there's a, if you could just explain to us what are these cases that you're referring to. You've got a list of cases. Is this a report on the status of those dockets that now were within the remit of the PKTT?
Thank you. Commissioners, as part of this initial report, we had to list all the cases that were already allocated to the team, dividing them amongst those that were still under investigation, those that were at court already, and those that were finalized if there were any. So under page 83, we are reflecting one of the cases that when the team came in was still under investigation. There was no accused that was charged on that case, and as it is reflected on a different color, it was the case, I think on this report there are other 2 or 3 cases that are highlighted. That was an indication of the cases that the team had worked on within that 2 to 3 weeks and had the potential of going to court by charging identified suspects.
Okay, so the point of the highlighting is to say those are the ones that are now ready to go forward to those are the ones in which you've made significant progress. I just want to understand the highlight.
The highlight is talking to those where the team had made progress within 3 weeks. It's twofold. This particular case is still going to be part of my testimony, affidavit. It also talks to the misinformation that has been flying around, that talks to when the team was established. This case was already at court, but I will discuss that in details as we move on.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll return to that, you say. Then can you go to paragraph 45? And this is where you...
Sorry, Ms. Hassan, if I may, before you leave entirely paragraph 44. The general under SDK 6, that's the letter from the president, and this relates to how the PKTT ends up looking at the Eastern Cape, in particular University of Fort Hare. And I just want to clear what might be a gap for me. We have earlier in your statement a description of the IMC, who constitutes the IMC. Now, this letter from the President is addressed to the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans and the Minister of Police, and then it's copied to the Minister of Education, and then somewhere in the body of it, I think it's paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, it says, in paragraph 4, it says, I have directed Minister Nzimande to engage with the security cluster to find more sustainable solutions towards arrest and prosecutions. This is about Fort Hare. Is security cluster the same as those people that you have described in your paragraph 28 as constituting the interministerial committee?
The understanding might look exactly like that, commissioners, but then the establishment of the IMC is done on a different directive like this one. So the interpretation of the relevant ministers by then was then that the Minister of Education needs to engage the security cluster ministers to assist him. That was the understanding of this directive from the presidency.
Yes, I'm asking the question to clarify because if you recall, earlier I asked the question whether in your recollection or knowledge, Minister Cele had ever issued instructions to the PKTT or relating to the PKTT, and your answer was no, not to your recollection. And I think I understood you now to say in this case of Fort Hare, he did, and yet there's also, well, you said he approved the plan, but also there's the reference, it being a referral by the president. I'm just trying to see where does the IMC fit in this referral of the Fort Hare issues?
Thank you, Commissioner. In response, maybe one has to tap from experience because one was part of this process. Maybe starting by explaining the timeline, looking at the date of the letter from the presidency, which is dated the 8th of March 2023. The 8th of March 2023 came when the intervention was already in place. The initial complaint by the Vice-Chancellor was telephonically, it happened on the day when the driver of the Vice-Chancellor was killed. So the deployment and the decision and the deployment happened prior to the letter directing. So the initial decisions, operational decisions by the National Commissioner was responding to the agency of the matter as then came up during the engagement between the National Commissioner and the Vice-Chancellor after the complaint telephonically to the President, which was followed later on by the directive dated 8th of March 2023.
General, that clarifies it.
And then for completeness, perhaps, so then SDK 7 is the information note that you prepared to address the extension of the mandate to University of Fort Hare. Is that correct?
I think it's more a report.
SDK 7.
SDK 7.
Commissioners,
yes,
it's
a report.
The progress report that talks to my previous explanation that yes. The written directive by the presidency came after the intervention was already implemented. Hence, the response is in the form of progress report.
Understood. Thank you.
Does that explain, if you go to page 97 of the progress report? So if you look at block 3, investigating team, it says national task team. Does that mean the task team was already deployed?
That is correct, Commissioner.
At Fort Hare?
That is correct, Commissioner.
When this report was prepared?
That is correct, Commissioner.
In fact, General, if you look at 99, page 99, the date of the report, the letter from the President is the 8th of March, and then your report is the 23rd of March. So that speaks to what you've just said, that you were already in deployment by the time the letter came.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you.
That decision was made solely by the National Commissioner. No minister was involved in the decision to deploy.
That is correct,
the task team at Fort Hare.
Yes, Commissioner.
So that addresses the deployment to the Eastern Cape. And then in paragraph 45, you speak of the mandate being extended further to include traditional leader killings in KZN. Can you just address paragraph 45 for the Commission?
Thank you, Commissioners. During March 2024, the mandate of the Political Killings Task Team was extended then to include the killings of traditional leaders in the same province, KwaZulu-Natal. The operational area remained the same, but it was then the criteria of cases that was extended, the information note as per SDK 9 will give then more on this extension of the mandate.
And the extension note, the information note and the extension, this is really for for resources to enable the operation of the work on the traditional leader killings. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners. The National Commissioner decided to extend the mandate based on the discussions that he might have had with the affected environments at his level. Hence, then it was then extended as per paragraph 5 of the SDK 9.
And then at paragraph 100 page 110 rather of that annexure, the approval was for 20 million. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Can you explain, you had requested more than that, is that correct? And can you just explain the approval of the budget?
Thank you, Commissioners. The request was for the budget for the financial year 24-25. That was submitted towards the end of March, and then the approval was granted for 20 million instead of the amount applied for as reasons provided by the accounting officer that the further allocation will be finalized then during the allocation of budget for the department for that particular financial year. So this was the approval of the first few expenditure activities before the approval of the budget for SAPS.
And that budget too was to come from the national budget, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
So in your statement, you then go to the status of the dockets at 31st December 2024. Can we go to paragraph 46, please?
Perhaps before that, Ms. Assam, if we just go back to that information note and for completeness, because this may well become relevant somewhere down the line. General, at page 109 of that information note, you have a comment. So you've got that approvals list. You're the first in that list of signatories as the recommender. And then General Sibia signs approving on the 26th of March 2024. And then you've got General Dimbane. There are notes there, and I think importantly perhaps, let's look at the second note, Ms. Hassan. That's post-elections. I can't quite read all of it. And then the general, it seems the National Commissioner comments in the next page, following that note from General Dimbane. General, if you would just read that. That's post-elections?
So it's the second bullet,
yes,
second dash.
The second dash, yes.
the second dash, post-elections, the task team be deactivated as it has been in existence for for the last 5 years.
Yes.
It's not quite clear,
Yes.
but I think it reads for the last 5 years.
Yes.
Chair?
And in the next page, where the National Commissioner approves the amount of 20 million, he says something, and I really, again, can't quite read it. If you can, perhaps you should read that into the record.
The National Commissioner, on his approval, responding to the comments by the Chief Financial Officer, states that the task team will continue beyond elections so long there is work to be done. Team cannot be localized to KZN.
Now, following this, and this is in 2024, March, April, when this new approval is given, or extension is given, has there been discussion as leader of the project? Has there been discussion internally about relocating or deactivating, to use General Dimpane's language, deactivating the team, the task team?
No, Commissioners, there has been no discussions about the deactivation of the task team, political killings task team.
Until the 31st of
Until the
December.
31st of December.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Asu.
Thank you, Commissioner Beloy. If I can ask a follow-up question on this. The information note was prepared by you, and it was approved by the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, at the time was Lieutenant General Sabia. And then, obviously, it needs to be approved by Financial Management and Administration. And that is where we see the comment that post-elections, the team is to be deactivated. So when you were engaging, I mean, did you engage with Divisional Commissioner for Financial Management and Administration on those comments, on those notes?
Thank you. My responsibility, as it's rightfully reflected there, starts with the submission. As the project leader or manager, starts with the submission to the next level, which is then the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection for his or her recommendation. And then it was recommended, and then the next step then is the financial approval, which is then the Chief Financial Officer or the Divisional Commissioner Finance and Financial Management and Administration, which then indicated the availability of funds in words instead of indicating with those comments. And then the same submission then will be then to the National Commissioner, the accounting officer, to give the approval. So firstly, the engagement needs to be between the two. The CFO, who is then allocating the financial resources, with the accounting officer, who is approving both the operation as well as the financial allocation as recommended by the CFO. So the logic for now, commissioners, will be the initial discussion was between the Chief Financial Officer and the accounting officer in terms of streamlining the recommendation into the approval.
Thank you. That clarifies it. You didn't have a discussion with the CFO. Thank you. So your next, the next issue you turn to is then moving away from April 2024, when this was approved for budget, to December 2024, where you explain now the number of dockets that were in your possession as at that time. Can you take the Commission through your paragraph 46, please, and the table?
Thank you, Chair. The status as well as the workload that was with the political killings task team as at the 31st of December 2024, starting by explaining the number of tables that are reflected there. They talk to the extensions that I've explained under the establishment of the political killing task team, as well as the extensions that were there. The first column talks to the political related cases that is based on the establishment since 2018 July. The cases that were allocated to the team as at 31st of December 2024 were 333. The case dockets that were talking to the mandate of the political killings investigation. And then the second part talks to the parallel cases that were also allocated to the team in addition to 333. Those are 90 cases that, as at the 31st of December, were investigated and accounted for by the political killings task team based on their request. The reason that will always be there for a parallel docket to be requested from a particular station will be either during the analysis by the team, it will come out that there is evidence that is linking the political related case with a particular case at any other station or country. It's either through ballistical analysis, it's either through fingerprints, it's either through the modus operandi and any other similarities that the team will recommend that that docket be assigned to the team for parallel investigation together with the main docket. So as at the 31st of December 2024, those dockets were 90. Then the other group of dockets, it's ad hoc dockets that were 120 as at the end of December. Those dockets are related to the task team will now and again conduct intelligence-driven operations that are mainly targeted to getting or finding the murder weapons, the firearms that are used in these political killings incidents. So during those operations, and then the team will confiscate a lot of unlicensed firearms for ballistic testing or ballistical analysis, and then some of those firearms then will be positively linked with the political related cases, and those that are not positively linked, and then the team will register. It's self-generated dockets. This will register then a docket of possession of unlicensed firearm. Those dockets were 120 at the time of this report. The next batch talks to the cases related to the traditional leadership killings in the province. As at December 31st, there were 51 of those dockets that were allocated to the team. And then the University of Fort Hare cases, they were 18. And then we are giving then the sum total in terms of the dockets allocated to the team as at the end of December to be at 612.
Thank you. So
is
if the...
this, sorry, General, is this the report that was presented to the Minister in February 2025?
It is part of the report.
It is. When was this report prepared? The case management docket status report. I'm assuming it is after 31 December 2024.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. It's soon after 31st of December, but the report was at the end of December.
So if there were 612 dockets as of 31 December, how do we come to the number 121 that we have been talking about in the Commission, that the 121 dockets that were to be handed over to head office?
Thank you, Chairperson. Commissioners, fast forward to the famous number of 121 to explain it at this stage. This is the report as at the end of December. So the number 121 became famous around after March. Then that will mean that some of the, or 4 of the cases that were still under investigation as at the end of December were now no longer under investigation, but they were at court. Hence, then the difference between 125 dockets under investigation in this report as at the end of December and the 121.
So the 121 dockets are dockets that were under investigation?
That is correct, Commissioners.
All right, can we go to your paragraph 47?
Thank you, Commissioners. Then going to paragraph 27, unpacking the stats as provided on paragraph 46. We are reflecting that the figures as highlighted under paragraph 46, they demonstrate both the scale and diversity of politically related cases in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and also talking to the systematic approach that is used by the team that I explained earlier on in order to ensure accountability on the investigation and prosecution of these cases that are involving then the political stakeholders, the municipality employees or officials, as well as officials at the University of Fort Hare and the traditional leadership as per the current mandate and the extensions of the political killings task team. Looking at the numbers that I'm talking to under paragraph 47, the 612 dockets that has been allocated to the team gradually, so as and when the case is reported or as and when the mandate is extended, as at the end of December, 600 and out of that 612, only 125 of those dockets were still under investigation, with most of them being the contribution of the late extension of traditional leadership dockets that was still having less than a year within the task team. Those are 44 dockets. But then looking at the finalized dockets, more especially those that are finalized guilty, that will talk to the successful implementation of this adopted approach. And then moving on to paragraph 48, where one is explaining other most important facts that need consideration instead of only numbers as reflected there to determine the successfulness, to determine the adding of value or no value of the team. There are other aspects that need to be looked at. The team is not addressing murder cases the traditional way as it is done within SAPS currently. Where someone is killed, you go out and look for the killer, and then you try to link that killer with the evidence that you have in your possession, and then you consider as a successful investigation. As the team is approaching these investigations using the analysis-led as well as the model of investigation. As the team approaches the docket, the first phase of investigation is not directed towards finding the killer. The first phase is directed towards determining and confirming the motive of this killing as to who might have wanted this particular deceased dead, instead of asking as to who's responsible for the killing. The first part talks to who might have wanted. It is that thorough motive investigation.
Is that the so-called hit orderers that
Yes.
the National Commission
Yes,
referred to?
yes, I'm going there, commissioners. Once the motive is identified, then automatically it will come up with identification of persons of interest. That will be plotted on the organized crime blocks because the contract killing has got permanent stakeholders that needs to be there. So it will be the replacement of a spotter by a name identified as a person of interest. Thereafter, the next phase of investigation will talk now to the collection of evidence that will be directed towards the linkage of identified persons of interest with that particular incident. Hence, then, that will talk to the team having a successful rate in terms of charging also the hit orderers, those that will, under normal circumstances, will be very impossible because they are seldom present at the scene of crime. But then, based on the methodology that is in place, the team has managed for the past few years to charge some of them. Also, the other advantage that is, or the other successfulness of the team stemming from that particular model of investigation is within the motive investigation, it will be clear as to not only who wanted this person dead, also why that particular person will want that person dead. And then that's where, in most cases, also in line with the findings of Moerane Commission. In most cases, where the political principals or office bearers are attacked or killed, it will mainly be for fraud and corruption, sometimes for positions, but in most cases, with the current threat assessment, is for fraud and corruption. So the team then will register that docket as a motive docket to be investigated together with the meta docket, so as then the one who benefited with the disappearance of the deceased will also be held accountable. I am very slow, commissioners, to explain that part because now and again one will get accusations or allegations that are unfounded or baseless, that the team will go as far as choosing which fraud and corruption docket just to investigate outside the mandate. All the fraud and corruption dockets that are currently accounted and investigated by the team are linked parallel to the meta docket, and they are motive dockets. Also, we have seen a decrease on the...
So, just before you, that's the encapsulation of your
49.
Of your paragraph 49. So, yes. and the aim, as you say, is to target the person who is ordering the killing, the contract killing. So, would it be fair to say that if you're successful in the approach that you've described, that contract killings would go down?
That will be my next explanation under paragraph, or towards the end of paragraph 49, that looking at the timeline, when the team managed then to implement all the concepts, the methodologies, that's when then the decrease of contract killings into the space of political killings were showing decrease in terms of the next page of 49, under paragraph 49.
So you'd like to go to the table?
Yes, please.
I think that the table needs a bit of explanation. And can you just first explain to the Commission what this table represents?
The table represents the number of dockets, not the incidents, the number of dockets that are allocated to the team as defined in the mandate in the province of KwaZulu-Natal from 2011 to 2025. Then the separation per year is for the number of cases in total versus the number of murder cases, in other words, where people were killed. So as then one cannot lose sight of the magnitude of the killing themselves. I will explain later on as to what made the team to get to that determination.
So, to be clear, the blue bars are the numbers of politically
related cases.
Yeah. And of that number, the red bar reflects the murders.
The murder cases, commissioners, that's correct.
And what is the green bar then?
The use of the green bar from 2018 up to 2024, excluding 2022, was just to see the periods where the killings were decreasing. but they are still supposed to be red, representing murder incidents, but the use of green is just to try and understand the decrease or increase of murder cases.
So, yes.
Sorry, General, what's LGE and NPE in that graph?
Thank you, Commissioners. The LGE and NPE, LGE stands for local government elections, NPE stands for national and provincial elections. So the threat assessment has always been correct to say during those particular periods in our country where we have local government elections or national elections, will experience the increase on these cases. That was the threat assessment that was done by the team since 2018. The 2017, 2016, 2015 backwards to 2011, those are the cases that were allocated to the team on their arrival in July 2018. Then from 2018 July moving forward, those were the cases that then were registered when the team then was already on the ground. So the monitoring thereof was talking to the decrease of murders moving forward. But then, before I get to what happened in 2022, I will explain the highest number of cases combined in 2018, which is 58. That was during the time when the policy at local government was implemented, where local councillors will be able then to be allocated some resources if there are incidents then of criminality against them. So most of these cases in 2018 were faked intimidations or attempted murder sometimes. So that's what increased the number of total cases in 2018. But fast forward.
So, General, we're going to break for lunch soon, but just to finish this point, are you referring to what the National Commissioner was speaking about? I believe he made a reference to false TR, threat and risk assessments. Is that what this is talking about in 2018?
I'm referring to the same fact that the National Commissioner referred to, which was prevalent in 2018, of those faked. Some of them will go to the extreme. We have the recent incident where the councillor was trying to burn the house, so as then that can be the reason or evidence for him being attacked. Unfortunately, he was the only one who escaped fire because he was aware of the whole plan. Unfortunately, 3 or 4 kids and the wife perished in that fire. So it's one of the incidents that are talking to what was prevalent during 2018, and it's still happening. But most of those were intimidation and sometimes attempted murder incidents.
Thank you. Chair, is this an opportune time?
Yes, let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Kids have mentioned here, whether it's Maumela, whether it's Mazibuko, whether it's Ket Matala, whether it's X, even with their infinite wisdom or thuggery, they could not have achieved what they did without the cooperation and participation of government officials.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has established a 3-member team to determine the fitness of Advocate Andrew Chauko to hold office. The South Gauteng Director of Public Prosecutions was suspended in July. He is among others accused of weaponizing and using the NPA to protect the politically powerful and corrupt individuals. The inquiry will be led by retired Constitutional Court Judge Bess Ngabinde, assisted by Advocate Elizabeth Baloyi Mere, SC, and Tenjiwe Vilagazi. Presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya explains.
The inquiry will look into certain serious allegations regarding Advocate Chauko's fitness and propriety to hold office as a Director of Public Prosecutions and as a member of the National Prosecuting Authority. In terms of the Constitution, the National Prosecuting Authority Act, and the rules of natural justice, an inquiry as regards to the allegations made against any Director of Public Prosecutions must be conducted fairly and impartially.
The president of Operation Dudula, Zandile Dabula, has opened a case against the EFF in Gauteng. This after the party last week said it had opened a case against the movement and its leader following the death of a 1-year-old child at the Alexandra Community Healthcare Center in July. According to the party, the mother of the child, a Malawian national, was denied access to the clinic as she could not produce a South African ID. Subsequent to that, the child allegedly died. Dabula has accused the party of lying to the public about the incident as well as opening a case against her and the movement.
I've opened a case of intimidation, assault by threat, and criminal defamation as per the Cybercrime Act. Because they went out there and labeled me as a murderer and lied to the community that they have opened a case against myself, Operation Dudula, when they knew that's not true. You know, we got to the station and it was confirmed that they were turned away because they wouldn't have been the right people to open a case against me for murder. There was no proof.
Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Khumalo has highlighted how the 5-pillar approach which he introduced to the South African Police Service aided the political killings task team in cracking major cases. Khumalo has told the Madlanga Commission that the approach enabled SAPS to tackle operations in a unified and coordinated manner. He's testifying at the Commission, which is looking into allegations of political interference and corruption in the criminal justice system. Khumalo says one of the successful applications of the 5-pillar approach have been seen in Mpumalanga, Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal, where police focused on combating wildlife trafficking.
The operation itself happened then to coincide with a need for us to develop the strategy that was going to be implemented in the country in dealing with wildlife trafficking. I was part of the leadership that developed the strategy that is now referred to as National Integrated Strategy to Combat Wildlife Trafficking in South Africa, which is, of course, internationally recognized as we speak.
Details have emerged of Donald Trump's new plan to end the war in Gaza ahead of a meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington later today. Trump said Arab leaders already backed the blueprint, while Israel said the deal had not been finalized. The BBC's Yolanda Nell has the details.
Well, what we know from Israeli media is that these meetings have continued between the Israeli Prime Minister and his key aide and White House officials, and their goal really is to try to close the gaps between the US side and the Israeli side when it comes to revisions that Israel really wants for this 21-point plan that the White House is pushing. And the idea should be that when President Trump meets the Israeli Prime Minister later, the gaps should be as small as possible, with the hope that then the two leaders can come out at a news conference and announce something.
Recapping the top story, Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi says criminal syndicates would not have succeeded in looting funds at the Tembisa Hospital if they did not have the backing of government employees. Health Minister was responding to the Special Investigating Unit's report into corruption and maladministration at the Tembisa Hospital. I'm Ondela Mara for SAfm News Headlines at 1:30.
Hello,
Hello, my name is Rifilwe Madubo, also known as Fikile Maponya, your rich, bougie auntie who takes no nonsense. I made it out of the ghetto and into the penthouse, CEO of Maponya Media. Make sure to catch Generations The Legacy every Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. SABC 1.
I don't love school. I don't love trying to learn like everyone else learns and falling behind when I don't understand. But I do love learning. I do love working to my own schedule and getting the support when I need extra help. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Who's behind the mask? A singing pineapple? A disco dancing dokolosh? It can only mean one thing. It's the Masked Singer US Season 9, the only show where celebrities hide behind wild costumes and even wilder vocals. Is that Beyonce? No, it's your dentist dressed as a giant taco. Unmask the madness, the mystery, and the mayhem. Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. on S3. S3's got the masks, the music, and maybe your favorite celeb in a flamingo suit. Don't miss it.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. Time to switch and save. Call 08600 60,000 today.
You are the poster child, the biggest saver we've ever had.
I decided that I would contact Outsurance and let them work out what they could do for me.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, big saving. 2,794 Rand a month.
That's over 33,000 Rand a year.
And it was the easiest switch ever. Real people helping real people get real deals.
Go to outsurance.co.za now for a 10-minute quote that could save you thousands. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's, and information online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. Visit outsurance.co.za today. You always get something out.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
I'm drifting away into the darkness. Izothatha umthwalo ndimbeke mqolo mama. Ubomi bunzima. Just lift my head up high. Open my eyes and I will fly. Oh, I'm barely coping. I'm feeling closing. Looking up, hoping the heavens will open. Mdali wesulu, dikhalela kuwe. Open up,
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
A little Amanda Black to kickstart our Monday afternoon today. Amazulu is the name of that particular song. Powerful vocals on that offering from the singer-songwriter who was on stage at this year's Standard Bank Joy Your Jazz. Oh, what a weekend was had. I don't know if you managed to make your way through, but if you did, if you're one of the many thousands that converged at the Sandton Convention Center, I hope that you had a memorable time. It was such an incredible 3 days of music with international and local stars converging on the 4 stages and bringing us stellar performances with some surprises as well along the way. Who would have known that Thandiswa Mazwai would have jumped on stage with Omusangari to bring us a little number as the final act for the showcasing. If you missed it, well, hey, you can go onto our social media pages and rewind to some of those snippets. For now, though, we are chiming in. As you know, the Madlanga Commission is on their lunch break at the moment, and so we take the time to just dip in with the Full Circle and bring you some local programming. We're going to touch base with Dusibahle Mota, who's an SABC News reporter, and just get a bit of an update of what's been happening at that commission for day 8 thus far this morning. And we've seen, of course, the police criminal intelligence head, Utumsani Kumalo, taking to the stand with evidence being led by advocate Adila Hasim this morning. And then we're going to touch base with the iSchool Africa Disability and Inclusion and Accessibility Program Manager and talk around coding for inclusion and deaf developers and the program they've got in place for that. And before we know it, it's going to be 2 o'clock and it's going to be time for us to return back to Pretoria for that Madlanga Commission. Let's take a quick pause, come back. Sibahle Mota is going to tell us what's happening in Pretoria.
This Heritage Month, SAfm invites you to journey into the past while shaping the future under the theme, Reimagine Our Heritage Institutions for a New Era. We celebrate the stories, traditions, and voices that define who we are as a nation. From vibrant conversations to thought-provoking debates, SAfm is where heritage meets innovation, connecting generations and keeping our culture alive in a changing world. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
I've been holding hands with you.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we're catching up with SABC reporter Usibahle Mota, catching up on what's been happening on day 8 thus far at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry into those high-level accusations that were brought forward by KZN police boss Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi in July. So, Usibahle, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good, and good afternoon to you.
Oh,
it's a gloomy one.
Listen, and I'm rested. I didn't even go out last night. I'm the rested one. But good afternoon to you. It is a gloomy morning, or rather gloomy afternoon. And can the same be said out in Pretoria?
I mean, you know what? I think because the commission has been ongoing for this over a week now, it's still very gloomy, and I think more of the details of this political killings task team, as well as some names, can be dropped, I think, after lunch. So I think we wait and see. It is gloomy still here in Pretoria, but I mean, this commission is actually keeping us wide awake and very interested.
Let's get into what's been happening. Before we even dip into what Dumsani Kumalo, the police criminal intelligence head, had to tell us this morning, let's just touch on the amahemhem, as they say on the streets, that unfolded over the weekend. City Press reporting that the chief evidence leader, advocate Terry Mutau, is petitioning to vacate his position. There's a lot of conspiracy already around what could have prompted him to want to step down from the commission.
I mean, there's no official confirmation from the commission, and I mean, this is actually one of the departments that gives us regular updates about the witnesses that are yet to take the stand. So I understand that it has been broken as a story by the publication, but we are yet to receive any confirmation. But I mean, judging from what is happening in the commission, he's not the only evidence leader that the Madlanga Commission has employed, but I mean, we have various other leaders. So the hope is that there won't be any delays, because this Madlanga Commission, if you remember, Bridget, was under strict instruction from President Cyril Ramaphosa, who wanted 2 reports, one at the end of the 3 months and another at the end of the 6 months, saying that it must conclude its work. So we are not anticipating any delays, and this is, for me, it's just still speculation right now, as the commission is remaining mum, on whether or not Terry Mutau will still remain part of the Madlanga Commission. But we have various other evidence leaders who are expected to take over, as, I mean, these people don't all work in silos, because they are expected to produce the recommendations and findings emanating from the Madlanga Commission.
If we had to, stay on the rumor mill train for a second, and would there be cause, for instance, for any of the evidence leaders, cause to worry? A lot of the conversation, people are citing, things like security, intimidation of evidence leaders, and that kind of energy. Would there be cause, perhaps down the line, that we should maybe steer on the side of caution, that we don't lose any evidence leaders in this commission? Because ultimately, if we lose, also maybe it might cause a delay.
And I mean, that is a cause for concern, to say that so many explosive allegations have been made. And I mean, right now, the evidence that's been given by General Khumalo is the evidence, I feel, that will tie everything together, that will tie everybody together. So there should be concern if these reports are true, especially because we don't know the reason behind him saying that he wants out of the Madlanga Commission, if it's security related or if it's personal, if it's a personal matter, or even maybe he has other cases. Nobody seems to know. We are all in the dark. But I mean, even if it means him exiting the Madlanga Commission, it will definitely cause an outroar, or uproar rather, to the general South African, who is worried and wants to get to the bottom of this alleged criminal syndicate that links officials, who are in high offices and in very, very crucial departments. So I think it's definitely a cause for concern. And I still maintain that we need to just wait for the Madlanga Commission to actually give us the reasons, and maybe if Terry Mutau himself has decided that he's not longer going to be part of the commission.
Okay. Now, if we have to go back to this morning's proceeding and sitting thus far with Utumsani Khumalo, give us a rundown on what we may have missed.
And I think, Bridget, people just need to understand who Dumsani Khumalo is. I mean, previous witnesses have lauded him for his work, saying that he's cracked some of the top cases that we've seen in the media. This includes the case of Cindy Somagaga, who was assassinated in 2017, and we're only getting just now to see the perpetrator being sentenced this year, and apparently the person who issued out the hits being incarcerated this year. So she's behind some of the top criminal cases. This also includes one of the whistleblower, Armand Swart from Hierarchical, who was also gunned down just this year. And his expertise is only limited to political killings. I mean, he came up with an integrated approach to even crack down on wildlife syndicates, rhino poaching, endangered species. So I think what he has done for us is just take us through his time span in the police services, where he's been a police for 34 years and has been awarded various medals. But what he has said is basically corroborated the evidence of Matsimola as well as Mkwanazi, saying that he does believe that the disbandment of the political killing SWAT team came directly from a concern within this criminal syndicate underworld because they believe that they were closing in on them. So he does believe that it is politically motivated and largely driven by this those criminal syndicates that we've heard about in the media. So he hasn't yet dropped the names that we are all expecting, and maybe we are expecting him to do that just after lunch. But he's a key witness in this, and I believe that if we thought what Mkhwanazi had actually relayed to us, I think Khumalo's evidence is the one that South Africans should be waiting for.
And a lot of people tend to agree with you, on the socials, and word of the street is that he does hold the damning evidence, the evidence that will be the nail to the coffin.
No, definitely, because as you remember, Mkhwanazi had actually said that Khumalo would present every piece of evidence to the allegations that he's saying. And remember also, Mkhwanazi has been largely criticized, saying that people were saying that, no, he hasn't presented the evidence. So I think Dumsani Khumalo's evidence is the one that is meant to support Mkhwanazi's allegations, although we have seen the evidence from Mkhwanazi, but I think he's supposed to detail to us all the cases that we are working on, although some that he can't speak on camera because of the sensitivity of the matter and the fact that they are under investigations. But he is the one who was at the forefront of these cases, who was investigating and leading some of these teams who had cracked some of the major cases.
One can't help but play devil's advocate, or perhaps entertain conspiracy theories when we do these touch bases with you, Sibatle. Here's the other thing that a lot of people have been saying, well, how sure are we that those that are going to be coming before the commission to collaborate what Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi has, set out, that they won't succumb to some kind of pressure as the commission unfolds in real time, that they won't succumb to some kind of pressure to either alter or change or, perhaps walk back some of what they've expressed to him.
No, definitely. That's what some people are saying. But I think, these evidence leaders as well, Bridget, are quite experienced in their jobs and in their work. I mean, some that we've seen even in the State Capture Commission who have led quite a damning evidence or even witnesses. So I think also people, in as much as this information or this testimony has been damning, especially coming from the National Police Commissioner, from the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, we also just need to wait for all these phases to be completed, because there are 3 phases. And these are the first phase. Obviously, we are going to hear a lot of the evidence that corroborates some of the testimony from Mkhwanazi and Masimola. But also there's a second phase where people are going to come out and defend themselves and justify their actions. So I think we do get a little excited and draw up our own conclusions, but we also just need to be patient and see, and just see this Madlanga commission to a conclusion. I mean, I get excited as a reporter every day about something that's going to come out, and I'm equally excited to hear Mkhunu's side of the story and anybody that may have been implicated in the commission.
Absolutely. To change gears just for a second, I know that we have not prepped you for this, and so I'm throwing you a bit of a curveball, because that's not the only big story that's currently unfolding in SA at the moment. If we cast our eyes on East London right now, a very important day for the economic freedom fighters today, after 7 years of that gun discharge case against their leader, Julius Malema, and of course his former bodyguard, Andrea Snyman.
Yes, definitely. That I see on the socials is currently taking place, and it's been some time, Bridget, that case has been ongoing. So I'm not sure if it has reached its conclusion or finality, as I am occupied with this Madlanga commission, and I can only catch up probably when I'm driving home and I'm more relaxed. So we wait and see how the East London Magistrates Court will rule in that matter.
Absolutely. Sibatle Muthe, thank you so much for the time. And Sibatle is an SABC news reporter. Very interesting situations that are unfolding both in Pretoria and in East London right now. That judgment, that court has been sitting since 9 o'clock this morning. The judge still meticulously going through her judgment, still up until now, 1:30, still doing that. And hopefully we'll get a judgment, a verdict before we wrap up the show. Or maybe it will come through in the early parts of the National Pulse with Ashraf Gada. I know a lot of people waiting with bated breath to see what's coming out of that court in East London, because it does have some dire implications on the EFF leader if found guilty of those gun discharge counts that he is facing. Let's take a quick pause and then we go to Ondela for the headline news.
Wait is over. The 2025 and 2026 English Premier League season is here, and the battle for glory is hotter than ever. Can Mohamed Salah light up Anfield once again? Will Erling Haaland keep smashing records for Manchester City? And can Bruno Fernandes drive Manchester United back to greatness? Every goal, every clash, every heart-stopping moment live. Catch the Premier League Saturdays at 3 p.m. only on S3. S3, open up.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates will rise, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
Youth football is on a real vibration in Chile. 24 under-20 national teams are fighting for the ultimate glory. Rally behind African champions, Amachita, including 3 continental representatives, Egypt, Morocco, and Nigeria. This is the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. Catch the action live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4, and SABC radio stations from 27 September to 20 October 2025. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumele Nkune, SABC Sport football analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumele Nkune's analysis of Ibola Letu on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
On the news headlines, Action SA says it will unveil the Ekurhuleni Metro's mayoral candidate on Saturday. Party leader Herman Mashaba says their candidate for Ekurhuleni will be someone known in that community. Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi says criminal syndicates would not have succeeded in looting funds at the Tembisa Hospital if they did not have the backing of government employees. The Health Minister was responding to the Special Investigating Unit's report into corruption and maladministration at the Tembisa Hospital. And Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Khumalo has testified at the Madlanga Commission how General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi did not vacate the position of Acting National Police Commissioner out of his free will. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Hi South Africa, my name is Mazola Molefe, SABC senior journalist and touchline reporter. Well, what makes me laugh? A lot of things make me laugh. Family, seeing my kids grow, becoming the human beings that they are. Some of the stories that I come across are quite laughable. My favorite setup in the house has to be my man cave. I've got a wife and 2 kids. Not that I'm trying to run away from them, but if I had to choose between being a pilot, taxi driver, and a bus driver, it's a tough one. I wouldn't choose either, but if we put a gun to my head, maybe a bus driver. It's tough to walk in the mall sometimes because people are stopping you, wanting breaking news, wanting updates on everything. So that's what I love the most about SABC.
Catch sensational touchline reports on match days with Mazola, Super Journal, Killer, Mulefe. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
African Under-20 champions, Amachita, chase a crucial win, while the Cagoose believe they have a special winning recipe. Africa is up against Oceania. This is the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. South Africa tackles New Caledonia on Friday, 3 October at 1 a.m. Live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, let us catch up now with Zuleika Gulam, who is with iAfrica. And Zuleika is the iSchool Africa, rather. My apologies, Zuleika. iSchool Africa Disability Inclusion and Accessibility Program Manager. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, Bridget. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much. Thanks for asking. All right, before we get into the program, maybe let's get some context around iSchool Africa.
Of course. Thank you for the question, Bridget. And I'd love to expand a bit. So iSchool Africa is an NPO. We are existing since 2009, and we take your Apple technology to your most under-resourced, marginalized rural and township schools. We take the technology to the learners, we give the teachers training, we empower the teachers, we immerse ourselves in the community, and we have programs like disability inclusion, which is my personal favorite. We have coding and robotics, and we transform the education of these learners who never imagined to have this opportunity before, and we really transform education for them.
So we know that September is Deaf Awareness Month, and of course we wanted to just take a moment to highlight the thousands of South African children that have hearing loss, and these kids still facing barriers and challenges till today, Zuleika, 2025, in accessing quality education and technology. How do we ensure, and the work that you do, how does it ensure that there is continuous inclusion and those systemic barriers are also broken down so that kids who do have hearing loss or who are deaf are able to also access digital technology, also able to take part in education around digital advancement and things of that nature?
Thank you, Bridget. And it is very sad that there's still there's limited access to resources to school. There's so many misconceptions about deaf learners, especially that they can't excel in their digital fields. So we take these inclusion programs with our accessibility features, and we give them an opportunity to thrive with their unique skills. So we give them an opportunity to still have access to coding, to still have access to videos, to equip them with skills and confidence to step into the workplace and to also have an opportunity to be innovative.
And the opportunities, Zuleika, the opportunity for kids from the deaf community to harness it and exploit, especially when we're talking around coding, for instance, which is something we've been talking about now for the last 5-7 years.
So at Africa, we actually have a Coding for Inclusion program. And it shows learners that just being deaf doesn't mean that you are limited. You can still change the world. Your voice still matters. You can still thrive. And we provide them with this opportunity, an opportunity to show their talent. So we combine technology, accessibility, and mentorship so that they can graduate as app developers, as coders, and really excel.
Is it a program that, I mean, you know, sometimes we like to also just close our eyes and imagine the practicalities of a program. Maybe if you can just paint us a picture of how some of these programs are uniquely designed to provide inclusion and accessibility for kids.
Absolutely. Thanks, Bridget. And the reason we use the Apple technology, firstly, a lot of people don't know that it comes with built-in accessibility features. So regardless of the disability, whether it's physical, cognitive, you have these features which then assist you in accessing the technology. So we use this for our learners. We take these programs with the hardware, with the software. We train the teachers to then empower the learners in accessing the content and accessing the software in conjunction with the accessibility features. So there's no limitations to them. And it's not difficult training. We empower the teachers because an empowered teacher can empower a learner. And it's actually a very smooth transition because once the learners feel that they have access, the world is so much easier for them to navigate.
Now, you've been at it as iSchool Africa's Education Trust for the last 15 years now. Some success stories in some of the under-resourced and underdeveloped communities that you worked in?
Bridget, I could talk for hours, but with regards to our deaf community celebrating Deaf Awareness Month, iSchool Africa won a very prestigious award, and we went and accepted it in the UN in Vienna. It's called the Zero Project Award for creating a world with zero barriers to those with disabilities. And we won it for our Deaf Developers Program. And in this program, there were a group of deaf learners who went through a learnership with iSchool Africa, and they are now qualified iOS developers. And they are such role models. They go back to our deaf schools, they motivate the learners. They really stand as symbols of zero limitations, zero barriers.
And I mean, that speaks to some of the inspiring stories of your graduates. And is there also a sort of adjacent program to the one that you run at a school level with iSchool Africa, where perhaps after your graduates are now qualified and they are trained, then you help them in placing within coding or technology sectors for them to be able to get employment or even maybe further mentoring and internship?
Yes, so after their internship, they are at the moment actively sitting in our office as app developers. So we absorb them, we train them into being part of the company, and you train the company in being accessible and accepting those with differences. So we put them into the world to inspire the next generation of deaf coders, but also to create and inspire those around them to become inclusive and accessible environments. So yeah, they are working. We have many deaf developers that are app developers. They are working on programs. They're working on apps. It's incredible to see the integration.
Lovely. I mean, I love the work that you are doing. I think it's absolutely important and vital work. And I just also, I think I wanted to touch on, you know, a program like this has such infinite possibilities, Zuleika. It can go to every corner of the continent, every corner where it's needed.
Absolutely, and that's what we do, Bridget. We are active in all 9 provinces in South Africa. We don't limit ourselves. Where there's a learner that needs something, we are there. and especially your rural communities and your rural areas, because that's where learners need it the most. That's where all the potential goes unseen and unnoticed. And we put ourselves there, and we would hopefully expand to more schools and more communities, but we really believe in lifelong commitments to the communities, not just once-off initiatives. And that's why our programs start off at school and support learners to their employment.
Now, when we talk about accessibility, which is a big cornerstone of the program, it's one thing to put devices and skilled individuals in front of students and show them how this technology works, but the technology needs to be powered by some kind of mobile satellite systems, especially when we're talking rural areas where connectivity is still just such a challenge. How do you work your way around that? Do you have partners that you've onboarded who you bring along on the journey who are able to speak to some of those challenges?
So we always welcome partners and corporates and government, civil society, but also the communities, because the communities play a great role in the development of the school. iSchool Africa has a unique program and offering where we take the iPads to our schools in a case for security, but it also gets updated remotely, or in this case, it gets charged. So we take away any difficulties and we make the access to education just smooth.
Those of us, our listeners who are listening, who are like, okay, I need this program in my school, and they're not going to wait for the program to find them and identify them, how can they get in touch with you guys?
Okay, for the listeners, you definitely do need the program in your school. So please reach out to us, but not only schools, also government, civil societies, the private sector. Let's work together to transform the education, because we need everyone to come together. It takes a community. So if a school wants to join us, please reach out to us at info@ischoolafrica.com. I will put you on our database and you become a partner school. The same for any partners that want to join us. We are open. We always welcome any kind of collaboration, and we want to cater for our learners of South Africa.
Wonderful stuff. Zuleika Gulum, thank you so much for the time. And Zuleika is the iSchool Africa's Disability Inclusion and Accessibility Program Manager, and they're doing important work there in under-resourced and underdeveloped communities, specifically within every rural corner of the country. You heard us say they are active across all 9 provinces, and they're powered by Apple. And they're bringing really access to technology, access to coding opportunities that will benefit deaf youth across the country. And if you happen maybe to be a part of a school or a community where there is a need, she says that you can contact them on info@ischoolafrica.com. That's info@ischoolafrica.com. It is 2:45, just gone 2 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. We are going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and get into our kids programming, Kids Corner, before we come back and wrap up the show from our end and cross on over to day 8 of the Madlanga Commission.
Power, land, loyalty, blood. In the heart of Montana, the fight for the Dutton Ranch is far from over. Betrayals cut deep, enemies close in, and every choice could be their last. Yellowstone, Season 4, where family is everything and nothing is off limits. Every Tuesday, starting September 2nd at 7 p.m., only on S3. S3, open up.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195, and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
AFCON Under-20 champions Amachita are ready to play their hearts out to secure 3 vital points. Meanwhile, Team USA want to demonstrate a superior game plan. Africa confronts North America. This is the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. South Africa clashes with the United States of America on Sunday, 5 October at 10 p.m. Live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Good morning, friends, and welcome to Know Your World. Have you ever heard about the Isimangaliso Wetland Park? Where do you think it is situated? What do you imagine it looks like? Maybe rivers, forests, or even animals? And if you could visit the Isimangaliso Wetland Park, what would you hope to see there? All right, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashley Kabamba. I have heard about the Isimangaliso Wetland Park before. It's an incredible place in South Africa, specifically in KZN, along the eastern coast. From what I imagine, it must look absolutely beautiful, like a mix of green wetlands, rivers, lakes, and even some sandy beaches. If I could get the chance to visit, I'd really love to see all the wildlife, especially hippos, crocodiles, and maybe even some elephants. I've also heard that it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site and that it is one of the most diverse ecosystems in South Africa. People say it's super peaceful, but also full of amazing natural beauty. Honestly, it seems like the perfect place to connect with nature and see some rare animals up close.
Good day everyone, my name is Lorraine. No, I've never heard about the Isimangaliso Wetland Park, but I've heard that it's situated in KwaZulu-Natal in Durban and it is a World Heritage Site. I think this park looks just like Kruger National Park. It has roads which you can travel and see different kinds of animals there. And it is like a wetland park, so you might possibly see flamingos and all of that. If I was to visit this park, I would hope to see leopards, lions, whales, all those type of animals if I could. And I would also love to see its unique ecosystems. Thank you so much for listening to me today. I hope you have a wonderful night or day. Bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Alanda Mzobe. I am 11 years old. Yes, I've ever heard of the Isimangaliso Wetland Park. It is located in KwaZulu-Natal. I think it looks like sort of a beach. If I could visit the Isimangaliso Wetland Park, I would hope to see wild animals such as sharks, whales, crocodiles, and those animals. Some things I've ever heard about the Isimangaliso Wetland Park is that the Isimangaliso Wetland Park is South Africa's first UNESCO World Heritage Site and a place of incredible biodiversity featuring 526 bird species, coral reefs with whale, sharks, and nesting sea turtles. Thank you, everyone.
Good day, friends. Today we are going to be talking about the Isimangaliso Wetland Park. It is situated on the east coast of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, stretching along the coastlines from St. Lucia to the Mozambique border. I think it looks like a mix of beautiful natural scenery with wetlands, lakes, beaches, forest, and grassland. It probably has a very green vegetation, shining waters, and plenty of wildlife living freely in their natural habitats. If I could visit the Isimangaliso Wetland Park, I hope to see hippos in Lake St. Lucia, crocodiles along the water's edge, flamingos, tortoises, nesties on the beaches, and maybe even whales or dolphins out in the sea that is by that place. Some things I've heard about the Isimangaliso Wetland Park. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site in South Africa's first one. It is home to an incredible variety of plants and animals, including the big five on the land and rich marine life in the ocean. It has coral reefs, dune forests, and swampy wetlands all in one place. The name Isimangaliso means a miracle or something wondrous in Zulu, which fits because of its unique and diverse nature. Thank you.
Hello, beautiful people of Mzansi. My name is Lubanzi Hlongwane. Yes, I have heard about the Isimangaliso Wetland Park. The Isimangaliso Wetland Park is located in KZN and it is absolutely astonishing. The views are so beautiful and it looks really clean and well taken care of. This beautiful park is infamous for their hippos. So if I went, I would be really, really excited to see some live hippos, but from afar. From the pictures that I've seen, people are viewing the hippos on boats and on sails. So I don't think I would be up for that at all. I just have a serious fear of animals, so I think I would love to view them just from afar. I can't be in the same water because what if anything goes wrong? Like, I know they would never put people in such dangerous situations, but I can never fully trust an animal. Like, no. Some things that I've heard about the Isimangaliso Wetland Park, which are really, really interesting, is that it was South Africa's first UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is absolutely amazing and a bit confusing because we have so many other beautiful areas in South Africa, and I don't know, this one being the first UNESCO World Heritage Site, I don't know how to feel about that, but I do hope that the world can see the beauty of South Africa, because I still believe that some people overseas aren't fully educated about the beauty of Africa, that we do have water, well, kind of, and we don't live in huts and all of this bogus information that they have. The Isimangaliso Wetland Park is also very vast and diverse, as it features coral reefs, sandy beaches, swamps, fresh lakes, mangroves, savannas, and coastal dunes, which is absolutely amazing. The pictures look so beautiful, and I really do wish I can get the opportunity to visit one day.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. Today we're taking a magical trip with our imaginations to one of South Africa's most special treasures, the Isimangaliso Wetland Park. The Isimangaliso Wetland Park is situated in KwaZulu-Natal, along the beautiful east coast of South Africa. It's not just any park, it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, which means it's so unique and important that the whole world has agreed it must be protected and celebrated. This park is like a giant wonderland of nature. Imagine wide lakes, shiny beaches, green wetlands, forests, and even coral reefs under the sea, all in one place. That's what makes Isimangaliso so special. It's home to so many animals like elephants, hippos, crocodiles, turtles, dolphins, and even hundreds of colorful birds. At night, baby turtles sometimes hatch and make their way to the sea, an incredible sight to witness. Many people call Isimangaliso a place of miracles because of how different ecosystems, land, rivers, forests, lakes, and oceans all come together in harmony. It shows us how beautiful and powerful nature can be when it's protected. This park teaches us that protecting nature is very important. Every plant, animal, and bird plays a role in keeping our planet healthy. When we care for the environment, we make sure that amazing places like Isimangaliso can still be enjoyed by children today and by many generations to come. So friends, let's remember that taking care of nature starts with us. Whether it's picking up litter, planting trees, or saving water, each small action helps protect the beautiful world we live in, just like Isimangaliso Wetland Park does. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives. The Morning Brief.
Is it an issue about programs and content that is produced in languages like Chivenda, Xitsonga, and Isindebele not enjoying primetime space within the public broadcaster?
Yes, that's correct. For example, they are saying SAPC 1 is for Nguni languages, but which Nguni languages are enjoying? There's no Swati, there's no Isindebele, but there's only isiZulu, there's isiXhosa that are enjoying the platform for the SAPC 1. They say SAPC 2 is for Xitsonga, Xivenda, and Sesotho and Setswana. But which languages are enjoying? The Afrikaans is enjoying more airplay than the content of our nation.
That's Thando Mahlangu, cultural activist, author, and Ndebele painter.
Tulasizwe Simelane on The Morning Brief.
And that is where we leave it this afternoon. We will be in conversation with you again tomorrow. Ondelambana is standing by with your 2 o'clock bulletin, and then we'll head on back to that Madlanga Commission.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Action SA to unveil its Ekurhuleni mayoral candidate on the weekend. An interim report on Tembisa Hospital corruption reveals criminal syndicate. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Action SA says it will unveil their Ekurhuleni Metro's mayoral candidate on Saturday. Party leader Hemen Mashaba says their candidate for Ekurhuleni will be someone known in that community. Currently, Mashaba has been touted as the party's possible mayoral candidate for the city of Johannesburg. He has stressed that he will run for Joburg mayor if someone suitable like city of Johannesburg mayor Nasiphi Moya is not found. Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi says criminal syndicates would not have succeeded in looting funds at the Tembisa Hospital if they did not have the backing of government employees. The Health Minister was responding to the Special Investigating Unit's reporting to corruption and maladministration at the Tembisa Hospital. The SRU says about 2 billion rand has been lost to tender irregularities and fraud at Tembisa Hospital, and this could escalate as investigations continue. Motsoaledi says government must also clean up its own house.
These syndicates we have mentioned here, whether it's Maumela, whether it's Mazibuko, whether it's Ket Matlala, whether it's X, even with their infinite wisdom or thuggery, they could not have achieved what they did without the cooperation and participation of government officials.
Crime Intelligence Head Dumisani Kumalo has testified that the Madlanga Commission, how KZN and Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi did not vacate the position of Acting National Police Commissioner willingly. Mkhwanazi acted as National Police Commissioner between 2011 and 2012 and vacated the position due to alleged political interference. Kumalo is testifying about some of the challenges that he, Mkhwanazi, and the National Police Commissioner Fani Masemula encountered in trying to turn the Crime Intelligence Unit around.
So the division was attempting to move away from those situations, but then unfortunately it did not happen because all the acting heads that I've cited then happened then to be moved away prior to the finalization of that project of trying to turn the environment around.
The City of Cape Town's Fire and Rescue Services says a fire has broken out at a building in the CBD at the corner of Hans Strydom and Bree Street. Spokesperson Jermaine Carroll says the fire was reported shortly after midday with the top 3 floors of the building affected. He says further details will be released once a full assessment has been carried out.
Currently, we have crews from Rowland Street and Salt River on scene with a specialized vehicle.
The government in Kenya says its mission in Moscow has repatriated 3 citizens from Russia. It comes after the Foreign Affairs Ministry said it had reports of several Kenyans allegedly forced into Russia's military and later captured in Ukraine. The BBC's Akisa Wandera has more details.
The announcement follows a security operation in Nairobi late last week where authorities uncovered what they believe is a trafficking syndicate luring citizens with promises of lucrative jobs in Moscow only for them to be forced into Russia's military and deployed to the front line in the war against Ukraine. The case has drawn attention after Ukraine's army released a video of a Kenyan athlete who said he was tricked into joining the Russian military and pleaded to be returned home.
Recapping the top story, Action SA says it will unveil the Guruleni Metro's mayoral candidate on Saturday. Party leader Herman Mashaba says their candidate for Guruleni will be someone known in that community. I'm Wandilambana for SAfm News.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAfm.
All right, let's take you back now to the Commission where General Dumisani Kumalo continues.
Before you speak to this table, could you inform the Commission what the what the period is for this table? 2025.
That is correct, Commissioners. The figures reflected on this table is at the end of July 2025, as opposed to the initial one in the report that talks to the 31st of December.
So this, when you're talking about the report, you're talking about the report to the Minister in January?
Yes.
So this is an updated version of that table?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. All right, you can speak to the table now.
The table talks to the status of suspects that are arrested by the political killings task team, which is one of the success stories, looking at when the team started, especially with regards to bail opposition. We are reflecting that out of 401 suspects that were arrested by that time, 83, if we move towards the far right, 83 were already convicted and sentenced, and then 34 were found not guilty. And as we are reversing, we are showing those against whom charges were withdrawn. The bulk of the number, the bulk of the portion from the 82, we had those challenges prior to the dedicated team of prosecutors allocated to the team, which was 62. Between 2020 and 2023, we only had 20 of those that against whom charges were withdrawn. And then comparing those that are in custody, which are 122, versus those that are on bail, which are 45, we see a lot of improvement comparing to the yesteryears when then we had challenges within the main stakeholders, which is the political killing task team of SAPS and NPA. But until such time that the integrated strategy was crafted and implemented, then we see the improvement. Then on the next, we are showing now the status.
Before you continue, there's an explanation that you give. Maybe it will help explain a difficulty that I have, General. I've done some arithmetic, maybe too simple, if not simplistic, I don't know. I've added the not guilty, which is 34. I added it to the withdrawn, which is 82. That gives me 116. As against 83 convictions. So my question is, how is it that 83 as against 116 is good?
Thank you, Commissioners. We are acknowledging the weakness that we had before the implementation of the integrated strategy that contributed the bulk of the portion of 82. Then the other reason will be when the charges are withdrawn against an accused. In most cases, because the accused that are charged are more than one. So it is a shortcoming, but when you look at the case solvency rate versus then the suspect individuals, because here we are talking about people, but when we do the case solvency rate, it gives us a minimum weakness. If I may give an example, on the same case that I touched on earlier on, the IBIS 54, the Makaka case, the way it's known. Initially, we had charged all the identified suspects, including the mayor as a hit orderer and a municipality manager who was recently rearrested. But then charges were withdrawn against the two during that time of 2018-2019. But we did not lose the case because some of the accused remained. As then the investigation progressed, and then one of the remaining suspects was rearrested and recharged.
Then, General, I think you are shortchanging yourselves in the manner in which you project your statistics. Because if I see not guilty, I will think it was not guilty in the entire case. I will not know that there is this sort of detail. Maybe you need to detail a little bit more or better in your future statistics.
That is accepted and understood, Commissioner.
General, just to correct one thing on paragraph 51, I assume that the 16, it's meant to be 16 are section 204 witnesses.
Yes, that is correct.
That correction can please be noted.
Just check, General, these statistics don't include the Fort Hare cases in this table. I'm talking about the tables, because you speak about, you have a table for political related cases, and then you have the traditional leadership cases.
That is correct, Commissioner. They don't include Fort Hare cases. It's only KZN picture of political related and traditional related cases.
Okay. General, you then wanted to give your final, I think, description of success via some tables which you would like to refer to. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Chair, could I ask leave to hand up another exhibit? These tables got handed to us after the statement was prepared, and it's marked CJC2. And correct me if I'm wrong, General, but I understand you would like to go straight to page 3 of that batch of documents.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, can we begin then on page 3 of the slides?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. In an attempt to illustrate the successfulness of the approach, we are highlighting just 5 of the cases that, according to us, proves that the approach is really effective if implemented accordingly. And secondly, the choice of these examples is also influenced by the unfounded allegations against the task team, may be based on ignorance or just an intentional misinformation that will be at play. The first case that is the one that I've referred to a lot, or maybe before I even get there, the critics of the political killings task team, they don't use any other cases other than these that are set here as an example of the successfulness of the team. So we are approaching this from different angles. That is us as the political killing task team and the critics, which then maybe needs us to ask ourselves a question as to why the choice, because most of the critics are along the cases where the high-profile hit orderers have been charged, and in most cases denied bail. Then the first one is talking to IBIS 54, the Magaqa case, where I've highlighted that we managed to get our organogram 100% green. 100% green talks to, we managed to get everybody who was involved, including the resources that were used.
May I just find out, don't we have this available electronically somewhere for it to be shown up there?
We do, Chair, and I believe that we're just struggling with the technology.
So it's not up there with the usual...
We had prepared to display, there it is. Now we've got it, Chair. It was just a glitch with the technology.
Thank you. So I hope this takes care of the... It's not resolved. Oh, God.
It's still not working, I think. Is there someone who can assist?
Should we adjourn and come back when it's up and running? Ms. Asim?
I think
Just-
it's probably best that we adjourn for,
Yes.
for 2
Let's
minutes.
let's not indicate a time. We'll come back when we are called.
Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
adjourn.
Was displaying up until just before we went for lunch.
Is it the laptop?
No, we need to fix it because there's more than just one thing that needs to be shown.
We are ready to start. Can we settle down, please?
Chair, apologies for that mishap, but thanks to the ingenuity of our team to my right, we managed to find a solution.
No problem at all.
General Khumalo, so you're dealing with this slide, dealing with this case number of EBC.
Thank you, Commissioners. And then continuing with the briefing on this case, as we have reflected, that is how we measure our success as a political killing task team, as well as to see the effectiveness of our strategy. When we start the investigation of a case, we'll investigate the motive, and then we'll put blocks in terms of how the incident happened. All the blocks will be red when the investigation starts. Then as we move with the investigation, the target is all the boxes to be green. And then we'll say we have dealt with the whole syndicate or grouping that was involved, that is responsible for that contract killing. On this case, the only outstanding is the second firearm, which is a 9mm pistol. That will talk to those ad hoc dockets, intelligence-driven operations that are continuous, because it's not easy to get the firearm that was used. But then those ad hoc intelligence operations and continuous ballistic analysis, it assists us a lot to get to the whole box to be, all boxes to be green. So what is outstanding there is that one firearm. Maybe another second issue that one would like to quickly explain on this is the one that talks to the point of the bone of contention in terms of allegations when you talk to the arrest and charging of the hit orderer, which was, according to us, identified in 2019 already as the former and late mayor, who was then arrested by the team on the 17th of March 2019. So it's not true that when the team was established in 2018, this particular individual was arrested already. Then was released by court together with the second high-profile municipality manager after a week. And then the investigation continued. Maybe to pause on the Chair, because it's one of the short story that one, if he cites it, it will remain on our minds for a long time in case we are confronted with this misinformation. The late mayor of Hierarchical municipality was released by court for insufficient evidence together with the municipality manager. And then during the arrest, we had confiscated his licensed firearm. And then because we are still busy with the investigation now, according to him, he's released. His release meant that he must get back his firearm. And then indeed, then after the court interdict, we had to give back his licensed firearm that he used in killing himself on the same day of giving it back to him. Hence, then, as time moved on, we could only manage to rearrest and recharge the municipality manager without the mayor who's deceased. Then moving to the next example, another case that is most of the time also on the media, the killing of a Democratic Alliance councillor and a chief whip in Umgeni municipality. We again had managed to turn all the boxes to green, except, of course, for the firearm that is still outstanding. That is the case that if we check on our one-to-one dockets, as we gave the updated report, those dockets are now 120 because he was charged then on one of those dockets that were under investigation during the movement of those dockets. But the misinformation there was the team that was not willing to work together with the AfriForum private investigators. The team did not see the reason why the municipality will contract private investigators for payments, whereas there is free services by government to investigate the case of the councillor. And then that is the case that has been completely investigated. It took a little bit longer again to completely investigate that case because of the issues that the team was having with the AfroForum. Our reports were always talking to the AfroForum acting not far away from defeating the ends of justice and obstructing the political killing task team from doing their work. But then at the end of the day, that case is now completely investigated. I'm not going to be long on the third case, Commissioners. It's maybe with your permission, Commissioners, if we may jump that and go to the next case, because this is a parallel to the next case, where the local traditional leader was charged for being a hit orderer together with all those other role players for the murder of the local councillor. It's one of the cases where the team successfully got 100%. All the boxes are green, including the firearm. But why we are flagging it? We are flagging it because the previous case is the case that the team registered against those people of interest that were found to be attempting to defeat the ends of justice during the investigation of that case. Why we are flagging the case, it's because one of them, we do not know why one of these people that are charged and convicted already, all of them, why then it sounds like he is the only person that is involved in this particular case. It also demonstrates that you can have a syndicate even on a defeating the ends of justice case. So in this case, it's not only one person that was charged and convicted, it's the whole lot. Sergeant Dlamini, famous nowadays, who's still in prison waiting for his sentence, was arrested together with another former police officer, Lieutenant Kenneth Ndlovu, who is the brother of the hit orderer, because the two of them were coordinating this bribery. So as former Sergeant Dlamini is becoming famous for being convicted on this case, there are others that are with him waiting for their sentencing, including a former Lieutenant Colonel of the South African Police Service. Moving to the next, It's the one that, again, was successfully investigated with all identified suspects arrested and charged, led by the former councillor, Ngiba. They were arrested, all of them, during the year 2022. The matter is currently on trial. The main misinformation and complaint was that they've been denied bail for all these years, appeal after appeal, higher court after another higher court, but they've been still denied bail. So they will personalize that to the task team having not being fair. Then moving to the last example, it's another case that I'm not going to take the commissioners in details, but we flagged it because it gives a picture of the investigation that we have been referring to at the University of Fort Hare. In between, there are cases from 2022 that were reported that are related to the officials of the university. The three of them happened during 2022, and then the last one being the one of January 2023 is the one that led to the complaint and for the team to be brought in after the last murder case. And then the team managed then to take all those cases, including the ones of 2022, to court with the whole lot, the list of syndicates that were involved in those hits on the right. And then on the left, because the motive was found to be fraud and corruption in the university. And then the docket was also registered, and then other additional 7 plus 8 suspects were arrested and charged on that parallel case of fraud and corruption in the University of Fort Hare. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. You've taken us through these cases, and you've said that one of the reasons you deal with these cases is because there have been complaints that have been leveled against the task team about the manner in which these cases were handled. There will no doubt be much more detailed complaints submitted to the Commission and questions that would need to be answered from the task team later. I assume that you would make yourself available to answer those questions when they come.
That is correct.
Thank you. All right, so I think you are about to now conclude. So it's paragraph 53 is where you are in your statement.
Then in
paragraph 53.
In conclusion, Commissioners, given the statistics that we have provided to and detailed account of the political killings task team operations, from us, when we use all these yardsticks, it's evident that the team indeed has achieved remarkably so, and especially in dealing with contract killings of any nature, the consistent reduction, the high number of suspects arrested and charged, as well as convicted, are a proof that this approach is indeed working, and therefore any consideration to disband the PKTT cannot be reasonably be attributed to the issues of poor performance or lack of impact, because the evidence presented strongly supports that the team and the approach utilized is successful.
Thank you. And before we move on to the next part of your evidence, I just had a question about whether when you talk about the complaints, whether you received the complaints in any formal manner where you're able to respond. So you talk about those cases where you've been criticized. Were there formal complaints or charges that you responded to at any point?
Thank you. Commissioners, the other reason why these 5 cases were used as both the examples of effectiveness of the team, also as maybe an introduction of the subject that we are still going to get to, the disbandment of the task team. It's because we normally get those allegations via the media with individuals writing on these specific cases about those allegations. So from the political killing task team point of view, we have not received any official complaint. What we have also realized is these complaints are fluctuating, or they are moving with the events. We saw them coming thick and fast when the confusion of the disestablishment started. They were recycled on the media, these complaints on these 5 cases.
Thank you.
Mayor. General, I seem to have understood the evidence. I think it might have been of the National Commissioner, referring to where he was listing the complaints, pretty much the same list. But there was the one that involves the Dlamini. I don't remember what his title is. And that seemed, as I understood it, it was a complaint about the conduct of the PKTT. With the reference, specific reference was Dlamini, Mr. Dlamini, who was singled out. But there seemed to be suggested that is the complaint against him was symptomatic of the conduct of members of the PKTT, which is outside of the law, behavior that is outside of the law. We don't have any detail now about what Mr. Dlamini was being accused of, but is that correct, that he was a member of the PKTT when the conduct complained of occurred and for which he was ultimately convicted, if that is what he was convicted for?
Thank you, Commissioners. Indeed, former Sergeant Dlamini was part of the PKTT and was also part of the team that was investigating that particular case that I referred to, that is a motive of their case. Then for reasons that are information between the employer and the employee, one cannot get into details. But then there was a reason for him to be withdrawn from the political killings task team, and thereafter then became part of the persons of interest on this bribery case or attempted defeating the ends of justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. General, we're now going to turn to Part B of your evidence, which deals with evidence of infiltration and the influence of organized crime. Can you take the Commission through paragraph 54, explaining why you've chosen to take this approach to go to the evidence at this stage?
Thank you, Commissioners. After taking the Commission through the establishment of the PKTT, the expectations might be that the next chapter or topic for discussion will be the disestablishment or the dissemination of the task team. However, for the Commission to properly understand the disestablishment part, I need first to provide the brief overview of the organized crime nature, as well as with specific reference to the cartel that is going to be part of the disestablishment discussion, which will then be followed by the evidence that have since been obtained from the mobile device of one of the cartel members, as well as the events leading to the Gauteng counterintelligence operation, and I will also add further evidence of infiltration. So, in short, in paragraph 54, the briefing for the Commission is that our next discussion or my submission will talk to the organized crime with specific reference to the cartel that is going to be part of the discussion of the disbandment of the task team.
Thank you. Can you begin then at paragraph 55? Sorry, 56.
Thank you, Commissioners. In short, under the cartel structure, subparagraph 1 is summing up the status level and the standard of organized crime cartels in our country. As we are all aware that organized crime is a growing and significant threat to the national security of the country and also the prosperity of our economic prosperity as a country. So the crime syndicates, which are below the level of cartels, are increasing their network that then will be based at local level up to the international stage. Amongst these cartels, which are made up of different syndicates, there is one identified in the country known as Big Five, which have since been identified as being very sophisticated, and it has got widespread influence, and it's involved in a broad spectrum of their illicit activities. The structure and the leadership of the particular cartel that will dominate my current testimony is believed to be having its head office in Gauteng for obvious reasons. Gauteng is the economic powerhouse of the country, and then with syndicates and groupings, or the capability of the same cartel to operate throughout the country. That is the currently identified structure and leadership of the cartel.
Just pause there for a moment, just so that we are on the same page. What is your understanding of a cartel as opposed to a dictionary definition of a cartel? When you talk about a cartel, what are you talking about?
A cartel, thank you, Commissioners. A cartel is a group of highly sophisticated criminals that will come together in a form of an enterprise, coming with different skills and expertise, including experience, with many syndicates or groupings operating under them. That is our understanding of the cartel.
So when you refer to the Big Five, are you referring to Big Five cartels or Big Five individuals who are part of the cartel?
Big Five individuals that are part of one cartel, as shown in the next, as shown in the same paragraph 57, last part.
So this schematic that you're referring to at the end of paragraph 57 depicts a cartel.
Yes. That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, you can, and I think you want to describe this schematic, so can you take the commissioners through that?
The currently identified cartel, known as Big Five, is having a structure as reflected, with the main commodity being drugs, and then there are other illicit activities that I will touch.
Sorry to interrupt you, but just for the sake of clarity, although the schematic has those skulls depicting 3 of the players, it's not your intention to say they're deceased, right? I mean, they are still alive and thriving. Just to clarify for the commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is an ongoing project investigation from the identification of the Big Five, the progress made. Those that are mentioned, reflected there in their boxes or positions, they've already been addressed, being a Mr. Katiso Mulifi, as well as a Mr. Vusi Muzi Matlala, and then the other 3 are still being addressed.
So the reason for the skulls is because you can't name those individuals at this point.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Well, not in public.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. You may continue.
A high-level exposition of a cartel will then start, will continue from paragraph 58 with the characteristic that the cartel will always have a leader who will be leading the organization, of course, with a very firm grip, supported by the core leadership that are also heading their various departments, and also having specific specialization fields in terms of sustaining the operations of the cartel. The syndicate, which are operational units of the cartel, they consist typically of between 10 and 12 members that are recruited based on their more especially their experience in terms of dealing with one of the commodities that the cartel is specializing on.
And what are the commodities? Can you give some examples of those commodities?
The main commodity of the cartel in question is illicit drug trafficking nationally and internationally, which is then coupled with contract killings that are associated then with the drug trafficking processes, and the other commodity is cross-border vehicle hijacking as well as kidnappings, tender frauding, and also the extortions that are mainly related to drug trafficking. Extortions, they are mainly at the business areas of the cartel.
Thank you.
The-
You at paragraph 60.
Then moving on to the political and social connections. The Big Five has already penetrated the political sphere, and there are documented cases of high-profile connections in the political arena, senior politicians alleged to be complicit and or willfully blind to the syndicate operations. On
General, you say it's one of their hallmark features that they have penetrated the political sphere. Is this unique to the Big Five, this penetration into the political spheres?
It is a normal characteristic of a cartel, but then this cartel being under investigation, there are already documented cases that are talking to that.
Thank you. Then in paragraph 61, you deal with the criminal activities. You've already given us a sense of this from your description of commodities. So if you could just summarize paragraph 61.
Thank you, Commissioners. The list under paragraph 61 from point 1 up to point 5, they talk to the areas of specialization for this cartel that I've touched on. The only maybe ones that I can still refer to, it's the fraud and financial crimes, with specific reference there to money laundering, because as we move on, we will see that it's either prior to you being at a particular level of the cartel, you must have some sort of a business person stature, so as then the financial crimes, including money laundering, can then be possible as part of the process of the syndicate.
And you highlight in this list again the use of public procurement and tender systems.
Thank you, Commissioners. It is another commodity that is found within this cartel, as I reflected on the illustration picture, that some of the criminal activities are related to the tender frauding, so as then maybe that tender frauding, it talks to public procurement and tender system, which will then talk to illegal procurement of contracts, targeting then the state funds, so as either the illicit money can then be laundered or also to fund the illegal operations by the cartel.
Thank you. Returning to membership.
Yeah, maybe the last one that I can touch on is the cash in transit or ATM bombings. The syndicates attached to the cartel, this criminal activity is used as a quick cash flow exercise for the cartel in case then there are hiccups with the main criminal activity that the cartel is specializing on.
Thank you. You then deal with the membership, and you describe five characteristics of membership. Can you explain briefly those 5 characteristics to the Commission?
Without maybe getting into finer details, Commissioners, I will then reflect on those 5 membership characteristics in terms of this cartel. With your permission, Commissioners, to start with, so as I can flow, to start with the entry requirement and progression, which is number 2. The individual who meet the criteria, reflecting the experience and loyalty, as well as the utility within the organization. That is considered a lot within the cartel for anyone to be part of the entry-level members. The target there, it's mainly current officials within the criminal justice systems that will be recruited at entry level, because they are coming with the most critical skill within the cartel, which will be the connection between the cartel and the criminal justice system. And then the next one talks to the growth within, which is paragraph 64. The next step of growing is to register a particular company. In most cases, it's private security companies that are the initial businesses for the members of the cartel that have just joined. There are lots of reasons for that, including then access to firearms the correct way or the lawful way. The international reach and dual citizenship is one of the characteristics that are considered if you look at the common commodity or the main criminal activity of the cartel talks to drug trafficking. Then the syndicate members have to have ability to move within the borders of the different countries in order to be of service to the cartel. The value proposition and organizational influence. This characteristic is talking to the headhunting, part of the recruitment, because it will depend as to what skills, what capabilities that the cartel is looking for, and then the value that will be brought in by whoever is headhunted or recruited into the syndicate to serve the whole cartel.
And the final characteristic on internal structure.
The internal structure and ongoing roles. Within the cartel, as I have explained, that it's operating nationally. And then membership there is not static. syndicates maintain a network that includes actively participating or retiring from the cartel but still rendering services to the cartel, more especially playing the roles of deal brokers, advisors, as well as informants for the cartel. The most important thing in this cartel, they value loyalty, common history, as well as proven capability, more especially to influence the investigations and prosecutions of incidents involving the cartel members.
You then deal with this topic of geographic targets, and if you could just briefly explain to the Commission what the need is, why are there geographic targets that the criminal syndicates have, and specifically the 3 or 4 that you mentioned?
As stated before, Commissioners, the main operational area of leadership for the cartel is in Gauteng, but the operational provinces, they are mainly KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, for various reasons. Gauteng, as I've indicated, it's an economic heart of the country where most of businesses as well as headquarters of targeted institutions are situated. KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, they are significant for their capability in terms of ports and transportation infrastructure, especially between Gauteng and KZN. The Eastern Cape, which is not so dominant in terms of economy, but then it's targeted because it makes it easier to expand the movement between Western Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you. Then from paragraph 71 to 75, you describe the modus operandi in some detail, but could you summarize that for the Commission, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. The modus operandi, to summarize it, the operations within the cartel, all syndicates within the cartel are highly organized in terms of networking and also blending the criminal expertise with legitimate businesses. That allows them to have influence at all levels, more especially at local level, where the cartel activities are originating from, both in the other world as well as broad society at local level. All members are assigned specific roles, and also the field workers are expected to deliver criminal gains to the headquarters of the cartel under strict supervision. The cartel operates not differently from normal employment in terms of the members receiving regular income for financial stability, which is a competition for the normal employment channels or environments that we have in the country. I've touched on the new entrants who are then motivated by the rates in terms of regular income, which is much quicker in that employment, more especially if you are going to be a syndicate specializing in contract killings but working for the cartel, because there you are paid as you work.
And then paragraph 75.
Then moving to...
That's just concluding a modus operandi.
In conclusion, on the operations, as I've indicated, that there is a very strict recruitment strategy or process, because one of the objectives of the cartel is to remain in operations for a very long time. So that is dependent on strong connections within the public and private sectors within the operation area. So it is an ongoing effort to cultivate relationships with politicians, law enforcement officers, and business leaders within the operation area of the cartel. That is done solely to sustain the operations of the cartel.
So paragraph 76 and 77, am I correct to say that you build on the point that you just made of access to politicians and the criminal justice system? You just take that a bit further in 76 and 77, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners. It's the continuation of the interest by the cartel in the criminal justice system. As I've said, that is a strategic objective that is meant then to safeguard the operations of the cartel for a long time by securing allies amongst the key judicial and law enforcement officials, as well as political figures at various levels, but most importantly at very high levels, so as the cartel can remain able to manipulate the investigations, suppress evidence, obstruct legal proceedings that threatens their activities. This is one of the most important objectives of the cartel, because then it determines the lifespan as well as the growth in terms of income for the cartel. Moving to paragraph.
Well, I think, so just to conclude on this, you say you provide this context so as to understand the evidence that you about to submit to the Commission, particularly with regard to the infiltration via the WhatsApp chats that we will be going into. So I just want to make sure that we've got that correctly, that's the basis for which you've set out this, the explanation of how organized crime works.
That is correct, Commissioners. This high-level overview of this cartel will help us contextualize the events that I'm about to address, so as we locate them within this sophisticated agenda that, according to the picture on hand, will render the country very lawless. In this instance, then, I will now focus on how this syndicate has captured, this cartel has captured some of the key elements within the criminal justice system in order to ensure that they sustain their operations.
So if we turn then to the next section on the WhatsApp chats, can you explain to the Commission before we get to those chats, where did you obtain those records?
Oh, before that, Ms. Asim, General, up to this point, you have described the characteristics of cartels in general, as I understand it, not so?
That's correct.
Yes. Now, you are going to deal with WhatsApp chats. Those are or relate to a specific cartel, not so?
That's correct,
Would that be the Big Five?
That is correct.
Yes. Perhaps this is a question that will be responded to or that is best handled by the evidence leaders, but you are at the center of this and therefore you should know. I've read your statement to the end. I am not aware that you deal with examples of any other cartels that may have infiltrated or brought undue influence to bear on the criminal justice system. Is there evidence of other cartels other than just the Big Five? Do you know? Are we going to be getting any such evidence? Do you know?
Thank you, Commissioner. For the purpose of the commission and my affidavit, the only reference will be made to this Big Five cartel.
Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Can I just ask as a follow-up to that? As the chairperson says, that you've described generally how cartels work and how they get themselves into areas of influence. And yes, you're discussing the Big Five here. But that which you've described in general terms, is it your evidence or do you find that it applies to other cartels, syndicates that you're not going to testify to, but that may be within the sights of crime intelligence? And I don't want specifics. I'm just trying to locate the general discussion. How relevant is it?
The general discussion and the purpose for including it in my affidavit is to form the basis of the analysis and presentation of evidence that talks to this particular cartel in relation with the background of that high-level discussion on the cartel operations.
But the
perhaps for context, why I asked the question is because our terms of reference refer to the plural, and so that's why I am interested to know whether we are going to be dealing with just this one cartel, whereas our terms of reference refer to the plural. But of course, you've already indicated what you are going to be dealing with, so I am not putting you in a difficult position. And indeed, I prefaced my question by saying perhaps my question is something best left to the evidence leaders and indeed even our investigators.
Chair, if I could say it's two things. One is it's also an interpretation of what the terms of reference mean when it speaks of cartels versus syndicates. It could mean syndicates. But that this is not the only witness, of course, and the only evidence that will be submitted before the investigation of the Commission. So, but for this witness, and certainly for the public part of this witness's testimony, the focus is on the Big Five.
Thank you, thank you.
So maybe turn to the WhatsApp chats. The first thing, General, is can you explain to the Commission how you obtained these chats?
Thank you, Commissioners. The charts were obtained from the cell phones of Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, one of the leaders of the Big Five organized crime syndicate that is forming part of the Big Five cartel, as I've explained. The consent form for the seizure, as well as the extraction of the contents of these devices, was signed by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and is annexed as SDK 10.
And this consent form was obtained when he was arrested. And was that, what was the date of that?
That is correct, Commissioners. It was the 14th of May, 2025.
Commissioners, that's to be found at page 112 of the annexes bundle. So, will you give us, the Commission, the overview of what it is you will be taking the Commission through before we... Sorry. Let me start again. Can you describe for the Commission an overview of the WhatsApp chats that we will be going through in detail?
Thank you, Commissioners. As I've indicated, then starting from paragraph 80, as to the originality of the WhatsApp chats, these chats will provide, they were included in my affidavit because they will provide the important context that is necessary for the Commission to know in order to understand the decision to disestablish the political killings task team, as well as the manner in which that decision was sought to be implemented by certain elements within the South African Police Service as well as the Ministry of Police. When I touched on the modus operandi at high level of organized crime syndicates, we will find a clear corroboration as we go through these WhatsApp communications between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and various individuals, including politicians, members of the South African Police Service, as well as business persons. The charts that I'll be taking the Commission through, I relied that I will rely on were obtained from the two telephone devices seized from Mr. Matlala, as I've indicated, during his time of arrest. The charts were extracted from the forensic image of the two devices, and they disclose direct communication and association between Mr. Matlala and several senior officials within SAPS, within the business space, which have apparent connections to the Minister of Police, who is Mr. Brown Mukhosi, who is an acknowledged associate of the Minister of Police, and we are also going to have a look at a forensic investigator who is publicly recognized for his comments within the media space, and the records and investigations based on these records also is evidenced with payments made to these individuals by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala.
Can you then, in paragraph 82, you say which WhatsApp chats you are going to highlight in your evidence as we go forward. But before we do that, it's clear that there are chats between Mr. Matlala and 5 individuals. Was that the sum total of the contents of the phone, of the 2 phones?
The submission for this hearing will be on the 5 identified pair of chats or communications, and then with other evidence from the chats that will be tabled in camera if my application is approved.
So these are 5 out of a bigger batch of chats.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And these are the ones you are able to speak to in public.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And the reason you can't deal with the other ones at this point is for the reasons you gave at the outset of your testimony today, the ongoing investigations. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
All right, so can we then go to paragraph 82? And just if you can set out for the Commission who are the 5 chats that you will be taking the Commission through.
The 5 chats that I'll be taking the Commission through, number 1 is communication between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Mr. Brown Mukhozi, who is a businessman linked to several SAPS officials, and he appears to have been involved in funding activities for the Minister of Police within the ANC. A printout of WhatsApp chats between Matlala and Brown Mukhozi is attached as WB1 in the WhatsApp bundle.
The second?
The second one will be the communication between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Major General Sinona, who is the head of DPCI in KwaZulu-Natal. A printout of the WhatsApp chats between Mr. Matlala and Major General Sinona is attached as Annex Chat WB2.
And the third? Oh, sorry, there's 2 related to...
Yeah, under the same number 2 is also a printout of WhatsApp chats between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and a Tato Sinona, who is the son of Major General Sinona. That is attached as WB3.
And the third set of communications?
The third set is the communication between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and the acting chief of police in Eguruleni Metropolitan Police, Mr. Julius Mkwanazi. A printout of the WhatsApp chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mkwanazi is attached as Annexure WB4.
Just a second.
Sorry, General. May I just, I don't want to just repeat it. Perhaps Ms. Hassim will have to first confirm, but I want to see whether there's a need for me to repeat something that I said right at the beginning when General Mkwanazi was testifying. At that stage, we as the commissioners knew for a fact that implicated people had not been given notice. And I announced that that did not mean that the implicated persons were going to be prejudiced in any way, because implicated person notices would be issued hour afterwards, and that They would be given copies of the transcripts, the witness statements, the exhibits, and whatever else may be relevant that the Commission is in possession of that relates to the particular implicated person. So I made that announcement right at the beginning. And it was understandable at that stage, the circumstances under which we commenced with our hearings. Right up to the last moment, the evidence leaders were in the process of going through a huge data, huge bundle of information, electronic information, which they could not have been able to decipher, understand, and so on without some IT infrastructure, which you received, which the evidence leaders received quite late. Hence, no implicated person notices were issued or could be issued ahead of the hearings. Now a number of names are being mentioned here. We no longer know as commissioners whether implicated person notices have been issued beforehand or not, and if they have not been, what the plan is.
Chair, thanks for raising it. The position remains the same as when we began. The volume of evidence on our data platform is huge. And in respect of this witness as well, the statement was only finalized on Friday. And one of the difficulties in particular with this preparation for this week was not only trawling through, as you see, the reams of evidence, but establishing what could feasibly be led in public. The intention was to try to maximize transparency. And so we could only finalize what evidence would come through quite late. So witness notices have not been, third-party notices have not been issued yet, but they are in preparation and certainly will be forwarded to the implicated parties who are being mentioned right now, together with the transcript of the evidence of this witness.
Thank you very much. So there is assurance not only to South Africans as a whole, but also to the implicated persons that they will be given notices and that they will not be prejudiced.
Absolutely, and one of the important aspects of giving the notice would be to provide the detail of the evidence that's been led against them, so they can have an opportunity to prepare properly a response.
Thank you, Ms. Hassim. Thank you.
Thank you. General, I think you indicated the third set of communications with the acting chief of police in the Ekurhuleni municipality. The fourth is?
The fourth is Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Mr. Calvin Rafadi, who is an academic commentator linked to several high-ranking SAPS officials, and the printout of those WhatsApp chats are attached as Annexure WB6.
And the fifth?
The fifth one is the communication set between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Mr. Suleiman Karim, who is a business person linked to several high-ranking SAPS officials. The printout of those WhatsApp chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Karim is attached as WB7.
So you then explain that the chats, and as we go through it, we'll see it, have annexures. So there are attachments in the chat. And you've attached those as well to the chats, so the Commission can see not just the actual conversation, but whatever is attached to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And the chats, particularly particularly those that we are going to display, contain classified information, and they contain some personal private information, and those have been redacted. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
But Commissioners, your version in your bundle is unredacted. And then in 85, you explain some of the issues using the software of the Commission to try to present your evidence. Can you just touch on that, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. The Commission has used a software that has two shortcomings when it comes to this evidence that will be presented in the form of WhatsApp chats. The first one will be at the start and the end of any chat stream that it downloads, the system that is used by the Commission, it misreads the system message, signaling the beginning and the end of the chat stream, and it displays it as a message from an unknown caller. That is what the Commission's system is doing. So at the start and the end of each of the annexures, there appears to be a message from an unknown caller, which is in fact a misread of the system message and does not represent an actual message from an unknown caller. Then the second weakness is the displaying of the displayed messages do not, in the display, indicate whether they are messages originally sent by the sender or messages forwarded by the sender. In order to address this second weakness, I have had a spreadsheet created that extracts the metadata of the messages in the WhatsApp chat files, so as to indicate which of the messages were forwarded and which of the messages were sent. There are no forwarded messages in the chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Julius Mkwanazi and also Tato Sinona.
Thank you. And those spreadsheets are attached as SDK 11, SDK 12, SDK 13, and SDK 14. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Can I just ask a question for clarification? So there's a consent to search an electronic equipment. You get hold of Mr. Matlala's 2 cellular phones. And then in your statement in paragraph 82, you say from the WhatsApp chats, you were able to establish that there are these communications between Mr. Matlala and other people. How were you able to identify the other people that Mr. Matlala was communicating with? So if you just take, for example, paragraph 82.1 of your statement on page 33. So we know that you have Mr. Matlala's device, so you know that it is him communicating with somebody else. But how were you able to identify that he was communicating with the people you have mentioned in your statement?
Thank you, Commissioners. The detailed profiles, as well as then the official communication of the numbers that will be linked with those specific individuals was done.
So you were able to link the numbers of these other individuals with their names?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Mayor, General, just so that I understand what we are looking at, that explanation at 85.1, where you're talking about the shortcomings of the system, where you say at the start and end of each of the annexures, there appears to be a message from a known caller, which is in fact a misread system message and does not represent an actual message from an unknown caller. I'm not sure what you're saying there. Are you saying the caller is known? Are you saying there is a message? I'm not sure what it means when I look at what is on the screen now.
Thank you, Commissioners. We are saying the system used by the Commission at the start and the end of each annexure. There appears to be a message that it's from an unknown caller, which is in fact a misreading of the system. And the system message, and that does not represent an actual message from an unknown caller. It's a system misreading.
So there's no message?
No. If I could help, because it was the Commission, that software that was used to assist the witness. And what happened is when the chats get downloaded, and you'll see it when we go to the chats, Commissioner Baloy, at the start, where the downloading begins, it registers a message, and it doesn't know the system how to deal with it. So it just says unknown caller or unknown sender, but it's really just a I want to say like an artifact or something of the system of extraction of the chats that gets reflected. It's not actually any message that's coming from anyone at all. And at the end of the chat, there's the same thing at the end of it, at the bottom. So for each one, you'll see that. It's just a system error message in a way.
Does that mean on the chats themselves, you do see who the chat was from and to whom it was? When it comes to the chats themselves?
The chats themselves are reflected quite clearly who, on both sides, yes.
All right, okay, thank you.
And then perhaps I should also assist the witness to explain the point about the time, because in the spreadsheets that we've provided, it's 2 hours. It's using GMT as opposed to South African time. So we'll add 2 hours to the times in the spreadsheet. Okay. General Khumalo, you wished to first give the Commission a sense and an overview of the kind of picture that emerges from the chats before we dive into the chats. So can you start at paragraph 86, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. A preview of the picture that will be confirmed by the WhatsApp chats, starting with 8.6.1. Mr. Matala, or one of his employees, makes payments to Mr. Mohozi directly, sometimes for expenses related to the African National Congress events, and in particular for the benefit of delegates of such event who are apparently linked to the Minister Nkunu through the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, in the office of the Minister. Then number 2, in return, Mr. Mohozi uses his influence within the SAPS and the ministry to manipulate SAPS processes so as to frustrate criminal investigations into Mr. Vusimuzi Matala. Also leaks highly confidential or classified information of the SAPS to Mr. Matala. Also coordinates the payments from the SAPS to the Medicare 24 Tshwane District, a company owned by Mr. Matlala, which unlawfully procured a contract from SAPS worth 360 million. And number 4,
Rand. You left out Rand.
360 million rands. Apologies.
Thank you,
Commissioner. And the fourth one, the fourth picture, is an unsuccessful attempt to prevent the SAPS from cancelling its contract with Medicare 24 Tshwane District. In pursuit of these goals, Mr. Mokhosi, in a mistaken belief that an investigation into Mr. Matlala was being conducted by the Political Killings Task Team, as pointed out above. It was actually that investigation conducted by the Gauteng counterintelligence operations. Mr. Mokhosi has pursued the disestablishment of the Political Killings Task Team, a mistaken identity. And then, secondly, he has specifically sought to find a means of having me subjected to a criminal and or disciplinary proceedings, including a somewhat comical attempt to rely on a December 2024 Constitutional Court judgment in State versus Makala, CCT number 237/2002, to have me disciplined for the conduct of a different Brigadier Khumalo, who was involved in that case, a Brigadier Mbuso Khumalo, who was then referred to on the records of proceedings on this case, and who Mr. Mokhosi apparently thought it was me or myself, the second mistaken identity. 8.6.4, Mr. Mokhosi purports to have been operating in this regard with the support of the Minister of Police, as well as the Chief of Staff in the Minister of Police, Mr. Nkabinde, and Lieutenant General Sbiya, the Deputy National Commissioner in the SAPS. Apparently, in parallel, Major General Sinona pursues similar objectives with Mr. Mokhosi and leaks confidential SAPS documents to Mr. Matlala. Major General Sinona's association with Mr. Matlala appears to be linked to a commercial venture between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Tato Sinona, his son.
General?
You've referred to the singular when speaking now, but in the written version you refer to the plural, commercial ventures, plural. Is it a venture or ventures?
Apologies, commissioners. It's a commercial ventures.
General, in paragraph 86.5, where you speak about Major General Sinona pursuing similar objectives with Mr. Mokhosi, is that with intended? Is it with him or is it similar to Mr.
I think
Mokhosi?
As is probably the better word than with.
Not, General, you confirm that you're not saying
Yes.
that Major General Sinona and Mr. Mokhosi are working together?
It's a typing error, commissioners. It's Major General Sinona similar objectives as Mr. Mokhosi, not with.
And just to be clear, are those objectives the ones set out in 86.4? Because remember, at the start of 86, you set out various objectives that Mr. Mokgotsi pursues. So it's just not clear from 86.5 whether you're referring to all the objectives starting from 86.2 or whether you are limiting yourself to only 86.4.
No, I'm only referring to 86.4, Commissioner.
Yes, okay. So just so that you understand, when you say Major General Senona pursues similar objectives as Mr. Mokgotsi, you're referring only to the objectives set out in 86.4.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Right.
About that, General, let's just be sure. 86.4 says Mr. Mokgotsi purports to operate with the support of the Minister, the Chief of Staff, and General Sibia. Are you in 86.5 saying Major General Sinona acts with support of the Minister? I think that's the specific question you're being asked. Are you saying Major General Sinona acts with the support of the Minister, the Chief of Staff, and General Sibia? Is that the intention?
So to clarify, General, because my understanding is, and you'll correct us, is that when you refer to similar objectives, you're referring to similar objectives in general and not specific specific manipulation and specific influence within the ministry, for example. Yes. That's what I understood, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct, Commissioners. The modus operandi from the beginning will look more or less the same, but as you get into the implementation, and then it might talk to a specific objective, but overall, the objectives are grouped as the same.
I think what, Ms. Asima, I thought you had clarified in the way that I understood it, which is you are not saying about Major General Sinona that he acts in support of Minister Mkhunu. You're not saying in support of the Chief of Staff or with their knowledge, and you're not saying with the knowledge of General Sibia. I've understood it to be that's not what you're saying. You're just speaking to the broad objectives of...
That is correct, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. I'm trying to remember where we were. Were we at 86.6 then? Yes.
86.6.
86.6.
86.6. Mr. Karim and Mr. Rafadi appear to be paid by Mr. Matlala for their access to senior SAPS members and their ability to advance same goals as those pursued by Mr. Mokgotsi, and also to leak sensitive SAPS documents to Mr. Matlala.
And 86.7?
86.7, alongside Mr. Matlala's unlawful influence over affairs of SAPS, he has a relationship with Mr. Mkhwanazi, which involves the abuse of EMPD for the benefit of Mr. Matlala.
And then you end your high-level picture so that you are able to take the commission to the chats themselves. Do you want to just explain that?
Thank you, Commissioners. There are, of course, then vast numbers of messages in the chats that are relevant to the location of the message in the chats, affecting the significance. In the circumstances, I've been advised that it will be more helpful to simply take the Commission through the charts message by message in oral evidence rather than to try or attempt to extract a more detailed summary of the chart into this statement. What the charts demonstrate, at the very least, is that organized crime has managed to infiltrate the SAPS and the EMPD at the very highest level.
And would it be correct for me to understand then that this overview that you've provided and this sort of strands of the picture, there are other strands that will become clearer as we go through the chats?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. Chair, I'm in your hands. It's 3 minutes to 4, and I'm sure I'm happy to go straight to chat number 1.
During the lunch break, one of your juniors, Ms. Power, said to us, when you get to that point, you would ask for an adjournment for her to change laptops. I don't know whether that has since been sorted out, because if we would have to adjourn for that, then we would have to adjourn for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Then it's only 2 minutes to go. So perhaps the best starting point is 9:30 tomorrow. Let us adjourn.
Thank you.
mkhathi.
Uphatheke kuhle?
Hawu ngiphatheke kuhle.
.7%, and turnover was up almost 14%. And Ashraf, the dollar gave up some gains after ending last week stronger. That was on the back of reduced Fed rate cuts bets. And Iran, when it comes to the resilient U.S. economic data in recent times, has pushed back against expectations of aggressive Fed rate cuts, resulting in the likes of the rand firming up. And top of investors' minds is a looming U.S. government shutdown should Congress fail to pass a funding bill before the end of their financial year and tomorrow. And by the way, also ACOA expires tomorrow midnight. And ArcelorMittal may get 8.5 billion rands paid from the ITC. Ashraf, that will end 2 years of negotiations and save jobs. Oil prices fell as OPEC Plus plans another increase to oil output in November. And also the resumption of oil exports by Iraq raised the global supply outlook. Brent crude is down 2.8% at $67 a barrel, and the yellow metal hit a record high as SAfm demand was boosted by the concerns over that potential U.S. government shutdown, which weighed on the U.S. dollar. And we see the yellow metal now is up 1.5% at 3,825. Platinum up 0.6% at 1,598. Global markets continue to march ahead, with the JSE up now 0.5%. That's after reaching record highs, and we have been led by resources which are up almost 1.5%, and the rand fell 0.4% against the US dollar, 17.28, 23.20 to the pound, and 20.28 to the euro.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that. Mark, we will connect with you tomorrow. Of course, we have an hour of the markets, deep dive into that, 6 to 7 this evening.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Okay, we're going to take your calls. Lots of people commenting again about the commission. They're also commenting about Aaron Motsoaledi's comments. And by the way, we'll talk to him, the Minister of Health, that is, after 5 o'clock. I wonder whether we can talk to the Minister of Bafana, because I have a sense there's a bit of a gloom that would have sort of overcome all of us here with what we've just heard. South Africa, Bafana losing now that match, but losing 3-0 as per the FIFA declaration. Right, so we'll get to your calls just now. You can call in live 086 000 2032 and then WhatsApp 0614 104 107. In fact, I'll take it in a few minutes' time, right? But let's get to another issue that's a huge concern. An estimated 50 firefighters from SANParks and other emergency services are actively working on containing a wildfire that broke out in the Camps Bay area near the pipe track earlier today. So what are the implications of all of that? Here's Charles Patlane, the SANParks Senior Communications Manager for the Cape region. Charles, you're connected to the National Pulse. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Much appreciated. Tell us more about what's happened here.
Well, we don't know what the cause of the fire is, but around midday we received reports that there is a fire, and we deployed our crews to attend to the fire. So yeah, at this stage we don't know what caused the fire. Once the fire is contained, our investigators will be able to go in and assess the cause of the fire.
Okay, that's the cause. What about the impact that it's had then in that area? Certainly with all the SANParks workers, emergency services combing the area around Camps Bay. What has happened?
Well, we are actively fighting the fire. The intention is to keep it closer to the mountain, so that on the urban edge, so that it does not cross over into where their houses are. We've deployed the helicopter that's come through from George. It's currently refueling at Cape Town International, and it will also be coming to join the firefighting efforts.
Okay, now take it therefore, at this point in time, I mean, that area now, the hiking trail is closed, right? Naturally, yeah?
Yes, the hiking trails are closed. No one will be able to walk there as there's fire, and the smoke is quite hectic. I mean, it's getting into my eyes. I was speaking to some journalists just now, and we just had water coming out of our eyes.
Okay, any other advice you can give other people? I mean, besides the area being closed, again, some people may be a bit more braver than we think, never mind the warnings.
Well, it is unwise to do so because this is a fire. It's a wildfire. You never know which way it's going to spread. We are concerned that there is wind, and the wind might just change the direction of the fire very rapidly. So people should not take the chance and come here to the pipe track and the other tracks that we have in this area. The roads have not been cordoned off at the stage, so there's still passage of traffic because the fire hasn't gone onto the other side closer to the roads. But for some residents, we may have blocked off a bit of their streets so that you don't have onlookers coming through who want to see what's happening.
Okay, appreciate your time here on a very, a disappointing day in terms of big concern here. Charles Patlani, Sandparks Senior Communications Manager for the Cape Region, this after news of the firefighters are battling a fire in Camps Bay. 50 firefighters out at work as part of emergency services working to contain this wildfire that broke out earlier today. In fact, this is the National Pulse. Time for me to get a sense of your fingers on your pulse. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? I need to hear from you next.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfm Radio.
Okay, let's get to some of the. In fact, we're going to get to a call firstly. We got Warren in Strathaven. Hi, Warren.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf and listeners. Ashraf, I'm referring to the Daily Dispatch, last Thursday's paper and Friday's paper. I'll read you the headlines Thursday. Heartless and unrepentant rapist to know his fate on Thursday. Friday's paper says, relief as serial rapist jailed for life. Now, my point is this. Life is not life in this country, especially in jails. The judge, in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, but I'll get consensus, the person didn't sentence him hard enough. It should have been possibly 10 years solitary. From the beginning, no appeal. After the 10 years, then he serves a full life sentence to the end of his life. The end of his life. Okay. Then you're talking about a life sentence. And it's not against humanity. The man, and you can read it in the Daily Dispatch, and I've got his name, and I can talk to his name. Lwando Fiso Fike, Phike, is 32. He was described in a pre-sentence report by a serial rapist as an habitual offender and dangerous criminal who targeted vulnerable women and children.
Okay, and you're saying even then it was still too light, I mean, in terms of our approach.
Too light a sentence.
Okay.
We are light. The judges in this country are light on sentencing.
All right, Warren, thank you for that. I wonder if others will feel the same way, and then maybe pick up on the comments from what Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi said. In fact, we'll talk to him after 5 o'clock about some of his pronouncements, right? Let's in fact, talking about Motsoaledi, here's one.
Yes, of course, Ashraf, what Motsoaledi is just suggesting. In fact, he's talking about the execution. That's what most of South African people are looking for, but we are just shut down. But the reality is, most of people are looking for that execution. They're being done by many countries, so to speak. Thank you, Willie and Kuma.
Okay, thank you there. Willie voicing, his own, frustrations, I would think, isn't it? Yes, more.
Hi, Ashraf. Hi, SAfm listeners. I think the sad thing about the corruption issue at Tembisa Hospital is the fact that these people didn't even have the common decency to at least do 1% of what you overcharged taxpayers for just 1% of it. They have no conscience. They should be ashamed of themselves. And let's see how the government will handle this, especially the allegations of links to the president. We are watching, we are waiting. Let's see what will happen. DG Cape Town, thank you.
Okay, I don't even think I need to add to that, because I mean this is an increasing issue when we open the lines. It's not just people letting off voicing an opinion. It is people who are amplifying their deep frustrations about how things are being run. And you know what? When people are frustrated, you can't defend that. You just hear it, and there's no way to intelligently rationalize against it. It's like, hey, listen to the people. Just listen to the people. This is the National Pulse.
Greetings, South Africa. My name is Walter Steenbok, SABC Sport Football Analyst. My favorite African dish, pap and mukhodu. My top 3 holiday destinations will be Thailand, followed by Cape Town, and of course Zanzibar. Yeah, between a train driver and a pilot, I'll really choose to be a train driver. You know, because I'm on the ground. It's very, very safe, and I hate heights. Between fruits and veggies, I think I like fruits, especially apples. I love to kick penalties against. Between Sipho Chine and Ron Williams, I'll choose Ron Williams because I'll put it right in the middle. I saw over the weekend.
Do not miss out on electrifying football analysis on match days with Walter Koyoko Steenbok. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAfm.
All right, there's more about what is now being called the B5 cartel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf and your SAfm listeners. After hearing what was said in the commission today, just made me realize that we are led by the Big Five cartel and the Stellenbosch mafias. So for young business people in South Africa, we don't really stand a chance because we are fighting for their scrambles. So the mafias will eat, the cartel comes and clean up, and then we will be there to eat what's left. And then that's why it's very hard for actually young or black entrepreneurs to make it out, because there's people who are eating at the top and we're just fighting for the scrambles. Thank you.
Sure. That sounds like, what is it called? Culture vulture or vulture culture. Depends which way you want to take it. I hear you.
Hi, Ashraf. Just a quick question here. Sean from Zululand, Ulundi. If those machines that were procured by SAP had such abilities to listen in on your conversation and intercept calls and emails and so on, why hasn't the Commission requisitioned that it be kept under lock and key while they are carrying on? Because what makes you say Shadrach Sabia, who obviously has it in his possession, together with Paul O'Sullivan, why don't they just stop him from using it? Because obviously they are listening in on the conversations as we speak, if they do have the machines. Thanks, my friend.
Okay, interesting one. Well, I'm not sure whether the Commission can make that recommendation right now. So I hear what you're saying already. If something has been come to the fore that actually compromises, policing and allows people to sort of eavesdrop into other conversations, then do you have to wait now? But maybe it's for someone else to take action right away. I mean, if anybody else knows better, just let me know. I want to know too.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Sivuso here. I don't think, Ashraf, President Ramaphosa qualifies to receive this report from Madlanga Commission, because the president is implicated. There is no way he is supposed to receive this report. This report must go to someone else, not the president of the ANC, who is the president of the country. Thank you. Sivuso here.
So who does it go to then? I mean, the president can't act on his own. He's the president, but there's a whole, he just heads up. Or am I being a bit too naive?
Ashraf, is it not strange that Minister of Health seems to be surprised by the SIU's investigation report. I mean, his colleagues are very rich, but they are only ministers. What surprises him when these reports come out? Because he should ask his colleagues how they've amassed wealth while they are just office bearers.
Okay, interesting one. I mean, remember in the past, Ramaphosa would always say, I'm shocked. Like, why would you be shocked when the public are not shocked because they know all about it anyway?
Hi, Ashraf. Brian here from East London. Don't we have like a list of proven approved suppliers? Wouldn't it make more sense to have tenders only for smaller projects? That way new small businesses can get added to the approved supplier list over the years, and then do something like pick 5 approved proven suppliers per project, and you contact them and say you can bid for this, or some sort of lottery where the people are chosen at random from the approved suppliers for projects.
Interesting.
So for a great show.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I wonder, would you go for that lottery you wrote? You see, even when you say approved suppliers, the established ones, somebody has to agree on that. So that is a form of tendering anyway. That means to say, how do you make that decision? And the reality is I don't think the issue is about the smaller companies. In fact, a lot of the collusion is actually with the massively huge ones. We're not talking of collusion of 10,000 and 20,000 rand commissions. No, we're talking about millions, if not billions. Those are big companies, actually.
Ashraf, it's Yvette from Durban. There's no consequences. That's the problem right there. There's no consequences. Our place gets looted, trucks get looted, people just come and go, come out of the woodworks, disappear into thin air, and there's zero consequences. Even if they get caught, what are the consequences? And that is a problem right there. As soon as consequences become a real thing, nothing is going to change.
No consequences. I'll tell you what, there's consequences regarding Bafana, unfortunately.
Hello, Ashraf. It's painful for Bafana. You know, Ashraf. And the painful part of it is this South Africa. I don't know what's wrong with this country. Yes, we might qualify, but the person who's supposed to take care of all these things, team manager, no one has resigned, no one has been fired. Everything is just normal as usual. The person is getting salary, but he or she might cost the whole country not to qualify for World Cup. This is a painful country. There's no consequences.
Sure. Listen, it's not like we're the only country. Just to be fair, it's not like we're the only country ever to mess up with regard to feeling ineligible players. But when it happens, it is painful, and I completely concur with you because the consequences could well be dramatic. I think we're in a better position now than others. And if we were not, goodness, we would be like almost on the way out. I don't think we are. We have a chance. We have a very good chance of actually qualifying anyway.
Yo, Ashraf, good afternoon, bro. Just listening to Aaron Musa lady talking about, the situation in China. The minister is just taking the thoughts from my mind, I'm sitting here thinking that people like this cartels, that are running these cartels, the Matlangas of this world and all these other shady fellows. These guys, they need to be eliminated from society. Like, really, they don't need to go to jail lifetime. They really need to be eliminated. The China style. This is my banner, Mpumalanga.
Okay, got that. The China style is how you call it. Let's get more calls and more comments from you.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and all the listeners. What is the most worrying aspect of this commission, which is investigating allegations against certain police force members and so on? The corruption and so on is so endemic in the police force. And if you get rid of all of these guys, what do you think they're going to do afterwards?
Okay, let's. I'll tell you what. Again, we're having technical issues. My apology for that. Here's a tweet from Fezeka saying, "I hope South Africans can see right through the Minister of Health. His party is the reason we are here. There have been countless Babitas and Mr. T's because he supports the ANC and is complicit. Check his votes in Parliament when we wanted to hold the executive. That's one point. And interesting, Farouk Kassab, I think former MP himself, saying, open a discussion on the NDPG on your show. Get someone from the National Treasury to explain its importance in relation to township transformation as mapped out in the toolkits. Townships can't remain dormitories forever. Google NDPG. Point made. Listen, I made the point as well. How do you know South Africa is fully transformed when a township looks like a suburb? And at the moment, 30 years into democracy, it is far from looking like a suburb, unless you know, maybe something like Vilakazi Street, if you get my point. It's 5 o'clock. Let's get the news. Here's Greg House.
Thank you, Ashraf. General testifies on alleged Matlala messages and investigations continue into deaths of 3 police officers. Good day to you. Crime Intelligence Boss General Dumisani Khumalo has testified at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria that he's in possession of WhatsApp messages which allegedly demonstrate how alleged cartel member Vusemuzi Kat Matlala facilitated payments to the ANC via Minister Senzim Mkunu's alleged associate Brown Makhotsi. The Commission has now adjourned for the day. Witnesses who testified at the Commission have linked Mkunu, who's been placed on special leave, with criminal syndicates that have infiltrated law enforcement agencies. Khumalo elaborates.
Mr. Matlala or one of his employees makes payments to Mr. Mohozi directly, sometimes for expenses related to the African National Congress events, and in particular for the benefit of delegates of such event who are apparently linked to the Minister Mkunu through the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, in the office of the Minister.
Khumalo also says they've identified 5 individuals who are part of a cartel that has allegedly penetrated the political environment. The Big Five cartel, as he terms it, is alleged to have syndicates operating under it. He says the cartel is operating throughout the country with its headquarters in Gauteng. Khumalo told the Commission that prominent figures such as Matlala and Katiso Malefe have been identified as members of the Big Five cartel.
The Big Five has already penetrated the political sphere, and there are documented cases of high-profile connections in the political arena, senior politicians alleged to be complicit and or willfully blind to the syndicate operations.
Khumalo is currently out on bail of 10,000 rand in connection with alleged fraud and corruption regarding an alleged irregular appointment. Police say investigations into the deaths of 3 young constables from the Free State are progressing. Their bodies were retrieved from the Henops River south of Centurion after they'd been missing for a week. Police spokesperson Atlenda Mate.
Preliminary post-mortem reports have been received, but the final reports, which include blood alcohol results, toxicology and histology, are still awaited. These findings are critical before the investigation can be concluded. In addition, analysis of physical evidence is still underway. This process is complex as the SAPS relies on external specialists for certain examinations. While the SAPS accident report has been finalized, it is not in itself conclusive.
A fire that broke out at a building in the Cape Town CBD has now been contained. The City of Cape Town's Fire and Rescue Services spokesperson Jermaine Cardelser.
The fire was located in the external ventilation ducting system. Firefighters managed to access it so that active firefighting could take place. No injuries were reported and the cause of the fire is unknown at this stage.
President Maya Sandu says her pro-EU party's win in Moldova's parliamentary election shows people know how to be united when the future of their country is in danger. The president of neighboring Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky.
In the elections, the idea of Europe won, the idea of normal and stable national development. Russia's subversive influence will not spread farther into Europe. After elections, the hardest task is to meet voters' expectations. Europe can and must help Moldova with this for our common interests.
Top story. Crime Intelligence boss Dumisani Khumalo has testified at the Madlanga Commission that he's in possession of WhatsApp messages which allegedly demonstrate how alleged cartel member Vusemuzi Kat Matlala facilitated payments to the ANC via Minister Mkunu's alleged associate Brown Makhotsi. That's SAfm News. I'm Greg House.
In sports this hour, Bafana assistant coach Helman Kelele devastated by the docking of 3 points. Amajita kick off their FIFA Under-20 World Cup campaign tonight, and Leotlela reflects on dream season as he looks ahead to 2026. More details at 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N3 southbound in Edenville, queuing towards Linksfield Road, the M1 southbound slow moving towards Crown Interchange, and the N1 northbound in Midrand has a crash reported after New Road. In KZN, the N2 northbound, a crash before Sabai Drive that's causing delays. In Cape Town, the N1 outbound slow moving towards Okavango Road, Main Road northbound slow moving through St James, and Main Road outbound in Observatory slow moving towards the N2 highway. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Think about 6 years ago, when Amapiano was just a musical instrument, when streaming meant watching water flow, not videos online, and remote work was only said when your remote batteries died. So it makes you wonder, what will the next 6 years bring? Hino trucks now come standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty, covering everything from pistons to gears. So although a lot can change in 6 years, our warranty promise won't. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
I don't love going to school. I don't love sitting in a classroom with 50 other children. But I do love learning. Ngiyakuthanda ukufunda isiXhosa as a language. I do love getting good grades. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Power, land, loyalty, blood. In the heart of Montana, the fight for the Dutton Ranch is far from over. Betrayals cut deep, enemies close in, and every choice could be their last. Yellowstone, Season 4, where family is everything and nothing is off limits. Every Tuesday, starting September 2nd at 7 p.m, only on S3. S3, open up. S3.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So, we've got 3 things that I would think people wish to get off their chest. One has got to be the ongoing Madlanga Commission and now the Big Five, and what you feel about that, right? And those explosive WhatsApp messages too. That's the one. The other is the Bafana story, where now FIFA confirmed that feeling an ineligible player has cost them 3 points. Not just that, they lose the game by 3 goals to 0. So huge deficit on that as well. And the third one, the issue of the Tembisa hospital, right? And all 3 of them, I think, understandably so. If you are infuriated, if you're irritated, if you're angry, if you're disappointed and disillusioned, hey, there's nothing I can say to make you feel happier, because I shouldn't be saying that. The fact is, it's a reflection of a pulse of a nation that is at odds with what we should be, right? But just on the quick one, on the Bafana one, can you think of other examples? I think I can think of 2 other examples where South Africa, in any sport, not just football, have got their sums all wrong. I think I can think of 2, but I want to hear from you as well. But we'll take your calls or your WhatsApp comments, or you can tweet about it as well just now. Let's, however, then stay with one of the biggest issues of those big 3 that we spoke about, and that's regarding the SIU's interim report on the Tembisa Hospital investigation. So the Health Minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, has now reacted to the Special Investigation Unit's interim report on corruption at the hospital. Remember, at Tembisa Hospital, the report revealed how around 2 billion rands. I need to get that right. 2 billion, not million. 2 billion rands earmarked for healthcare services effectively was, what's the kind word, redirected, was looted and stolen through a web of fraud and corruption. Now, Dr. Motsoaledi was at the briefing earlier today, but of course, he said a lot of things. We'll talk to him a bit more about it. Dr. Motsoaledi, appreciate your time, as always, on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Much appreciated. As someone as the Minister of Health, but as someone who's a medical doctor, you more than anybody else would understand, and I would understand if your pulse are rather erratic today about upon hearing of the findings of the interim report.
Yes, definitely, because we all know what's happening in public hospitals, the shortage of resources and all that. Now, we have been knowing, of course, that there was corruption. It's not that we expected anything else. But the sheer wastefulness of it, Ashraf, where a person steals money to go and buy a string of Lamborghinis and all the other luxurious cars you can ever get in the market, what do you do with such cars? What type of human being are you? What are you gaining from having a string of Lamborghinis and all the other cars and properties that were being mentioned there? Almost in every city, this man has got some property there. Surely that should make anybody's blood boil.
It should. What's the big lesson to learn from this? So we have this interim report. Yes, lives have been lost, and I think you alluded to that as well in your own briefing today. But what's the big lesson to learn from this?
Well, what I've said, and the SIU also has said it, is that this syndicate, whether it's a syndicate by a Mayomela or by a Ket Madlanga, as it was mentioned, or by a Mazivuko or the ex-syndicate, which they could not name because it has not yet appeared publicly or in court, whether it is any one of those, regardless of how clever they are, they would not have been able to achieve what they did without help from people who are working in the hospitals. And the SIU said these are people at clerical level who have been doing all these things. It led me to say, because I saw this from Home Affairs, that most of the time when we catch people, the country get disappointed that, look, there's no big fish. We are just hiding behind the smaller people. But they are the ones who are causing most of the damage, as you can see in the case of Tembisa. They let people go away with 2 million, and 15 of them share 122 million between themselves. So we also need to look at the damage the so-called small fish is causing, because without them, this type of things will not have happened.
Well, look, if I look at it, the small fish are grabbing their relative crumbs, and I don't mean crumbs in a small, it's big crumbs for them, right? Because it's a life changer for them in terms of money. And the big fish, as you quite rightly have said, the monies are big. I would suggest they've done this on the scale they've done because they believe they can get away with it. Either they won't be caught, or even if some of them get caught, that the current way of how we mete out justice does not dissuade them enough. Something also you touched on today.
Absolutely, and that's what was worrying me. That's why I made this very strong statement there, which many people understand. I was listening to you when some people were challenging me and others were supporting. I was saying it is at moments like this that you start appreciating what the Chinese do, because sometimes we get shocked when they tell you what Chinese do when they caught a person who's corrupt like that. And I said you start appreciating, whether you are able to do it in your country or not, you will start appreciating what pushed them to take such extreme steps. Because now you have got these people, they are going to go through DC, they will be fired, some of them may even miraculously win, but let's say they get fired, and then you report them to police, then it's a criminal case, then they sentence them, and then they save maybe 1/3, then they get parole, they come back and enjoy their Lamborghinis again. Meanwhile, Diota Diokoran is gone, and I introduce a new person who people did not know about. Mr. T from Home Affairs, who was pumped with 4 bullets and he survived them. And he was pumped with another 2 bullets some years later, and he still survived them and is still testifying. Now he is in hiding. So it is the citizens of this country who are in hiding, and the thugs are enjoying themselves in Lamborghinis and all that. That can't be, Ashraf. We have got to change and do something else.
Well, I mean, you know, it's an interesting thing. We're talking to you about health, but in fact, we're talking to you about massive corruption and crime on a huge scale. At the same time that the focus has been on the Madlanga Commission, right? Which means every one of this is intertwined, right? I mean, one of them, it does suggest to us there needs to be a complete rethink in terms of how we also deal with crime. Because, you know, at the moment, even when people are arrested and they are put in prison, you know, it's called correctional services. So the focus is still on rehabilitation, on correction, which sounds very good, but maybe impractical in a country where crime is as rampant as it is now.
I know, Ashraf, we talk about restorative justice. We talk about rehabilitating people, but I can tell you, in my experience of this type of things, it's next to impossible to rehabilitate anybody. I'll give you another example I give today. In Home Affairs, there's a guy who was at post level 6. Post level 6 is quite junior in government. It's more or less clerical because DGs are post level 16. But this guy at post level 6, he owned a stream of 5 cars. One of them a Porsche, a Mercedes-Benz, and a huge house with garages in those. Now, what was he doing? He was not stealing money, but he was getting bribed by Pakistani nationals who get into the country illegally and manipulate the movement control system at the borders. And he had a password for the movement control system. So during interrogation, they asked him, can you give us a reason why we shouldn't take the movement control system password from you? He said, please take it, because I won't be able to change. I'm not going to change. Here is a person who has been caught. He is telling you that I am not going to be able to change. People thought he's a fool. Others thought he's arrogant. I thought it about it very carefully and say, no. The guy is neither arrogant nor a fool. He is expressing reality. After living this type of life, he probably has got children in some of the most expensive private schools. He is, of course, attending private hospitals. He has to maintain 5 luxury cars. He must maintain a mansion. Where do you think this type of guy will stop? What will make him stop? It's impossible. It's in. It's like an addiction. And so to believe that will take people to jail and they serve one set sentence and come out and get rehabilitated, I simply don't believe in it. Much as I know we rehabilitate people in health, but in this type of job where you live on somebody's blood, it's like telling a mosquito, a female mosquito for that matter, because male mosquitoes don't drink blood. It's like telling a female mosquito to stop taking blood. It's not going to be able to do that.
So if you believe that they are beyond being rehabilitated, beyond being, being corrected in this case here, then interesting. I mean, your position is out of kilter with the official government position, isn't it?
Sorry?
Your position contradicts the general government position about correctional services. We must rehabilitate people.
I'm talking as a South African, yes, yeah. And there's a national dialogue where even people in government will have different views. I know the issue of rehabilitation, but I have always been against parole. That I'm very clear about. I've always been complaining about parole because most of the guys who parole, they go and rape again, they go and step again, they go and shoot again, they go and steal again. So I know that in terms of our humanity, we ought to think about rehabilitating people. But my argument is these guys have gone beyond becoming human beings. It's like somebody who slaughters a 3-year-old or rape a 3-year-old. Those are beyond. That's basically what I'm saying. The people we have been talking about today are beyond. Where you steal money from a hospital, from sick people, from pregnant women, from children, and go and buy a string of Lamborghinis and all that. We can't classify you as a human being again who needs to get benefits as a human being.
So you gave the
We
example.
can't.
So you made the point. I mean, you are speaking in your personal capacity, and I get that. You made the point about the example of China, right? There's not a day that someone doesn't call in on the show saying, bring back the death penalty, that they deserve nothing more than the death penalty. That is the deterrent we need in South Africa. And I know what the Constitution says. What do you feel about that?
My individual position is that certain categories, like if you are able to rape a 3-year-old, I mean, you are Western animals. You are Western animals, because even animals don't do that to their young. When you slaughter women in the way that we have had women being slaughtered, when you steal from the public service, especially from hospitals, in the manner in which you have been stealing, I really believe, because, well, in South Africa, yes, we'll say the Constitution doesn't allow what China is doing, but surely they can lock you forever and make a ruling that no parole, no nothing. You just get locked away. You must just be kept away from humanity forever. At least that will be the minimum, so that people must know that if I'm caught, I'm gone, and I'm gone forever.
But not supporting a death penalty, then. There's a difference, right?
Sorry?
Between no parole versus actually calling for a death penalty.
I am saying I will support it. If it was not our constitution, I will support it for people who slaughter 3-year-olds and 3-month-olds, who slaughter women, and who do the type of things that has been done in Tembisa Hospital. That one, I will very gladly support it, because I don't think such people need to live among human beings. So for that reason, I will believe that in the national dialogue, some aspects of these things must change.
Okay, just put that on pause. I want to ask you about whistleblowers and investigative journalists and the role they play. We'll do that right after this.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195, and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Good day, South Africa. Mark Haskins here, SABC Sport football analyst. My favorite meal between breakfast, lunch, and supper is probably breakfast, even though I'm very much a foodie, so I don't turn away food at any time of the day. I remember the guys used to sing Tula Mama, Mama, Mama. And then when we translated, it was like, really? You're telling your mom to be quiet? Is that really something you would do? What I love about South African football fans is really the passion. My favorite African dish, I would have to say, is mogodo. We call it pens and poikis because of my big calves. I've always been called potris. Just make sure you tune in, make sure you support the SABC. We will bring you the best local content and international content.
Catch the exciting analysis of the beautiful game on match days with Mark Haskins, proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Spring is in the air, meaning it's almost time for the 10th SA Garden Day on Sunday, the 12th of October. Celebrate the day with a garden party, lunch under the trees, or cake at a community garden, and invite your friends, family, or neighbors to enjoy your garden with you. Visit gardenday.co.za for inspiration and share pictures of your celebration on social media with #GardenDaySA. SA Garden Day, Sunday, the 12th of October.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
James, congrats on the babies.
Yeah, thanks. It's a wild ride.
You're a new dad, 2 babies, 0 sleep, and 1 car that apparently couldn't cope.
Yeah, The hatchback was my baby, but it just didn't have enough space for my 2 new babies.
And are you happy with the price when you sold to We Buy Cars?
Very. We've even got some extra cash to splurge on one of those fancy prams that you basically need a license for.
Good luck, James. We Buy Cars. Geared for family, geared for you.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
All right, let's conclude our conversation with Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, the Minister of Health. This on the day that the Special Investigations Unit, the SIU's interim report revealed on corruption at the Tembisa Hospital and the amount, a figure close to 2, in fact more than 2 billion rands earmarked for healthcare services that was looted, so diverted into other people's pockets. I mean, that's the bottom line to that. So huge compromises there. Minister Motsoaledi, let's just go back to one of the things that I want to ask you about, the role of whistleblowers. I mean, you made the point earlier about Babita and Mr. T too, right? But there's a sense increasingly so, and I promise you I even heard it yesterday from someone in a conversation casually to say, I know what so-and-so has been doing. I am not going to report it. I cannot put my life at risk. Increasingly so, whistleblowers appear not to be able to be protected. And okay, we just lost the minister for the moment. We'll try and get him back on in a second. Okay, so Minister Motsoaledi, I was talking about whistleblowers, and that there's a feeling amongst many people that when you become a whistleblower, at whatever level, you are not sufficiently protected. So rather keep your mouth shut. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't think it's okay, because when you do so, you are handing over the country to criminals. And today, as I was explaining the story of Mr. T, I was explaining how he impressed me. Mr. T was shot 2 times and surviving.
Yeah,
he's on retirement, he's in hiding. Now, he is continuing to testify virtually. I did ask him, why are you doing that, even when you have been threatened like this? He said, people have fought for this freedom, and I'm not about to hand it over to criminals. And secondly, he said, he believed there must be a cause why he's surviving so much. It means he must serve a certain purpose in the world, and this is the purpose he has seen. Now, what worries me is that he's in hiding, Babita is late, and the thugs are driving around with Lamborghinis. That's the part I really want to change. But for people to say we are no longer going to testify, you are handing the country over to thugs.
What I'm saying, they're saying so, Minister, because they are scared of their lives. Not everybody is like Mr. T. They are scared, and statistically they would see the numbers to say you are not being well protected. So I know you're not the Minister of Police. I'm just making the point to say, can we understand the vulnerabilities, how people feel they're not being protected?
Well, the SIU Advocate Mutivi reported today that the Department of Justice is changing the laws at their recommendation for whistle protection, to change the laws because the present laws don't protect them adequately. And I fully agree with that part. But I just wanted us to go even further and say, even when you have got a good whistle, protection unit for people who are whistleblowers, but the fact that they are the ones who must go into hiding and the thugs live freely, that doesn't sit me well.
Let's lastly, just very quickly, what then are your thoughts about those who argue that say even with regard to Tembisa Hospital, investigations should have been done a long time ago? Like A, what takes it so long? Why the delays? And then B, linked to that is then the role of investigative journalists in putting the issues on the agenda when others seem to be turning away.
The issues of Tembisa Hospital came to the fore because of Babita Tiokoran. When she started checking, that was the type of job she was doing in procurement. And when she picked anomaly and rang a bell, finally she called SIU, and it's then that we got them. In Home Affairs, the issues were raised when Mr. T was shot, and he started telling us exactly what he's doing. So all over, something happened. In other words, don't think thugs will just steal and go away with it. There are a lot of whistleblowers. There's somebody who's watching, and once they show it, you start investigating. You can't just wake up and go and investigate without hearing anything. Otherwise, you'll just be ghost hunting,
Okay, just a last thing. We're on to news time, and this is away from Tembisa Hospital. The point again that you've made, that the compromises now regarding service delivery in hospitals, when you have public hospitals, when you have monies like 2 billion rand being siphoned off. How do we fight back on this? I don't mean legally. How do we fight back in terms of service delivery? Because people are being compromised every single day in terms of delivery for their healthcare.
Well, that money must come back immediately. The properties must be confiscated. They must be sold, and we bring it back to health. Ashraf, the doctors who didn't have job at the end of this year, and I was hosted for that, and it was very painful. All we needed was 1.9 billion rand to employ all of them. And here are guys going to one hospital to do what they've done with 2 billion rand. Surely they must lose everything they have. They must be blackmailed. If it goes to jail, no parole. They must be blacklisted, not blackmailed. I'm sorry, blacklisted. And they must never ever work for the state again. They must never get anything, and everything they have must be sold and given back to public health.
Okay, that's where we're going to be. Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, the Minister of Health. Thank you for your insights, and as you reflect and relate them, I would think many people would be listening to say, so how many voices in government do we have like that? And how many others are compromised where they will not say these sort of statements, and therefore the institution of service delivery therefore is being compromised every single day, every single moment. 5:30, here's the news headlines with Greg House.
In the headlines, crime intelligence boss Dumisani Kumalos testified at the Madlanga Commission that he's in possession of WhatsApp messages which allegedly demonstrate how alleged cartel member Vusimuzi Matlala facilitated payments to the ANC via Minister Mkunu's alleged associate Brown Makhotsi. Family members of the 13 people killed in a crash in Limpopo have identified their remains, and a court in China sentenced 16 members of a notorious Myanmar crime syndicate to death for their role in running scam centres. There's a full update at 6 o'clock.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, Bayes Nodia Drive westbound and Honeydew has delays towards Christian de Wet Road and Swartkoppies Road westbound and Alberton, slow moving at the R59 highway. In KZN, on the N2 northbound, a crash reported before Sabaya Drive, and that's causing some extensive delays. In Cape Town, the N1 outbound slow moving towards Okavango Road and the M3 southbound slow moving towards Rhodes Drive. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAfm Sports with Tumi Nkgapele.
So, Tumi, now we know South Africa, Bafana beat Lesotho 2-0. Actually, no, we lost that game by 3 goals to 0. I want to get your thoughts in a moment. Here's a comment that I want to play first. I need to play that voice note. Let's see. Why is it not playing? Can we try it now?
Is it playing?
No, it's not. Just see if we can play it on your side. Otherwise, we get to play it later, which is a pity. All right. We've been silenced, and maybe 1 minute silence. Talk to me about Bafana. Yeah.
Well, I tried to get Bafana assistant coach Helman Kelele to give us his reaction with regards to the docking of the 3 points, and he says he can't speak to us for obvious reasons, but he did say that he is devastated. Obviously, this is with regards to midfield Tebogo Mokoena playing against Lesotho in March despite being suspended, and as you mentioned earlier on, Ashraf, Lesotho now has been awarded that match 3-0, meaning South Africa now slips to second in Group C behind Benin on goal difference. However, Mkelele was saying that they will try their best to make the country proud, meaning obviously they're gonna want to win all those games. And it just reminds me of what SAFA CEO said earlier on, and I just want to play the clip of her reacting to the possibility of us being docked points.
So this is beforehand.
This is beforehand.
Okay, let's hear that.
Look, we've received confirmation from FIFA that they have they're investigating the matter, which is something that we've been waiting for a very long time. So it's now on the table, and we are preparing our defense for that, and we need to be reverting to FIFA in the next couple of days. So all our attention is on that. We've got attorneys that have already been appointed to help us as well. So we are not really focus on that. I think for us it's a matter of ensuring that we get maximum points come October so that the team can qualify. No matter what happens as far as this is concerned, it's a matter of ensuring that we get maximum points and the team qualifies for the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the country can be happy.
So Ashraf, from what I heard, she's saying they're preparing their defense, meaning, remember I said earlier on that they can appeal this decision, meaning there's a high chance that they will appeal because they have now lawyers that are preparing their defense. This is what she said before.
The defense is what? That it's taken too long to report it, or you know, what's the defense?
That's the big question, because now what are you going to appeal? What?
I would
because they're going to ask, did you play Deboho?
Yes.
Was he suspended? Yes. What are the rules?
You can't play an ineligible player.
So what are you appealing?
But is the defense that you can't, that I'd heard it before, Lesotho reported it only like beyond whatever deadline. I don't know much
But from
about
my understanding, it's not because Lesotho reported it, because it was too late for them. FIFA themselves are saying rules are rules. These are the rules, and that is why we're docking you 3 points.
I tell you what, if I was SAfm now or Bafana, the only defense I should worry about is get the defense in order, don't concede any goals. That's the defense that matters, and score goals in both games.
Absolutely, absolutely. But from one national team to the other, Amajita are kicking off their FIFA Under-20 World Cup campaign against France tonight at 10 p.m. South Africa making their 5th appearance at the Under-20 World Cup, and their best finish was reaching the round of 16 back in 2009. They are in Group E alongside New Caledonia and the USA, also with France. And here's goalkeeper Fletcher Low-Smith.
I don't know much. I mean, I know that they're quality. I know maybe a couple players from the US team, not any from any other teams, but obviously we respect them. We know how much quality they have. They're World Cup. They're the 4 champions of each qualifying zone and region, and obviously we're also champions of Africa. We think we can compete with them 100%, and we'll go there and do so.
Elsewhere, Wayne Rooney says that Manchester United have lost their soul, and he has no faith in the ability of manager Ruben Amorim to turn things around. Amorim has taken 34 points from his 33 Premier League games in charge following Saturday's 3-1 loss at Brentford, and is yet to oversee consecutive top-flight wins. United endured the worst league campaign for 51 years last season, finishing in an embarrassing 15th in the Premier League. If I were to put you on the spot, Ashraf, and take a wild guess, if Man United continue at this rate, how low will they finish?
Well, I can't say. It's like, how low can they go? I've never heard that phrase before. It doesn't matter whether, you know what, like, it's hypothetical, whether they 20th on the log or 17th or 15th
relegation.
Right now. We're talking about a team that can measure up against the Real Madrids, Barcelonas, amongst the great teams in the world in terms of stature.
Yep.
This is what we're talking about. We're not talking about what's the word? Spaza teams, are we? No.
That's the sad part about it. But anyway, in cricket, the England paceman Chris Woakes has retired from international cricket after England indicated that he was no longer in their plans. Woakes' final match was last month against India at the Oval, where he walked out to bat one-handed with his arm in a sling, having dislocated his shoulder in the field. That injury ruled him out of consideration for this winter's Ashes tour to Australia, and at the age of 36, effectively bringing down the curtain on his England career. Just quickly to wrap things up, looking at my predictions for this week, I was not that bad. I got the baby Proteas versus Australia wrong. Australia beat them 67-36. Springbok versus Argentina, I got that one right. Springboks winning 67-30.
Or close to halftime at one stage.
Listen, it's not about halftime, it's about full time. Skukune versus Polokwane City, I was definitely wrong with regards to that. Polokwane winning. Brentford versus Man United, I was right. I said, remember what I said? I said I'm not convinced with Man United's performance. I said Brentford would win, and I also said that India would beat Pakistan. They won by 5 wickets, so 3 out of 5.
Okay, not bad. Not bad.
Not
Goal
bad at all.
difference counts in this case. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with that said, it is a wrap from my side.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele. The Morning Brief.
Can you really make the claim that Paul Kruger was not a colonialist? he definitely was not a colonialist. He did not
How
want
so?
to annex the South African Republic for any European force. They established the Suid-Afrikaanse Republic in 1886, if I remember correctly. The point is that he fought colonialism. If you look at the name Paul Kruger, he established the Savi Park in 1898 because he saw that the game in that area is being hunted out, and if they're not going to do something to conserve it, it will be gone.
Yeah.
All white South Africans in this country are not colonialists.
Willie Okamp of the DA.
Tulasizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfm Radio.
Hey, listen, if Bafana have now officially lost to Lesotho 3-0, it's not all so bad. The JSE Top 40 has made history. That's a big win. Jimmy, tell us more.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I'm glad that I can be a ray of hope on this Monday morning. It's been a tough sporting weekend across the board. But yes, the JSE Top 40 has touched more than 100,000 points. We saw this historic achievement being achieved by the All Share Index a couple of weeks ago, almost a couple of months ago. But this time around, it is the turn of the top 40 constituents combined. Their valuation, at least from a pricing point of view, has topped up or has reached historic levels rather, and that's a positive for our markets. We're going to be taking a look at that. We're going to be taking a look at the attractiveness of South African equities in the global markets. We're going to be speaking to 91 about that. We're also going to be having a conversation around the Boxer results that came out. I've got one of our market commentators in the form of Gary Boyson joining us to take a look at market movements, and that's one of the things I want to be taking a look at there. In terms of what else is coming up on the show, the team at psilocybin, the cannabis company that listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange AltX last year, around June of last year, have finally moved to the main board of the JSE. We're going to catch up with the psilocybin CEO and get a sense of what that means for that business. Then we've got a conversation with the team at My Broadband around some of the interesting insights that they found in the National Infrastructure Plan of 2050 that was proposed to us as South Africans in March of 2022. Under this plan, South Africans were set to get 50 gigs of data per month free of charge at some point, or at least by the end of February 2026. Now, as February 2026 is fast approaching, it's less than 6 months away, I thought we'd take a look at that and see where we are on those data plans and the infrastructure development in South Africa, and what it means for South Africans that are, or that were promised these data connectivity promises, and where we go from here. Then, as part of our personal finance feature that we do every other Monday, we're going to be taking a look at inherited money habits and what they say about your finances. We're going to be taking a look at this with the team from One Life to see if we can make sense of that and what it's all about. Before we get to those conversations, the markets have, as we said, had a great day in the form of the top 40, but in general, South African markets have been doing well. I'm pleased to report that where we left the Rand last week, Friday, is not where we are today. We were closer to 1742 last week as we wrapped up the week. We are back at 1726. So the Rand starting off the week in very positive territory against the US dollar. The British pound sitting at about 23 Rand 19, 1 euro 20 Rand 25 cents, 1 Australian dollar 11 Rand 35, 1 Bitcoin. We're back above 110,000 on the price of a Bitcoin. Last week we were below 1.8 million, or below 1.9 million Rand rather. Today we are back above 1.9 million and we're at around 1.967 million rands there on the Rand price of a Bitcoin. If we look at commodity prices, they were driving a lot of the movements on the equity side of it. The gold price, $3,828 a fine ounce, new all-time highs there. Looks like there's no stopping that momentum, and we're going to look at that as well when we look at market movements later on. The platinum price, $1,628 a fine ounce. Palladium, $1,293. Brent crude, $68.18 a barrel, way off from the $70 a barrel level that we closed out at last week. So that's a positive from that perspective. And a quick look at our local markets before we go. The all share, half a percent to the green, so 50 basis points up there. The top 40 is 0.59% to the green. The resources sector, 1.1% to the green. Industrials, 0.75% in the green. The only sector that let us down today, financial stocks down 0.5%. But we're going to look at these movements, as I said, just after the 6 p.m. news when we have our market watcher Gary Boyson join us on the show. Until then, back to you, Ashraf.
Right, perfect. Thanks for that. You enjoy your show. 6 to 7. You'll have all the numbers that truly matter. But of course, coming up next, we'll get to your calls, but also an important development around another investigation that you need to know about.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAfm.
Right, I'll get to you in a moment, but President Ramaphosa has established an inquiry to determine the fitness of Advocate Andrew Chauke to hold office as the Director of Public Prosecutions. Now, the inquiry will look into certain serious allegations regarding Chauke's fitness and propriety to hold office. Now, just to give you some perspective, remember Advocate Shamila Batoy was the first one to call for Chauke's suspension, and she cited concerns over his judgment and potential misconduct in several cases. So let's get a reaction now to this with Advocate Modidima Manya, the legal practitioner and an admitted advocate of the High Court. Appreciate your time, Advocate Manya. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Yes, good evening, and good evening to your listeners.
Thank you. Now, I can just think the first reaction to many people is like, an inquiry, another inquiry? Why?
Well, an inquiry because Section 12.6 of the National Prosecuting Authority Act requires that prior to the removal of a national director or deputy national director, the president must have an inquiry. And that's one of the controls that have been put in place because, positions like the directors of public prosecutions, police, the intelligence are capable of being abused and manipulated. I think you would have heard the said statement made by the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service when he was asked about the lawfulness or otherwise of instruction, and he used the word career limiting. So the aim of the Act and the Constitution is to protect these people from being arbitrarily removed or for ulterior motives, this type of things.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back then to to the allegations and this point about being effectively, and I'm paraphrasing, unfit to hold that critical position as Director of Public Prosecutions. What can you tell me about that?
Look, the Act is clear that a person, when he's appointed, must be fit and proper. And amongst others, it means if a person has committed gross misconduct, even though appointed, may no longer be fit to remain in office. The national director has made some serious allegations against Mr. Chauke. Now, those allegations proven to be true may lead to a situation where he's no longer fit and proper. Now he must be removed unless Parliament decides otherwise.
Do you want to just, I've got a whole list of the allegations here, but maybe you want to just pick out one or two that you feel are really significant?
Yeah, look, I wouldn't want to go into that, but I think amongst others, the suggestion is that he seems to be involved in some misconduct that revolves around assisting people who are not supposed to be assisted in the manner that he's doing. And that could also suggest that he protects certain people, he's not exercising his powers properly and properly abusing his powers. And I think that is the essence of what the National Director is saying.
Okay. In your understanding, therefore, then what happens next here?
What should happen is that there must be this inquiry which the President has appointed. It must now report to him and say, this is what we have found. He must now make up his mind whether he thinks this is sufficient for the removal. And if he feels that it's sufficient for the removal, then he must remove him. But then Parliament can decide itself whether he should be removed or not. It can actually sanction the decision of the President.
Okay, and this comes at a time where, in terms of one commission or the other that we've been having, there's been a serious distrust or a lack of confidence from the public in terms of how we prosecute and the checks and balances around policing and safety and security. So, again, it becomes a serious test case in terms of how we deal with it, don't we?
Yes, Ashraf, I must say, for a considerable amount of time now, that the public has started to lose confidence, not just in the police and the prosecutors, but in the state as a whole. You know, the people have very strong views about the total erosion of ethical conduct, compliance with the law, the manipulation of processes. Now you hear senior police officers themselves talking about this. You hear the national director saying it seems the NPA is infiltrated. You then start to wonder what else is left. You know, so it is scary. Actually, it's just beyond the test case. It's scary. Now, remember, there was a similar process that led to Ms. Nomkowo Jiva being removed, you know, as a Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions. So now, over a period of time, and as we speak now, people are edgy and they're saying, do we still have a state? And the government and the state itself has not responded to these concerns.
Well, there we are. What happens next? What more do we need to be doing? Let's leave it at that, because it's a big question mark that needs big answers. Advocate Modidima Manya, legal practitioner and admitted advocate of the High Court. Appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. Well, time for you, wherever you may be, anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, in fact, to share your views, because you're on the pulse. I need to feel it.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
This Heritage Month, SAfm invites you to journey into the past while shaping the future under the theme, Reimagine Our Heritage Institutions for a New Era. We celebrate the stories, traditions, and voices that define who we are as a nation. From vibrant conversations to thought-provoking debates, SAfm is where heritage meets innovation, connecting generations and keeping our culture alive in a changing world. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm. SAfm.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAfm.
And some feedback from you via the WhatsApp text messages. Good day, Ashraf. Until we as citizens make whistleblowing fashionable, the war against crime and corruption will never be won. You will also recall how Zuma admonished the clever blacks, and that gave way to what we are experiencing currently. I hear you. Well, you know, the flip side of making whistleblowing fashionable is how about making mass corruption unfashionable? Think about that too. Good evening, Ashraf, and all the listeners. With the current Madlanga Commission, those who have funded the various political parties want payback in terms of doing as they please, like the mafias and drug cartels. Do as we please without any consequence, and if we get caught, make sure files disappear or else. Comes from Ivan in Pietermaritzburg. Ivan, goodness, you seem to have got it all worked out, and I just hope that you're wrong regarding that. Comments on the minister. Okay, we are having a problem with some of the WhatsApp to play, which is a huge pity because there's a whole range of WhatsApp comments that we got. Let me try another. Okay, let's sort out the WhatsApp comments. Thank you for messaging. There's a whole lot of you. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's see if Keys can sort it out. Hassan in Joburg. Hello, Hassan.
Hi. I was going to respond to the minister.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that in his enthusiasm, he leaves. He's going to cut due process, which in itself is a problem. You know, I mean, he clearly doesn't. Sometimes, as happened in the UK, where Birmingham 6 and others, where there's a pressure to arrest people, and the wrong people are arrested. So I really want to say I take the minister's passion, and I've always supported him. But I really, really think that we need due process to make sure that things are done properly so that we can elevate the society. Otherwise, it's going to be a jungle. We just keep killing each other.
Well, I mean, I hear you, but I mean, do we not agree that in many ways it's a jungle already? Meaning, I don't think he ever suggested. But what I'm saying, I don't think he ever suggested there shouldn't be due processes. I think what he is suggesting is the current consequences must change.
In some cases,
you're
seeing some cases. There should be no this, no that. I'm saying that we must also allow for a little bit of doubt. I mean, I say that if Madiba and others all their faults, but if they went on a revenge spree, there's something that I think we need to keep open. It's difficult in this moment where the crooks are running the place, but that's the problem.
Well, that is the problem, as you said, which one is the jungle? Hassan, thanks for that call. Sydney in Acorn Hook. Hi, Sydney.
Hi, Brother Ashraf. Sydney, deliver in Acorn Hook, Pushpa Creek.
Yeah, go for it.
Brother Ashraf, yes, my brother. Brother Ashraf, I'm worried here. Banks, what is their role when people or individuals transfer big, huge transference of money, big, huge of money, like what you're hearing at Madlanga Commission? Why don't they interfere and freeze certain transactions to question why this huge amount of money is going to this account, from this account to that account? That people will be filthy rich like they are doing, unless they are transporting this huge amount of money by trucks. That there is a policeman at night transporting loads and loads of banknotes. But if these transactions are conducted in banks, why banks are not questioning this kind of transactions?
Right. I got that. I think in many cases they do. Whether maybe some cases have slipped away, they are obliged to legally to do just that. Sydney, thank you for that. Right, Gole in Polokwane. Let's talk about the commission. Yeah, go for it.
Yes, Ashraf. I think the commission has enlightened us. There are some of the people who never imagined the state of corruption. But a lot of people knew. I was only disappointed. I thought Mkhunu and Mzoli Mkhize were some of the good, clean politicians, but I'm disappointed. Now who is left? Really, I now come back to Dr. Motsoaledi. Certain categories of corruptions or crimes need death penalty back. We cannot go on like this, like helpless children. We can't run around like headless chickens. We have to come up and say, Mandela said that it was for different purposes. Today we are changing it. A constitution is a living document. We must change it as we do. China is very good. It's deterrent. We cannot allow people who steal and then after, you say that life sentence. After 25 years, they are on parole. What kind of a society are we?
Well, you certainly have made your point very, very clear. Thank you for that, Gole. And many people, you echo the frustrations of so many. I must tell you my apology for this. So there's been so many people who sent out voice notes, and a lot of it responds directly to Minister Motsoaledi's comments and what he feels. So just so many. Others also commenting about Jeff Wicks, remember, who's done some great investigative work as well. We can't play it. There's some problem. There's some gremlin that's crept into the system. So hopefully we'll try and fix it even in the 3 minutes or so we have remaining. If not, we'll take your calls. Churchill in Mthatha. Hello, Churchill.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Good afternoon.
Ashraf, when you talk about Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, he's one of the men that I always salute, and wherever position he occupies, in my view, he does his work with absolute distinction. Mm-hmm. But now, the question that I was going to ask from him is, if you were to advise South Africans who have been so much patient with the ANC, what would he say? Because it would seem, out of all these shenanigans, you go to the Zondo Commission, the ANC was the protagonist. Now, this one has just started, but still the ANC is the protagonist. And in my view, it's not easy to cleanse corruption from the ANC. It's just an exercise in futility. You can't cleanse corruption from the ANC.
Well, in fact, I can't comment about the ANC, but I can comment about what Motsoaledi said about some people. That's why I felt some things you can't correct. There's no rehabilitation for them. They just say, just rather take the passwords away from me. Does that apply to organizations or institutes where corruption is just so rampant they cannot change? They can't change the culture. So I'm not mentioning any names at all. I don't have any right to do that. But are there situations where they just cannot change the culture of the way they do things? Think about that. Let's see if I can squeeze in some of those voice notes. I'm going to just try. Let's see.
Ashraf, Minister of Health speaks
about about people repossessing cars, vehicles, and whatever to try and get the money first. They must first start with Zwelem Keys, the ex-minister of health, right? That big kick is 162 million rand that went down the drain. Nobody's talking about it now. So what do you say to that? The only way out of the situation is to shut down the tenders. That's how simple it is. You don't need a degree to understand that.
Hello, Ashraf. Vaughan from KZN. Isn't it amazing that Jeff Wicks can write a book, get it published? He can do all of this by himself. He can find out all this information, and it is published in a book which gives us all the background of what happened at Tembisa. But the minister is now shocked, as is the whole of the country, that nothing's been done regarding these cartels and the people that are implicated in everything. How come Jeff Wicks can do it as one man? Or maybe he had some people helping him, but the whole police force can't do a thing. Why don't you ask him that question? Thank you.
Ashraf, well said by the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Zwaledi. Whatever he's saying is the truth. But the biggest question is, who's going to execute those people if they are found guilty? Is he available to commit such an execution? Wonderboy Kuzo from KZN.
Hey, Wonderboy, you're asking difficult questions as we wrap up the show. Listen, let me just end with this. I found this very interesting. You know, the Springboks are playing, they'll be playing at Twickenham this weekend, right, against Argentina. But they got off the plane and they got their luggage together, and to offload the luggage, they created this whole stream like a rally or like a relay, you know, each one passing the luggage to the other. And I must say, in that moment, that for me was a manifestation of stronger together. So all the players lined up one by one next to each other, passing on this heavy duty luggage, coming off the truck and putting it into their hotel room. Like, clearly, that's a symbol of what we can do when we're stronger together. Think about that. This is the National Pulse. Thanks for listening. We'll do it again tomorrow. Right now, it's just gone 6 o'clock. Here's Greg House.
Wide Agenda Daily. SAfm